I'll ping the Discord. Beep boop. Cool.
Oh God.
Nick Fuentes.
You know who this is? I fucking hate this guy.
Or as I like to call him, Small.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nobody likes this guy.
That's so funny.
Dick Fuentes recently found himself once again in a bunch of controversy. Now, I'm convinced that Nick Fuentes at this point is on a mission to become the #1 most hated human being alive in all of America, or possibly even all of the world. And so far, he's actually not doing such a bad job at achieving that goal. So this is the clip in question that, of course, caused a ton of controversy, and you'll see why in a minute.
The feel when you're totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, we control your bodies. Guess what, guys?
I think it's pretty funny that, like, he's obviously fucking around and, like, trying to get a reaction here. But, like, every single chick was like, nah, fuck this guy. I think that's
win
great.
Again, okay?
Cannot support this
Men
enough.
win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. There will.
And you know what the even funnier thing is now people are saying your body, my choice, and you can safely call them Nazis. So why are you using a Nazi term? Why are you using terms used by Nazis? Coined by a Nazi. Why are you doing this? What is happening?
Never,
I mean, you can call them Nazis anyway.
That is true.
For everything, and they'll still be like, no,
I'm the good guy.
A female president. Never. There will never be a female president ever.
So he basically goes on this weird, maniacal Disney villain rant in which he just endlessly babbles on about how women are never going to be successful and how now us guys own women's bodies or something. Basically an all-around blonde hair down from the top window. And there are definitely, like, right-wing commentator Nick Fuentes had his home address leaked amid backlash about his comments about women. The nationalist podcaster went viral for saying "Your body, my choice" while celebrating Trump's re-election. And there are definitely, like, there are already a bunch of photos everywhere of Nick Fuentes' house that's just leaked. And I posted a video also roasting his house, so we'll take a look at.
I heard it got set on fire, but have not confirmed, cannot confirm. But I heard somebody set it on fire, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
That now. So Nick Fuentes' house got leaked.
One of my favorite speeches.
What?
That reminds me of one of my favorite speeches.
What do you mean speech? What?
I'm pulling it up, bro.
From who?
And I have some comments. First of all, bro here is a white supremacist, yet even his house is diverse. Maybe this is why he thinks diversity is ugly. Bro's house is so ugly, not even HGTV would flip it. Bro's house ever turned a house. Ugly ass little responsible for busted open the of the encounter.
Hi. Oh my God! What are you doing?
Get the fuck out of here.
Then she went to social media and said, as you can see, he did it before I even touched the door. He's clearly a scared little bitch, basically.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I've been saying. I'm like, how are people trying to make this out like it makes him look tough? This makes him look like a bitch. Like he was waiting to pepper spray somebody.
Cool and tough follows Nick Fuentes, you know? Like, these are not the Nazis that have actual murders behind them.
True. They're the internet
you
Nazis.
Know? Like, even like Blood Tribe, as cringe as performative they are like less of a bitch than him.
Yes. Yeah. No, he is a bitch.
If he didn't have his platform to do live stream 4chan posting with his mouth.
Yes.
Like,
he'd have no followers. He'd have no standing whatsoever.
Just in real life.
Yeah,
he would have no friends. He would be a total loser.
He'd get swirlied.
The only reason he has anything is because the internet exists.
Yeah.
Even if he wasn't racist, he's just an inferior human.
Yes. Like, they're trying to make this out like it makes him look tough. It's pathetic. It's very funny. And he has like 17 locks on the doors, and he's locking them all. This scary, scary purple-haired woman. Incredible.
Dude, what a fucking weirdo. Holy sh...
Yeah, she literally didn't even touch it.
Yeah,
dude,
so
what a
fucking there, like, watching out his windows, afraid.
Hilarious.
Weirdo. Holy shit.
It's very funny.
I don't know. Cow. But for me, it's a joke. What a fucking bitch baby. This picture is posted now of a police officer walking up to Nick Fuentes' house. Basically, I'm not able to confirm this yet, but from my understanding, he has now fled to staying at his mother's house. So the guy that shit talks women and hates on women has simultaneously run to the open arms of a woman for protection. That is
enabler.
Embarrassing, dude. I'm seeing some mixed results as well. I'm seeing some people say that this house that's gotten doxxed is actually his mom's house and he just lives in the basement, which would make a hell of a lot of sense. I'm seeing other things say that after he got doxxed, he has fled to his mom's house. Not entirely sure what's happening. Either way, the guy's a loser, and I think that's what we can deduce from this whole situation. Like, he either lives in his mom's basement or he's staying in his mom's basement.
Yes.
It's not the full speech, but I like this better because it's just like a short highlight. Where the fuck? You picking up what I'm putting down?
No. What was the...
I don't know why I bother with you, bro.
What do you mean? Like, we'll watch... I don't understand why you would, like... What's the context?
Burning down houses.
Oh. What is this link?
Just good times.
That is so stupid. Are they off? Did she die?
It says in the caption they turned him off to prevent her from dying.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Well,
was it a suicide attempt?
Put it on screen so people can see.
Like, was this a suicide attempt? What is happening?
They just said it's a mental health crisis. It's not like this is a great source.
No. That's fucking crazy.
I can fix her. Scroll down, see if they give more info below.
I have to log in.
Noob.
Oh well.
Mira, ya se ha comido el BMW.
Wait, explain.
Madre mía, la que se está liando.
Explain the speech thing. Did I don't understand how it relates to the burning of the house? Is there historical context I'm missing? I don't understand.
Did you hear what he said?
To be honest, I was fixing the titles.
Okay, that explains why you didn't. This is why. Why do I even bother?
Well, it is the start, and I was doing admin stuff. Do you want to run it again?
Sure.
Berlin. I gotcha. It was the end bit that I missed, I think. I gotcha.
¿A qué se está liando, pollito? Mira esto. Es que no sé si pasaba, porque creo que me puedo cargar el coche. Mira.
Live stream it, Trudge.
Subiendo las vías.
Esto es horroroso. La dama se nos viene aquí. Esto es el Boulevard de Vícar. Los coches parados, atascados.
At least flash flood. Must have been, right?
Yeah. They were hit by floods, and then it flooded worse.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
So just like how there was 2 hurricanes that hit Florida, there was it was like a progressive thing. That became worse very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't. From what I've seen, it looks fucked. Like it looks real bad.
I hate communism.
Yes.
Most people do. Congratulations.
Madre mía.
Jesus Christ. I was gonna say that I just looked at the title. I'm like, surely hundreds died in this. Like, surely. And it says 200. And that's...
Yeah, there's footage of, like, the actual downtown area after the flood.
Yeah.
That's interesting as well.
En 15 minutos. Joder.
Mira la autovía. Escucha cómo viene el agua.
Why are they driving in it? Oh, it's not that bad. There, at least.
Why are they driving in it? Because they're American Hill.
Yo no cruzo por ahí. Madre, qué miedo.
You wouldn't think because You know, it's not at the top of your list as a country that would experience. You know.
Yeah.
Unplugged
I think you
now.
might. Yeah, it unplugged.
Still
Hold on. Oh, you can hear yourself.
1, 2.
That's better.
But it's quiet.
Yeah, more volume.
I know. Check.
No, more.
Quiet now.
Weird.
Let me just refresh.
Okay.
Daddy.
Now I can't. Oh, very quiet.
Yeah. It's weird. I think it's because it's receiving so many audio sources. This is why all these apps need they need a mixer built in.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they don't have one.
None of them. Literally none of them. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you have to use a third-party one where you have to download virtual cables. So basically you have to it's like using an entirely different... It's like, why not just use OBS at that point?
Exactly.
And use virtual cameras too.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're literally launching a program just to do the virtual audio.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Mirad cómo va la rambla de la alberquilla. Esto es bestial, tío, lo que va para la negra, ¿eh?
Waterfall. I don't think that's meant to be there.
Escucha la autovía.
En el Consejo de Ministros de hoy hemos aprobado un nuevo Real Decreto Ley con 110 medidas adicionales y con una inversión agregada de 3.765 millones de euros para dar respuesta a la emergencia causada por la DANA.
El presidente de la Generalitat, Carlos Mazón, acaba de decir que se han podido cometer errores.
Y lo que estamos es en la reconstrucción, en la respuesta inmediata y en el relanzamiento de las zonas afectadas por la DANA. Y posteriormente vendrá el debate político sobre qué cosas tenemos que mejorar ante esta emergencia climática.
Is it different, is it?
Ante la asunción de responsabilidades
políticas. A white person speaking Spanish.
Seriously? That's very funny. I never realized it was that different.
Oh yeah. It sounds like somebody who speaks it as a second language to me.
That's fucking hysterical.
So Latin American.
That's very funny.
And even among Latin American, the Spanish is different.
How?
There's certain. Okay, so Cubans are basically impossible to understand.
Okay.
So even among Spanish speakers, they will sometimes have, you know how there's certain English accents.
Yeah.
Especially in Britain, there's certain ones that are really,
Scottish?
really hard to understand because they talk fast and have a thick accent. That's the issue. It's lightning fast, and it has a thicker accent.
Okay.
But like countries like Mexico, it's a lot easier to understand.
Interesting.
Because
it's not around enough Spanish.
Slower.
I'm not around enough Spanish to really notice. There's not much Spanish in Australia, to be completely honest.
Well, it's like it depends, because you have to experience enough of it as well to notice.
Uh-huh.
Right? And so when it comes to like the clusters that I've seen, it's like I have Cubans, I have Cuban family, you know, there's Puerto Ricans and then Mexicans that I know, but like, you know, I've maybe met somebody from Guatemala, but they weren't speaking Spanish.
Pues tendrán que ser sustanciadas en las Cortes Generales y también, lógicamente, en el Parlamento de la Comunitat Valenciana.
That's a video I was thinking of right here.
Okay.
Is that crazy?
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ.
Like how nice the cars look.
Yeah, that doesn't look that damaged at all, really. Just sort of like they were placed there.
Well, they're probably parked on the side of the street.
And they just got lifted and displaced.
Va a tener que llegar un momento.
I wonder if... well, more people probably speak French in Canada because it's actually mandated. Like if you're in government, you need to know French.
That's weird.
You didn't know that? It's because large regions of Quebec only speak French.
Yeah. Okay, so have translators. Problem solved. Well, fuck yourself.
I mean, you just need to be bilingual. You never... I mean, we've seen with that interview with Trudeau where he talked about how they have confirmations that Jordan Peterson is a Russian agent.
Yeah.
That was in French, remember?
Yes, it was, yes.
So,
fucking hell.
Not all Canadians know French, but if you're in government, you're supposed to, like, you have, if you, I'm not sure if it's all government, but for PM, you have to know because
okay. If it's just like
the address in both languages.
Yeah, like that makes sense, right? You would, as a leader, you should know both. Sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's how extensive it is inside the government.
Okay.
But generally, you would need to know, like you know, it also goes on the French speakers to learn English because they also have to know what their colleagues are saying. But
more food.
Basically, what I'm thinking is just if it wasn't mandated or taught or recognized as a second language in Canada, if there would be more Spanish speakers in America in that alternate universe.
It's an interesting question.
There might still even be more because of population.
Yeah.
But by percentage, I don't know.
Yeah. Right now we're covering the Spanish floods. And we're just rolling through news. These are new videos. Fucking.
Seguro.
Yeah, it's just catching up on it. I mean, it's just like if we cover the hurricane today too. They're still cleaning up.
Sure. I mean, we could. People have forgotten about it.
Yeah.
They fucking shouldn't forget about it. They're still in trouble. And some people still don't have fucking phone lines and internet, right?
I love that. So, like, the Starlink shit. They, like, actually were, like, a scam.
What do you mean?
They weren't free.
For real?
Just basically the satellite dish was free, but the service wasn't.
So they're having to pay for it.
Yeah, and it like locks you into an extremely expensive contract when you
that's fucking awesome. Wow.
So
great. Thanks, Starlink. Very cool.
So 86% of Canadians have a working knowledge of English. Well, 29.8% have a working knowledge of French.
It's rookie numbers. You got to get them lower.
What? Lower French?
Lower French.
That's just working knowledge, as in you can do a job with somebody who speaks another language.
Okay.
It's actually 21% that are native, like mother tongue French. But only 56% that are mother tongue English.
Interesting.
Haber cometido errores sin ninguna duda.
Agarre, edifique, madera. Marcha la Guardia Civil.
See, there's where the cars are fucked up.
Yeah.
Me siento respaldado por la responsabilidad que tengo y me siento respaldado, por supuesto, por mi partido. Pero en cualquier caso, son reflexiones políticas sobre las que conviene hablar quizá un poco a partir del jueves.
No es necesario.
Russians! Oh, sorry. They're Spanish. I was stereotyping. You know, you see people stealing a washing machine. That's a lot of poop. Who pooped all over?
Okay.
Bro, this is awesome.
Go, doggo, go.
On they got these little circles for the English or for American English. Okay, it's 14% speak Spanish at home.
Yeah.
So that's 6% lower than the native speaker. But 77% speaks English at home, which is way higher than Canadian English.
Interesting.
But check this out. This is such a cool little graphic for Wikipedia. I've never seen other languages do this, or other countries' languages do this. But isn't that cool? Just a little comparative thing. Tagalog.
Filipino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost 2 million.
That's a lot.
More people speak Tagalog than French.
Tagalog, I think it is.
Huh?
Tagalog, I think is how it's...
Whatever. Made up language.
That's wild though. That's a lot of people. More than I expected. Just dump it in some dude's rice paddies.
Basque. That's the commie place.
Is it?
Oh yeah, the Basque region is probably the most successful model of like communism you can find.
That's not Catalonia.
It's
not Catalonia.
No. The thing is, it's not like it's like state communism. Right? So like that's the difference. Is like it would be like state capitalism would also fail.
Yeah.
Right? So when we're talking about a communist region, we're talking about like business organization.
Yeah, okay.
There's just like less capitalist structures there.
It works all right.
I'm typing in Basque region, communism.
Que viene el matorral.
What are they doing? What's the purpose of this? What are they doing?
They're poking the ground. I don't know.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know. I'm not a flood expert.
Weird.
But look at this. I was just trying to find like maybe a thing that shows like the percentage of business structures or something. And I found this article. In the US, they think we're communist. 70,000 workers showing the world another way to earn a living. The Basque Country's Mondragon Corporation
shit.
is the globe's largest industrial cooperative with workers paying the right to share in profits.
These guys.
So.
These guys are cool.
Yeah, but there's more than just Mondragon. They're just the largest.
Yeah, yeah. Very cool. I wonder if the guys who made Dead Cells are from there as well. I'm pretty sure they're Spanish. And they're a co-op. They're from Bordeaux, France. This is the company logo though.
Where is that region in France though?
Bordeaux.
Yeah, pull it up on a map.
Southwest. So probably right above Catalonia.
See if it's next to the Basque region.
Not exactly. Where's Basque?
You can just type it in. It's like a mountain.
I mean, look. It's right here. It's not exactly not close.
Yeah.
So
that's what I figured.
That makes sense. But these guys made this game. This game is fucking excellent. Oh, these guys are also in Bordeaux, France. Interesting. Cool. That's what I was thinking.
The people of Valencia have barely had a chance to catch their breath since catastrophic floods swept through the region just 2 weeks ago. And today, a new threat is looming. Valencia now on fresh alert after being put under a new storm warning, and authorities are trying to prepare as best they can.
We are now unblocking the sewage system so that if more rains come, it will be working, and also in order to clean the streets completely.
That's a shit job.
That's another thing is the Basques region, people who live there, fucking more wealthy.
Really?
Yeah. Turns out everyone's wealth increases under this model.
Huh. Who knew?
Because if the sewage system is not clean, we can't clean the streets.
Valencia is one of 8 areas now bracing for heavy rain, high waves and strong winds. The Balearic Islands, Catalonia and Malaga are also on alert. Valencia still bears the scars of last month's floods that killed at least 214 people.
Crazy.
Streets still laden with debris, and the search for dozens still missing continues. On Monday, authorities in Valencia threw out some 10,000 tons of furniture, appliances and clothing.
Damn.
It's almost as much waste as the region disposes of in a single year. The anger over the disaster...
That's the real tragedy here.
This demonstration was supposed to be a silent one, in respect for the dead, but anger at the living politicians blamed for killing them won out. Filling the evening streets and squares of Valencia,
maybe looking for
thousands
bodies,
came to call on Carlos.
Poking the things with sticks, looking for bodies.
Yeah, I mean it's a plausible idea. Where is Valencia? Oh, it's like eastern Spain. Okay.
This also, I just saw this. Yes, this is 100% correct.
Yes.
That's why
the regional president, to resign.
Region
they say
where France,
yeah,
the French colonies fell. Which you'd think they would,
not want to
English
speak
like
French.
the rest of the place, but
oh well.
Somebody
didn't give people
a thing where it's like name one thing France has given the world, and somebody goes to the United States.
It's a good answer. State terror, baby.
Warning till they were already drowning in ground floor flats and basements, and then didn't ask the national government for help for far too long. Ankel and Manuel are students who've been helping with the filthy cleanup.
When you go to the towns affected, like I have never seen really anything like that. It's just like I have seen this on the TV while watching TV report about catastrophe or playing video games.
Do you both think that Mathod should resign?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. This is a moment of a very shame. It's always all of this is a shame. This
in Catalan, of course they hate the So did you hear the pretext to this, right? Both of these femboys, okay? But the pretext to this, they said the reason why it's so bad in Catalan is because they waited way too long to ask the national government for help.
Ah.
Right?
Okay.
So it's literally Catalan's fault. So maybe if they're saying resign for the Catalan party, I don't know if they said the prime minister. I assume they're talking about the prime minister.
Well, I'm pretty sure
But
the
if
guy
they are talking
is.
about if they are talking about the prime minister resigning, he's not the issue. It was your local government. If they're talking about the local government resigning, they're correct.
Yeah.
It'll help us and win.
Like the Catalonian government.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think that's what they're saying. But I'm pretty sure the Catalonian government is like the non-separatist socialists now, right? Like they basically killed the separatists.
It's more of the status quo party.
Yeah, okay.
Returning to the status
left
quo.
alone.
Yeah. Emotions are close to the surface here.
I'm very upset about not giving the heads up to the people. That's unforgivable.
Outside Carlos Mathon's office, the destination of the march, protesters left their symbols of disdain.
This protest is evidence that the storm on the 29th of October, which caused some of Europe's worst flooding this century, is becoming a political one. Certainly for Valencia's regional government, but perhaps for Spain's national government too.
It's raising difficult questions about how capable Spain's polarized and decentralized politics is of responding to climate change's emergencies.
Oh my God. Get fucked.
Valencia's protesters have their answer to that. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera, Spain.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
The Spanish government has announced a fresh aid package.
All right. Look at Temu F-22. Man, that does not look stealthy at all. That is a very, very, very large engine exhaust. Wow. Another I can literally see the heat coming off the engines. This is not stealth.
What's the Russian?
The Su-57.
That's what I thought. But I saw a video of it on the ground, and it was like just showing all the sticking out bolts and stuff.
Yes.
Somebody commented, it looks like the Su-57 will roughly have the radar signature of an Su-57.
Oh, look, it's a what's this? A stealth drone unmanned naval vessel. Okay. When are these going to sink first, you reckon? Oh, it's an actual drone. Okay, I thought they were talking about the ship. Cool looking drone.
China's largest air show officially opened on Tuesday, with Beijing showcasing its growing military might to potential customers and rivals alike. It's a show of strength for China. The star of air show
A show of strength. Here's a non-stealthy version of the very stealthy NATO plane. But it's cheap.
J-35A stealth fighter jet. And let's find out more about this stealth fighter.
It gets delivered for free because China's a developing nation.
And its capabilities have also been shrouded in secrecy
Is
so
that
far.
because
Little
they're
is
great
known
or
about
because
its
they are
performance
not as
or
good
its
as they
capabilities,
claim?
although it superficially resembles the Lockheed Martin F-35, which is used by the United States.
Hang on.
Hey, it does look like an F-35 from underneath, though. That's true.
I keep telling you, just because it has twin jets doesn't mean it looks more like a F-22. It doesn't.
The front of it does look like an F-22.
Well,
the back, the underside
of both of the Fs look like that.
The F-35 is chunky. She's a chunky girl.
It's small.
I know.
Smaller than the F-22.
It's fucking chunky.
One noticeable difference is that the F-35 is powered by a single large turbofan engine, while the J-35A has twin
I'm sending
engines.
you stuff related to
Now,
this.
according to reports, the J-35A jets may use domestically designed WS-13 engines, and these engines then may be upgraded to WS-19 engines. With the unveiling of the J-35A, China has become the only country, other than the United States, to have two stealth fighters in action. According to Chinese authorities, while
they're not stealthy. Like, it's going to have a gigantic fucking heat signature. There's no accounting for the exhausts on any of these planes. It's probably because they cannot do it. They probably can't get the technology right. They probably also don't have the fucking insanely expensive paint that the F-35 and F-22s have.
Well, I'm more thinking about the semiconductors because I thought that they just rolled out a newer ban for Taiwan to sell chips.
the J-20 is a...
Also, the J-20, actually, no, you're right. It does look a lot like an F-35.
Yeah, it's identical.
Yeah.
Besides having the, like, two engines.
J-20, because it looks semi-original.
I was right. There's just not a video about it. Here's an article. You can read that.
Compared to the F-35? What about the F-35 do you think makes it comparatively makes this thing better? I'm confused. This thing has flown once. What are you talking about? This is more of your media diet being flooded with Chinese propagandists.
Oh my God.
We know nothing about this plane. What are you talking about?
Heavy-duty stealth fighter. The J-35A is a mid-sized stealth combat plane with multiple roles. The J-20 is mainly used for air superiority combat missions.
Great.
Wait until you see who the video is from.
Yes, of course the F-35 has a way better stealth signature. They actually have the stealth technology. That's the difference. You can emulate it all you want.
Anyway, related to the link I sent, my thing is what I'm thinking about is the access to the chips they even need to come close to the modern American stealth fighter.
Yeah. Like it's not even close. Like to say compared to the F-35, this thing is amazing. There's no basis for that statement.
Like people are focused, like for the 57, for example, people are focused on like how well shit fits together.
Yeah.
Right? And how sleek it is. But nobody ever cares or thinks about the chips.
No, they don't. The actual tech within the planes.
Because like it really doesn't matter. If like if you had an F-35, you know, with you know, as flush as it is.
Yeah.
But you didn't have the chip technology in it, you're spending a lot of money getting all that shit flush when it can't even like operate
at the right level. Yeah.
Need. You know, so it's like we were talking about this, like how the Eurofighter is probably actually the best plane because when it comes down to what you need, it's got a multi-role capability.
Yes, and also added benefit, the Eurofighter looks sick.
Command platform.
Mm.
It can just sit up above, way up high above everything else.
Yeah, that'll be a cool time when you're like drone air warfare. That'll be cool. You're 100% correct, but we know for a fact China cannot replicate the literal technology that would be required to even match the F-35. Because you got to think about it, right? The F-22 has like the cross section is insanely small, right? The plane was over-engineered, made in the 80s. And China still can't make a plane with a cross-section that small. And they just made the F-35 20 years newer. Prove. Okay, you want me to take China seriously in fighter jet stealth technology? Fucking prove it. Release actual statistics and data about your plane and prove that it's as good. Prove it to people.
This?
Huh?
Are they going to export this?
Of course they're fucking.
They don't export the J-20.
No. Why would they? So, but it may have been a cheap production because it is literally just a 1-to-1 reproduction, essentially.
Watch us find out Turkey is behind the development here.
Can you imagine? They still wouldn't get kicked out of NATO.
No, you can't get kicked out of NATO.
Which is insane. Like you would think that would justify it.
You have to leave yourself. You cannot be kicked out.
It's fucking insane. You would think that there'd be safeguards around that.
It's just
to
like
be able to eject.
You have to do a Brexit. You can't just be kicked out.
Yeah.
While the J-35 is mainly responsible for multiple tasks, including land operations, air combat, and strikes as well.
The other question is, it really doesn't matter how it stacks up against the F-35. At the end of the day...
Is it better than what they have?
No, it matters in the context of how does it stack up against Taiwan's Air Force.
Yes, true.
Because China is going to hit Taiwan when they know somebody like Trump is in office who won't act immediately and think that he can be like, okay, we're going to talk him down. Because just like how we could talk down Putin to stop Ukraine.
Yeah.
So he'll do a bunch of appeasement to prevent the war that's already set in stone.
Yes. Yeah.
Before American air power does any moves.
But you've also got Japan. Japan is there as well, and they will go to Taiwan's aid in the event of something happening. They see that conflict as a national security risk, so they will intervene. And Japan has F-35s as well, I believe. They just got F-35s. They also have the F-15. I'm going to say EX, but don't quote me on that one. But they definitely have the F-15.
The main ship is the main plane, I think, is the Japanese F-16. That's a carrier launch or a ship launch.
It could be.
Maybe they don't have carriers, but it's made for overwater fighting. an anti-ship.
Yeah. Aircraft. Here we go. Taiwan has 103 indigenous fighters. Interesting. They have a Taiwanese-made jet. That's interesting. They have the Mirage. Fucking epic. And they have 114 F-16s. So in total, the Taiwanese Air Force sits around 260 fighters. 103 of those are the Taiwanese plane, which are these ones. Which, honestly, between me and you guys, that looks pretty sick.
Yeah, that looks like, the generic standard plane.
Yeah.
The energy intake is a little weird, though. See how round it is?
Yeah, it's almost like a hybrid between an F-16 and a Russian plane. It's very strange. Honestly,
it's also, like the profile on it. See how the go back.
It kind of bends down.
See how the nose droops down, and then it also has like a dent behind the cockpit. Like it's very wavy.
It is very strange. So, but like if you look at these planes, right, and you look at them from the behind the cockpit back, it's an F-16. And then the cockpit forward
They look very long as well.
They do, yeah. What an interesting fucking plane. I've never heard of these planes before.
Do you think they're unstable?
Not sure.
Well, see, they got the F-35 type wing pattern.
They do have a very short wing, but hold on, F-16.
They also have those the front cuts right there. So the cuts in front of the wings. That's because like instead of making a triangle like the Mirage, that's like a stability halfway point between going full triangle.
It's very interesting. It's a very interesting design.
No, go back. I want to see the computers. When was this made?
That
looks a lot like an
89 first flight.
Very F-16 type.
Yeah.
Controls.
Entered service in 92.
It's like an F-16, but it has the side joystick like an F-22.
Yeah.
Instead of
Taiwan initiated the program with the US when the US refused to sell them the F-20 and F-16. Following diplomatic pressures from China, Taiwan therefore developed this in response.
Look at the F-16 cockpit in comparison, the control deck.
Hold on. See if it gives me a cockpit shot. Here we go.
See?
Yeah, it really is.
Do you mean they're not the same plane?
They're exactly the same plane. My running theory at this point is America gave them schematics for the F-16 and said, don't make it identical. And then they changed the outside, gave it twin engines, and then kept everything else. That's what it looks like.
Anyway, the point that I wanted to make is that if China's fighters can overmatch F-16s, then it's important that China develop these.
Yeah.
If they only match F-16s, and we won't know, because air-to-air combat is not something that exists in the modern era, so it's not even worth discussing.
No.
It's
never going to happen.
We're getting so close to see F-16s face off against the Russian frames.
I know.
But it's not going to happen.
It is
we've
very
only
possible.
Seen Russian frames versus Russian frames.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we've seen F-16s face each other.
No, I don't imagine.
The closest you have is like the Iran's
F-14s, yeah.
Oh, well, I was going to say they're Phantom.
Sure.
But also that, like, the Iraq War, that's like, it's always been like MiG era.
Yes.
Versus the American F-16.
Yeah, it never was the F-15, was it?
Yeah, they like. So that's what I'm curious about. Is like, how does China's, planes match up to those Iraqi MiGs?
Yeah. So
like, you've seen the video, right, where it's the pilot in Iraq who like dodges 6 missiles.
No, I haven't seen that actually.
Put on the news story I sent you real quick, though.
The what?
I've sent you videos that are related to this.
Index leapt to close at a 3.
I just looked up Japan's Air Force, though. Japan
can definitely take them.
Japan is a fucking powerhouse. Like, you think Israel is good at this shit. Good lord. Japan has their own F-16 model called the F-2, made by Mitsubishi.
Yeah.
They have completely unique planes made by them domestically. Their F-15 is the F-15J, which is the Japanese
That's what I was saying.
made
the Japanese F-16 is literally designed for the role that would happen if they were helping Taiwan.
Yeah. And like Japan has the license to make F-15s and F-35s and F-16s. So, Japan's Air Force, people don't realize Japan might be a self-defense force. Their military spending is the 4th highest in the world, or something up there like that. They will fuck your shit up.
Like, Taiwan is close enough to their shores that they don't have to do kinetic action inside China.
Yeah.
Like, they could easily have like a justified defense, but
it would almost be a no-fly zone.
Really, the only way that this plane matters for China is if it can outmatch Taiwan, and it's in a scenario where it's only fighting Taiwan.
Mm-hmm. Which is never going to happen because Japan is inherently going to help Taiwan in the event of China invading Taiwan.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I just think that it's like the plane really has to be like, there has to be a reason to make it because if it's spending this much, I mean, how many do they actually have? They only produced the one?
Exactly.
But like spending this much on like a soft power push, just to be like, hey, look, we have stealth technology too. Now what? When like the actual enemies who have the intelligence won't fall for it, it's only something that like regular people and BRICS fans will.
It's more of a it's more of an informational warfare thing at this point, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's either got to be good enough,
or it's all propaganda.
But like it just doesn't make sense to me because there's so much better to spend your state propaganda money on.
Yes, I entirely agree.
Nobody fucking cares about this new plane except for plane nerds.
It is as I said, prove it. You want me to take you guys seriously? Stop fucking puffing your chest up and fucking prove it. Prove that this plane is what you say it is, and I'll believe you. But at this point, they've given me nothing to believe what they say.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. And you say mini carriers. I think it's just regular carrier. America has super. Everyone else has mini. I forgot what does Russia call their thing.
I don't know. A dreadnought, probably.
No, it's like an assault carrier or something. They're not carriers.
Don't know.
They're like. They can. I think they only use helicopters on them.
Oh, okay.
But they call their ships something else.
Not familiar with Russian military.
I'm going to military power.
Hey, that's on bets Beijing will accelerate its chip-making efforts after the US ordered Taiwan's TSMC to suspend shipments of advanced semiconductors to Chinese clients. Reuters reported...
I don't understand why Taiwan would be selling to China.
Yeah, I mean... What do you mean? They're the same country.
The chipmaker will halt shipments from Monday. Analysts said that while the move might lead to some short-term pain for Chinese firms, it could boost the domestic sector, specifically those companies involved in making chips for AI and graphic processing units. The CSI Semiconductor Index jumped more than 6% during trading on Monday to the...
It's going to be so funny when China releases their AI and it's just basically Siri from 3 years ago.
But I know that's not it either. They use like a specific word for something. I'll figure it out. Give me a second.
Highest since December 2021. Shares in SMIC, China's largest foundry and the country's main alternative to TSMC, rose more than 4%. Many rely on Taiwan-based TSMC, the world's leading contract chip maker whose clients include Apple, for production. And now it joins the list of other chip makers, including Nvidia and AMD, that have been barred by the US from selling to Chinese clients.
Good.
In response to these restrictions, Chinese firms and chip designers have in recent years sought to design their own advanced processors.
Good. Create competition. This is good.
5 where they're dominant and the areas that they're growing.
Right, so we looked with our Bloomberg Intelligence and Economics colleagues at 13 key technologies that are part of China's Made in China 25 initiative from about 10 years ago. The 5 areas where China is clearly leading as of this year would be drones, high-speed rail, EVs, as you were just discussing, solar panels, and graphene, so some advanced materials. Where they're competitive would be things like semiconductors, AI, machine tools.
Okay, I guess they're just talking about exports, not actual, quality, because it's Bloomberg.
LNG carriers, they have a big ship target, and drugs, like pharmaceuticals. Where they're really behind is commercial aircraft.
Interesting. Gerard, you just read out the sort of dream smorgasbord of Bloomberg technology stuff.
I mean, this has to be just economic, right? Because their EVs are dog shit, their rail is dog shit, their solar panels are fine. The drones, I understand. The drones make sense, right? There's a lot of Chinese drones that make sense that they would have better drone tech.
You know, solar panels are made out of lead.
Are they really?
Some.
Amazing.
I think one thing we reflect on in the show is that some of those key areas, right, semiconductors, even drones and EV.
Huh.
That's what they call them.
Cool name.
It's very policy focused. In other words, the government in China change their mind, but they're often willing to support those industries through finance or policy to make them successful.
He's leaving.
Indeed. I mean, industrial policy is a big part of it. China's new energy vehicle targets and plans go back to around 2009, so they predate Made in China 25. How they do this, it's hard to quantify, but there are a lot of
all
subsidies
Soviet-built aircraft carriers were built at the shipyard in Ukraine. Their classification as aircraft cruisers is very important for the purposes of international law, as it allows them to transit Turkish straits on their way to the Mediterranean Sea. Under the Montreux Convention, aircraft carriers heavier than 15 tons may not pass through the straits. However, there is no tonnage limit on capital ships operated by Black Sea powers. Turkey has always allowed Soviet and Russian aviation cruisers to transit the straits, and no other signatory of the convention has challenged the ship's classification.
Interesting.
So they're like helicopter ships.
Okay.
So they're helicopter carriers. I think.
So the Japanese F-15s updated their planes as well, so I guess they got the big boost too. That's cool.
It can carry. They're capable of operating conventional fixed-wing aircraft like the Su-33 and the MiG-29K. The ships have an angled flight deck as well as an axial flight deck for takeoff. Since there is no catapult, a bow ski jump is used to assist takeoff. The Kunstratov also carries the P-70 cruise missile that form the main armament of the battle cruisers.
Interesting.
There's state-backed credit, state-backed investment funds, government procurement, etc. But I think BYD is a good example. So the EV sector clearly benefited from Chinese industrial policy, but the industrial policy also didn't pick winners, so to speak.
Oh my god.
BYD was the one that rose to the top.
Kawasaki makes a Globemaster. I think it might be a C5, C17 maybe. Variant. Yeah, C17 variant, I think. That's cool. There are ongoing efforts to sell it overseas to New Zealand. Cool. Cool plane. Man, Japan's Air Force is sick.
In part because consumers are ultimately the ones deciding, and now it is a globally competitive firm.
Let's just talk about what this means for the US as well, because the US has been trying to prevent great strides in certain areas of technology. AI chips comes first to mind by limiting trade.
The Japanese Air Force has a Gulfstream 4.
Okay. So, by listening to this Bloomberg thing, the restriction on chips that Biden is implementing, it has nothing to do with the plane. It has everything to do with AI.
Right. Great.
Because China doesn't have ethics.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume that the American hegemony strategy is to make sure that they can't use like their style of development to catch up in this tech. Because America is obviously going to start putting restrictions in place.
Yeah. And once that domestic production of chips happens, if Trump doesn't kill the CHIPS Act, which he'd be fucking dumb to, then they really would have it. Kawasaki Heavy Industries. Japan is such a capitalist shithole.
Bro, I know.
What a fucking disaster. It's fucking great.
Power is crazy, so everyone thinks that it's just like this cool, fun anime country.
Yeah.
Trade from the US, but also from its allies.
What?
People fucking kill themselves constantly over jobs.
Yes. Yeah. Over just work. Yeah. It's crazy.
What does this do if China gets...
What?
Look at what they did to Kojima.
There anyway.
The U.S. measures, I mean, you're right, so tariffs are kind of more macro in terms of hitting many things. The export controls are very much focused on advanced semiconductors and things related to that, like artificial intelligence. The U.S. concern, as articulated by Jake Sullivan recently, is basically that they're afraid that China having an advanced lead in these things will have a military application, particularly for things like artificial intelligence. But there's also an economic side because these are the industries of the future. And from a competitiveness perspective, especially if you think China is benefiting from its own industrial policy, the U.S. thinks, you know, in a sense, it's, quote, unfair and that they don't want to be left behind.
Honestly,
Gerard, let's do semiconductor.
The U.S. has no business saying anything being fair. Shut up.
It's true.
Shut up. You literally manipulate and control fucking markets. What's not fair is you actually limiting China's tech. It's not fair. They're going to catch up, and then we won't be able to dominate as hard. That's not fair.
Breaking news now, state and territory leaders have...
To be fair, they do not participate in the global system, so why should they benefit? Like they want to be actively against the global system, then why should they benefit?
My issue is solely with the U.S. using the framing of fairness.
Oh, okay.
I don't actually care.
Okay.
What they do.
Yes.
Who they fuck over. Like, what am I supposed to do about it? You know?
Sure. Okay.
It's just how the system is. But like, to cry about fairness.
Yeah, no, the fairness argument is dumb. Literally just say what I just said. They want to be cunts. This is how cunts get treated. It's that serious. It's that simple. Ain't that serious.
America is like, that's like, here's an analogy. You're playing Oino, right? And you have one card left. And you say, Oino. And then they hit you with a draw 4, and you say they can't do that because it's not fair. No, I have to win. That's why you can't play the draw 4 on me.
Just emerged from a special National Cabinet meeting discussing the Prime Minister's proposal for a teenage social media ban. Today, Federal Politics reporter Liz Daniels is live for us. Liz, did the Premiers give the green light?
They did, Kate. National Cabinet has just endorsed this world-first plan.
Just being an asshole saying it wrong.
You gotta love every single state leader also agreed to ban kids from social media, which includes YouTube, by the way, and all of the educational content on YouTube. It counts. It counts as a social media. So kids are now being banned from educational content in Australia. This is going to allow...
Oh, wait. Suddenly, I like this policy. You mean to tell me there's no more iPad babies?
It's not that. It's under 16. So 16 and under, sorry.
Yeah, so no iPad babies.
Sure.
You can't give your baby the YouTube to watch Coco Melon.
You still can.
No, they're under 16.
Yeah, you just log in on a different account.
Nope. Illegal.
Uh-huh.
The government will come and beat you to death if you
they probably
give
will,
your baby
honestly.
that iPad.
The Australian government probably will. Probably would if they so felt so inclined. But this is going to allow, because obviously Labor is acting so moronic about everything. They're literally going to lose the election in a sweep to the Liberals and the United Australia Party, which is essentially just Trumpism injecting itself into Australia, which is very, very cool. And this is going to allow for the privatization of schools and the religious control over education. And what are you going to do about it? You're going to give your kid a YouTube account to go and educate themselves with actual fucking scientific content? Oh, you can't? Because under 16s are banned from social media? Pretty fucking cool!
This is
love this country.
And to ban
we call it
teenagers
pulling a Lieberman.
Under the age of 16 from being able to access social media. The Prime Minister called a snap meeting just days after the federal government agreed to its plan, and now that it has sign-off from premiers and chief ministers, legislation will be introduced to federal parliament in the next sitting fortnight in a bid to get it through before the end of the year. The
oh, look, they're trying to ram it through. Fuck yeah. Awesome. Very cool.
the age limit, but also put the onus on big tech companies to ensure compliance. TikTok and Snapchat have already referred to a statement rejecting that plan, arguing that it risks pushing teens into dangerous, unregulated places online. As for Meta, the parent company of Facebook, well, it wants parental approval and age verification to be done at an operating level. So they're talking about on the phone rather than on its apps or platforms. There was also some conjecture, the Prime Minister said, within the meeting this morning about what the age limit should actually be.
Is really good for as far as like legal protection for Facebook. Like, it's not our job to see if a 12-year-old is on there saying they're 16.
That's true. That's actually very true.
Like, if it needs to be a phone that is like locked out.
Yeah.
Which is what the like, if you're going to do this policy and be serious about it, that's what the Australian government should be doing, is that it's on the SIM card itself.
Yeah, through the actual ISP. Interesting.
Tasmania would have...
Which, honestly, that would be a lot easier to do because there's only two telcos, Telstra and Optus, really. But if I was one of these companies, I would tell the government to go fuck themselves, because it's because fuck you. The internet is a public right. Go fuck yourself.
I mean, they already do have age limits on some of these sites.
Sure, for
but
literal
it's really
babies.
not their job to enforce it.
Yeah,
like,
for literal.
They're not
babies.
out there hunting down minors.
No,
it has to be like reported.
Yes, it's still absurd to assert that the internet can't be accessed by teenagers who are in peak educational time of their life. Banning access to news and YouTube, which has educational content. This is a great way to push the country backwards and be anti-tech. Huh?
What about VR chat?
What about it?
Is that going to be banned?
Probably not.
Oh, so that's great. So now it's just going to be Minecraft and VR chat.
It's a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Great. What are they going to do?
Who knows? Yeah, maybe Zuckerberg is down there hunting down minors. Yeah, he's a chupacabra, actually.
Preferred the age of 14, but they didn't want to stand in the way of national uniformity.
This is about protecting people.
Did you just hear that? You remember how we've been talking about Labour and how they like to appease fascists because of unity? Because they like to save face? They're literally banning 16-year-olds instead of 14-year-olds because it would have taken too long.
No, they said we wanted to do unity. And I love how they slide that in there.
No.
Here we say bipartisan compromise.
Instead of
say unity. It's such a gaslighting way to say it.
The entire country is run by Labour. This is not bipartisan. This is party unity. This is party politics.
That's what I'm saying, though. Here, they'll say something like bipartisan, so it's like they negotiated. Over there, they're like unity.
No.
Like it's a
You're
misunderstanding. And it's like No, you're misunderstanding me. I'm trying to say it's such a gaslighting way to describe what's happening.
Have we all been paying attention to this cunt for the entire year? It's all he does.
All I'm trying to say.
It's
funny that he's saying it like that. Like, I understand the system's different. Yeah. I'm just offering a similar comparison.
No, I know.
You would never hear us say shit like that.
No, but what I'm saying is we can literally look back at the stories that we've covered about Labour and all the times that they've appeased idiots to maintain face through party unity because it's towing the party line. They literally kicked out a Muslim senator because of this. This is the same shit. The premier of the state.
But then she made that skibbity video, and I'm pro kicking her out. She's the reason why we shouldn't have people on social media. We should ban politicians from social media.
Instead of lowering the age to 14, which, look, 14, you can argue probably shouldn't be on social media. 16 is absurd. 14 is only just getting into like high school. So like, sure, you can make an argument there, but 16 is absurd. You're telling me that you are blocking people from finding knowledge themselves until the age of 16? And then they have 2 years until they're in work for the rest of their life and can no longer dedicate their entire time to learning shit? Are you kidding me? Like, fuck off.
It is about striking the right balance between those protections and privacy.
National cabinet meets. It was a cabinet. It's literally the head of Labour. It had nothing to do with
unity. Can we run back what she said right there? And
Tasmania,
how it's meaningless?
Would have preferred the age of 14. Tasmania.
No, I don't care about elbows.
No. Do you know the only state other than the entirety of the Australian mainland that is not Labor is Tasmania. Tasmania, the only state that is not run by Labor, suggested, hey, maybe we shouldn't do 16 years old. And they're like, ha, fuck you. How about we do what we want because we run the country, is basically what they said. That's basically what they've said here.
Would have preferred the age of 14, but they didn't want to stand in the way of national uniformity.
This is about protecting people.
It's even worse than I thought.
I told you, bro. The way he says it is so gaslighty.
Oh. I fucking hate this country. I need to get the fuck out of this country.
It is about striking the right balance between those protections and privacy.
Right there. Striking the right balance between privacy. You know when I hear stuff like that about the balance, I think of, one of the worst people in the foundations of America, Alexander Hamilton, and how he said that he's going to make it his goal to limit the power of people and find the balance between order and anarchy. As in, freedom's good when we have it, but not the peasants.
Yes.
Let's now worship him with a musical.
Yes, it is worldwide. There are some places that are fine. Like for the most part,
people don't understand what corruption is.
Yeah.
If it's done in the open, it's not corruption. That's not what corruption means.
It's just good business.
Yeah.
He says there will also be...
For example, people would say Nancy Pelosi is corrupt because she does insider trading. No, that is not corruption. So the thing is like a lot of times when people talk about corrupt politicians, what they actually are talking about is just the over-the-table money that they want to pull out.
Privacy protections in the laws for any data that does have to be handed over to verify ages, and also in response to concerns that have been raised by young people, there will be provisions to make sure that teenagers still have access to health services and in particular mental health support online. So Kate, just to recap.
No, don't worry about that. That doesn't matter. That's a social media. Ban them from that too. That doesn't matter. Get rid of it.
And then
breaking news.
Yes, that's even better. Yeah. Ban mental health services for children and open up gun ownership for under 18s. This is a perfect Labor idea. I like this. This is good. Labor should seriously consider this.
National Cabinet has just endorsed a ban for social media for teenagers under the age of 16.
Fucking absurd.
And we knew it was coming, but now we finally know the age. Australian children under 16 years old will be banned from social media under new legislation to be introduced by the federal government. Chloe Boris joins us now with the details from Parliament House. Chloe, this is a world first.
On how Australians feel about this, and not just any Australians, specifically like moms and dads.
Oh, literally.
And then
everybody
moms, dads,
hates
and teachers.
See, that is an interesting question, though. That is an interesting question. There has been no positive feedback for this at all, I have seen.
It is lucky. The Prime Minister says it's one for the mum.
Actually, we know what's good for you.
That's pretty much what it is, yes. That's pretty much how the Australian government works. That's why we are one of the most over-legislated, stuffy shit box fucking countries that you could ever imagine. Everything is fucking legislated. They literally... I'm not sure whether I spoke about this on stream, so there's been like 20 years of constant anti-smoking shit going on, right? You've got the ads on the boxes, taxing it to hell, so it's like $90 for a pack of smokes. Shit like that. Encouraging Nicorette and vaping and shit like that. Bans vapes. Every single vape shop is now fucking closed. You can't get mods, juice, or anything like that for the people who are using that to stop smoking. They still have a habit. Do you think they're going to go back to smoking, or do you think they're just going to stop? What do you reckon?
Help. I stopped smoking because of vapes.
They literally do help. So because the Australian government couldn't figure out a way to steal money from people to have them legal, they banned them and reverted that last 20 years of anti-smoking and just blew it the fuck up. It's done. There's no vape shops anymore. You can't get vapes. You can't get zero nicotine vapes anymore. You can't get anything. You can only get it through like black market sort of.
Zero nicotine vapes are like necessary because when you quit the nicotine, so like what I did is I would dial down my nicotine gradually. I did over like a year almost.
Yeah.
Right. And so it got to the point where my nicotine level was so low, but it was still habitual. Like anytime the game's loading, what am I supposed to do with my hands?
Yeah.
Right. So then you go to the zero. And then it's just about then breaking the habitual habit.
Literally, right? And all of these gone. So now people wanting to stop smoking, you can't. That last 20 years of don't smoke anymore, all those ads, all those the efforts and marketing and government pushes, all of it for nothing. Doesn't matter. Done, because everybody who stopped smoking and still vapes is now back to smoking. Pretty cool. Don't we love how a country completely ruled by a single party does shit that is just the dumbest fucking shit you've ever heard? It's almost like...
Just wait, I bet you another country ruled by a single party will be even dumber.
That's exactly what I was getting
to. Make you feel better.
Moms and dads, Anthony Albanese has today met with passionate campaigners, including the grieving parents of Charlotte O'Brien and Liv Evans, who both took their own lives. This group wanted the minimum age for social media to be set at 16, and the federal government has now finally confirmed.
Have you seen the RFK video about Cap and Crunch?
No. Of course it's something like this. This is what always fucking happens. It's always some family is irresponsible, wasn't watching their kids, fucking something happens, and then they whinge to the government to get the thing that they failed to watch for banned because they're fucking idiots. I fucking hate this country.
It's like the mother of the Columbine shooter saying she was a good mom when you can actually look into it and realize all that was lies.
Yeah.
Like she had a TED talk about how you're not going to know if your son's going to be a shooter. It could be your son. We were great parents. They
Like,
weren't.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
If your kid is
literally
distressed,
doing some Zombardo shit where you're
Hmm.
literally misleading people and making them worse.
yeah, and now kids in Australia are going to be categorically dumber because of it. Because they can't access further education through alternate sources.
Okay. The link
Very
the
cool.
link I'm sending you. You also didn't show the third link, which I was interested in. But the link that I just sent you, please put that in the Trump cabinet section.
Okay.
Save it in there. And then I wanted to check out, after this video, I wanted to check out that link from 734. Just to see. I've never seen reporting from there, so.
That will be the age when it introduces legislation sometime before year's end. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook and X will be included, possibly YouTube too. There'll be no exemptions for parental
Possibly
consent, but
YouTube.
users won't be punished for breaking the rules.
No exemptions.
Did they say Snapchat?
Yeah.
Where all the
There'll be
kids
no
post their
exemption-
little fucking preteen pussies?
For
People
parental
ask me
consent,
if I have Snapchat to this day, and I'm like, when Snapchat came out, I felt like I would be a pedophile if I had one. Of course I'm not using Snapchat. I am way too old to have grown up with it. Like, the only time people were using Snapchat when it came out, when and how old I was at the time, was to be underage and send nudes.
2011. I literally the end of my high school is when it came out. I've used it since it came out. I still use it to talk to a core group of my friends.
There
You
go.
can't
You're that, but I'm saying
you literally can't generalize like that. Yes, that is
that's
an
where my
avenue.
age barrier is though.
Yeah.
That's the generation under me
Mm.
is the Snapchat generation.
Yeah. And then I think most people
I'm
these
the
days don't use it.
MySpace generation.
See, I was right on the cusp. I had both of them.
MySpace and Facebook.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like one of the first people to get a Facebook.
I miss
much.
MySpace.
Cool.
MySpace was cool. Bring back MySpace. Let me customize a web page and put music shit on it and have that's fucking peak social media.
but users won't be punished for breaking the rules. The onus will be on the social media giants to prevent kids from signing up. Whether that actually...
Why even bother? Do you see what I'm talking about with fucking over legislation? It's unenforced and fucking dumb. But now people are going to be impacted
this is some
by
Alexander Hamilton shit.
This is fucking stupid.
happens, though, remains to be seen.
And this one's for the mums and dads. Social media is doing harm to our kids, and I'm calling time on it.
Shut up, Aldo.
Shut the fuck up, you lispy little fuckwit.
A national
Fuck off to your $30 million home on the fucking Central Coast, you posh cunt. Get fucked. I fucking
Notice that
hate
Jack
this
is
guy.
mad, and this doesn't affect him at all because he cares
No.
about other people.
It's like, why? Why are you doing this? There's no fucking reason to do this. Like, they literally just explained that it's not going to be enforced. You can't be punished for it. So why even put it in place?
Fun.
This is not what government is meant to do. But this is all the Australian government does. Every single piece of legislation is irrelevant or harmful.
So I
Every
assume
single one.
Jordy's defends this?
And this is the party that Jordan Shanks, friendly
But
Geordies.
has he made a video
defends
about
and
why this
pushes.
is good yet?
I doubt it. Funnily enough, since Labor took over, very little political content. I wonder why.
Yeah, just like how, like I said, Trump came back and I said, it's all back. Young Turks are good again.
Cabinet meeting has been called for tomorrow so the PM can brief state premiers. The laws would come into force 12 months after passing federal parliament.
Fucking insane.
Escalation in the U.S.-China trade war, the U.S. Commerce Department has asked TSMC to stop supplying 7-nanometer chips to customers in China, according to a Reuters.
Like my biggest gripe is like social media is so core for news gathering these days and educational content, specifically with YouTube. If this includes YouTube, this will be one of the biggest, most harmful things that will have ever been placed on kids in the modern age. This will genuinely harm people. What?
What? You mean like put the description in?
What are you talking about?
I'm reading chat.
Wait. That's funny.
Reuters report. The policy takes effect on Monday. Responding to reporters, TSMC said it would comply with all laws and regulations. Meanwhile, Financial Times has reported that Dutch chipmaker ASML, Japan's Tokyo Electron, and American companies Applied Materials and Lam Research have also been asked to provide lists of their Chinese customers to U.S. authorities.
Okay.
MySpace was great because you could just fucking change the HTML code.
Yes.
Like I started learning how to code. And then Facebook and all these other fucking YouTube used to be like that too. You used to do custom YouTubes.
Yeah.
You know
Sorry, go on.
That was it. They just took it all away.
Yeah. It's gone.
No variety allowed.
Huh?
No variety is allowed.
Yes. It must be uniform.
What you doing?
So, fuck. There you go.
The Prime Minister's ban on social media for under-16s could be passing the legislation in the Parliament within the next fortnight. Trudy McIntosh is live in the studio. You've got some breaking news on this front.
Well, Kieran, Sky News can reveal that the opposition has now promised to pass this social media ban for under-16.
All right, we're fucked. Do you see what I mean when I say the Australian government is a class of its own, meanwhile everybody else lives here? That's because they make these fucking rules and they're all buddies and they all get drunk and vote on legislation in the fucking parliament all by themselves, and then they have their little party in their fucking swampy ditch called Canberra, and then all of us face the repercussions for these fuckwits who get $200,000 a year to get hammered and pass legislation for us. It's pretty fucking cool being dictated to by a democracy. Pretty fucking cool. I actually fucking hate this country so much.
When Parliament returns, we've got a week off now.
Like, even if the Liberals were in power, they're going to pass it anyway. Right? They've said that there's going to be no barrier, no discussion, no contrast at all for this bill. Nothing. Just pass it as it is. Make sure you get in before the Christmas break, though. Can't have it go over the Christmas break. You need your breaks, hardworking politician. Fuckwits. You know, when I say that people get drunk and vote on legislation, I'm not lying. Look it up.
Thank you, President. And my question is directed to the Minister representing the Premier. The federal government recently announced a social media ban for children under 16, which effectively overrides the rights of parents to be able to make these decisions. It was also reported recently that at National Cabinet...
This guy is a libertarian, by the way.
The premiers from each state agreed to some sort of plan. My question for the Premier is, what exactly was agreed to on behalf of Victoria?
Minister?
Thank you, President. I thank Mr Limbrick for his question. To my knowledge, most of that is public already, but I'm sure that the Premier will be more than happy to provide you with a response to the specifics.
Mr Limbrick, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr President, and I thank the attorney for passing that on. My supplementary is...
It's the formalities of this are awful.
I know, right?
It's just dog shit.
There's an organisation in Victoria...
Huh?
It makes me wish it was Irish, where they have the formalities,
Yes.
but nobody obeys them. That's what makes Irish politics interesting.
Attorney for passing that on. My supplementary
And
is...
Ireland is like one of the most insignificant countries as well,
Yeah.
so like nobody pays attention to it.
There's an organisation in Victoria, 6 News Australia, that was founded in this state. To my mind, in my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
Yeah, News Baby.
This news outlet also happens to be run by teenagers, many of them under 16. If this law was in effect, effectively this organisation could never...
As a, hey, how will this news baby exist?
Yep. And you know what? All for it.
Oh, and this is actually News Baby's channel.
Yes.
Promoting this. Good
Yeah.
for them.
have existed, and it would effectively be shut down. My question to the Premier is, what will the Premier do to ensure that 6 News can continue operations?
Minister.
Thank you, President.
By the way, they said no exceptions. Literally said no exceptions, even with parental consent. No exceptions.
So
I will
do you
pass,
if you let your kid on social media, are they going to say you're doing child abuse?
Probably.
Mr. Limbrick's supplementary onto the Premier.
Great. Awesome. No answer. Fucking love that. How about you just say, there will be no impact. We will withdraw our support for the bill. It's pretty simple. Because clearly the bill is fucking dog shit. Okay. Enough of this. More Australasian fucking parliamentary content. Do we love this? Are we here for this? This one I'm actually excited to talk about, though. And I'm hoping our resident Kiwi is here.
E ono ngā poti e whakahe.
Bro, this dude's face. Oh my god.
They're all going. Hell yeah.
The House is suspended until the ringing of the bells. The gallery is to be cleared.
For our position and why we don't support it is very clear. You know, treaty issues are complex. They've been negotiated, debated, discussed over 184 years.
Hold on a second. What is it? Waitangi.
Is suspended until the ringing of the bells. The gallery is to be cleared.
For our position and why we don't support it is very clear. You know, treaty issues are complex. They've been negotiated, debated, discussed over 184 years. It's simplistic to assume that you can, through the stroke of a pen, resolve all of that. I think our approach is better. Take it issue by issue, hard issues. There'll be lots of views on each of those individuals, case by case, as we have done and continue to do. But more importantly, work with Maori to deliver better outcomes.
Huh?
They said better than US slop, and I said no, nothing beats our slop.
What is this red, black, and white flag?
I want you a local district.
It's the Maori flag. No shit.
Okay. I was assuming it was, but I assumed it must not be because Jack would know what the Maori flag is.
Sick. Because I saw that in their suggestions. I saw that in their suggestions for the national flag of New Zealand when they did their little competition thing to change the flag. I agree. Make that the flag. That's a cool flag.
No ngā poti e whakahe.
Is to be cleared.
She's accusing the Debbie Ngarewa Packer is a Maori party
when
and
she starts.
The
guy's face is like Jimmy Fallon interviewing
No ngā poti.
the Costco guys when she starts doing it. Did you see Jimmy Fallon and the Costco guys?
Yeah.
How miserable he was?
Mm.
And I was watching, it was like, God, what is the name of the channel? I don't know if they're both black, but they're like, they're not white, the two guys, but it's like they did a video on it, and they're just talking about it. It's like, I think people just don't realize, because they don't watch Jimmy Fallon, this is how he always is. He is just miserable. He is on autopilot.
That's pretty funny. Is New Zealand better than Australia? Well, considering that New Zealand has a treaty with their Indigenous people and the language is kind of integrated into the English, yes. There is no treaty with the Indigenous people in Australia.
The gallery is to be cleared.
Well, Debbie Ngarewa Packer is a Maori Party MP who took part in that haka. She's accusing the ACT Party leader David Seymour of trying to erase Maoris from New Zealand's history.
I think our real concerns are the fact that there are only two parties to the treaty. One was the Crown.
Was she the one that started it? She's got the tattoo. That's cool.
Uh-huh. I think so.
And the other were the chiefs of the Hapu and the Iwi. So our biggest fears is that this is a Trojan horse. This is David Seymour's way of trying to rewrite the treaty and most significantly replace the Indigenous peoples of Aotearoa.
It's not.
And homogenise us.
She tore it in half! That's fucking awesome.
and have us all as one. Now, the fundamental problem here is that, of course, all citizens of Aotearoa are equal and should be equally to live as tangata whenua, as the Indigenous peoples. That is enshrined in the treaty and is also the constitutional foundation of everything here in Aotearoa. So that's our concerns, is that we're being...
If you were wondering what she said there, that's the Maori name for New Zealand.
Written out of the history of Aotearoa and the future of Aotearoa.
Well, Debbie, David Seymour says that you end up with some government departments that have two chief executives, one representing each treaty partner, and that you end up with a education curriculum where honouring the treaty becomes almost more important than maths. What do you make of that?
Look, I don't think there are inefficiencies. What we have is again, an attempt by a very...
So, what the BBC says is that the opposition party...
Oh, the Crown News!
MP, look, it's the only one that really had anything on it. I'll keep looking. I'm seeing what the BBC says. The haka was done in response to asking whether her party supported the bill, which faced the first vote on Thursday. At the same time, a peaceful protest marches, which what we probably saw just before, of a Maori rights group is continuing to make its way towards the capital. Thousands have already joined the 10-day march against the bill, which reached Auckland on Wednesday, having begun in far north of New Zealand on Monday. The country is often considered a leader in Indigenous rights, which is exactly what I said. But the opponents of the bill fear those rights put at risk. You know what? Knowing what I know about New Zealand, I say touching any of these treaty rights should be stayed the fuck away from. What if the Indigenous people are protesting this? I'm going to side with them. I'm going to heed their warning and say that they are the ones that we should be listening to, considering the history and the current political standing of the world. I think I'm going to side with these people.
Minor party, it really got 8% to write out and wipe out the existence of Indigenous people being here before settlements, before colonisation. And Indigenous people do maths. We navigated all around the world. We did science. We were extremely progressive and economically. And again, this is about embracing who we are and making this a continued part of not only the education system, the health system. We have huge inequities in Aotearoa, fundamental inequities because of the fact that we had laws put in to be able to confiscate land, displace people, confiscate languages, all the sorts of things that we see around the world have happened to other Indigenous peoples. The difference in New Zealand, though, is that we've had the treaty, which has been used to address these inequities, used to...
I'm pretty sure, and this could be mythologized, it could be romanticized, it could be wrong. But as far as I'm aware, which I'm not very aware, the treaties only came into existence because they fought the British and kind of got to a stalemate. They actually fought back. Unlike in Australia where because the culture was so isolated for so long, they had such a little defense against what was coming, they really had no idea what was going to happen. So, but I think these guys are closely related to most of the Pacific Islanders, up to Hawaii, I believe.
Yeah,
somewhat connected. And they are seafaring and have like the culture just works. They are aware of the world where Australia's indigenous population was isolated. There's a big difference, and I think that really does make the change. But fact check me on why the treaty exists, but I'm pretty sure it's because they actually fought back and they actually said, "Nah, fuck yourself."
Remind of the breaches and address again the horrific past that we have. I come from Parihaka, where there was absolute atrocities that happened to people who are passively resisting. So these are a critical part of Aotearoa's history. We were the last of the nations to be colonised, and David Seymour's attempt is to effectively wipe that out. And
so the Treaty of Waitangi is a treaty promised to protect Maori culture and enable Maoris to live in New Zealand as Maori. And they are trying to, and from what the BBC says, the bill is looking to, hold on, there's three things. Let me find it. 1 second. The proposed bill has 3 principles. The New Zealand government has the right to govern all New Zealanders. The New Zealand government will honour all New Zealanders in chieftainship of their land and all property, and that all New Zealanders are equal under the law with the same rights and duties. They are literally erasing Maori culture from this treaty. I firmly solidify my position in what I said before with my initial my initial inclination. I side with the Maori people. They are clearly correct on this topic. They would not be protesting otherwise. Like my experience, I don't know if you've had the same thing, but generally Indigenous people don't speak up unless something's actually happening.
Yeah, this just reminded me of like in Pakistan when they made like FATA integrated.
Mm-hmm.
When, on the surface, when I heard about it, I was like, "Oh, that sounds fucked up," because they're getting rid of their autonomy.
Yeah.
But the thing is that they never had autonomy. It was an apartheid system.
Yes.
So it was actually a good thing. So that's the difference. It's like when the Maori are not experiencing the Maori are not experiencing an apartheid system.
No, this treaty prevents it.
So an equal rights thing is actually taking away things.
Mm-hmm.
If it's an apartheid system among the Indigenous, an equal rights thing will often elevate their rights and give them more.
More what?
Just more of what they want in general. It
Representation.
just gives them more.
Mm.
It's instead of less.
The ground and buildings where the treaties are signed. So when was the treaty signed? Today, the Treaty of Waitangi is widely accepted as the constitutional document that establishes the guides and relationship between the Crown in New Zealand, embodied by the government and the Maori. Around this time, there are 125,000 Maori and 2,000 settlers in New Zealand. Sealers and whalers were the first European settlers, followed by missionaries. Merchants also arrived to trade natural resources such as flax and timber from Maori in exchange for clothing, guns, and other products. As more immigrants settled, I'm just going to share this. New Zealand, permanently in New Zealand, they were always fair in their dealings with the Maoris over land. A number of the chiefs sought protection from the King of England and recognition of their special trade and missionary contacts with Britain. They feared a takeover by nations like France and wanted to stop the lawlessness of the British people in their country. As British settlement in New Zealand increased, the British government decided to negotiate a formal agreement with the Maori chiefs to become a British colony. There you go. So it wasn't so much fighting as it was the Maoris wanted protection from other countries, therefore made it a British colony. That's fucking interesting.
Well, look at the United States protectorates and colonies today. That's the whole reason.
Yeah. That's very interesting. A treaty was drawn up in England and then translated into Maori. The Treaty of Waitangi was signed on February 6th, 1840 at Waitangi Bay, Waitangi in the Bay of Islands. 43 Northland chiefs signed the treaty on that day. Over 500 Maori chiefs signed it as it was taken around the country during the next 8 months. Don't fucking touch it.
You know how listen, like a word like positive suffering doesn't make much sense, right? So when I say this is an example of positive colonialism, it's still suffering. It's still colonialism, I don't want to be misconstrued saying colonialism is good and suffering is good. But if all colonialism happened more like this, the world would be a much better place.
Yes, it would.
I think actually the thing is that it was so late. 1840 is pretty late.
It is very late, yeah.
But so I think a lot of people recognized how atrocious certain things were. I mean, that's why Europe banned slavery so fast.
Yes.
Because they didn't actually need it and build an economy over it, where they would ignore how bad it is through cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
But the thing is, in America, for most of the early settlement period, a couple of decades, maybe actually 100 years of settlement, there was no overmatch. In fact, it's actually the Dutch trading that was causing overmatches among tribes because they would trade the furs for the guns. And the trade actually, for the West Coast, this happened too. The trade actually decimated populations of animals here. It was massive environmental damage just introducing guns into the trade system. Because then people went out and they needed more guns for more power. So they did ecological disasters. So that's why the stereotype with the crying Indian, because there's litter on the ground.
Yes.
They're human beings, bro. They're not magical people. That's my issue. Is indigenous culture needs to be protected, not fetishized.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I was waiting to say is look at what has been preserved of the Maori culture through this, and look at how much Aboriginal culture is gone because of how the British did their colonialism in Australia. Gone. Just gone. never to be
So,
done again.
I think
Still,
there just
they
wasn't
destroyed.
the same opportunities when it came to, especially post. When I say post-colonialism, I'm talking about American independence and Canadian Commonwealth.
Yeah.
You know, the post-colonial period, as in this period, 1800s. That's when the real horrific genocides start here.
Yeah.
So the thing is that if there wasn't such a dominance over because like there was no like for 100 years there was no way the colonialists would be able to face natives and do genocides.
No.
Like there was ethnic massacres and things like that, but they didn't have the force. Like you needed the smallpox to eradicate the population to the degree that it did. So the thing is that there may have been a scenario where this type of settlement would have happened and it would have been a more positive colonial thing. But because there was such a power imbalance for so long,
yeah,
and then it suddenly shifted the other way, it just ended catastrophically.
Yeah.
And it's not like, that's the thing. It's like there's not actual lessons to be learned in the American settlement because the main cause of it was smallpox. We already know that lesson, you know? There's not as much historical analysis you can do because without the smallpox and the missionaries.
Yeah.
And
What
that's
is that?
one of the things is like the Elseworld alternate universes, right? Would America be strong enough to stop Hitler?
In what?
Without the colonialism and genocide and taking over the entire country. Let's just say they stayed 13 colonies.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
And then would the other Americans, you know, the indigenous people, would they step up to stop Hitler in Europe?
That's a good question.
It would be an entire different dynamic because America is just isolated. And I mean all of North America, including Mexico. Yeah. Like it's just isolated. It would be more like, you know, like Asia, how there's like Asia, Africa, and like there's all these different like ethnicities across the region, especially Asia, right? There's no like unity, like how Europe has, you know. There's like a South Asian conference and stuff like that, or a Southeast Asian conference, you know. There's stuff like that, but there's no like African Union or European Union. Like there's a lot of unity in Africa. There's specific countries that don't like each other, like Rwanda, Congo. But there's still a lot of continental unity. So that's what I'm curious about, is like what would happen. And also the face of liberalism. Like, would liberalism be as dominant as compared to confederalism?
Maybe not. I feel like with more indigenous representation, confederal systems might be a bit more.
The thing is, when it comes to Europe, America didn't matter. It's France.
Yeah.
There's no liberalism without the French Revolution.
True.
But then also the French Revolution would have still taken place, because I'm saying is if there's 13 colonies and there was no like...
Yeah, history would have been the same
genocide.
up until then. Yeah.
It would be the same, but without the smallpox.
Yeah, yeah.
So...
No indigenous peoples here.
Yes.
And therefore the treaty.
Yes, now politically though, the Principles Bill is due for a second reading, but the National Party and New Zealand First will vote it down, meaning whatever happens, a referendum is unlikely to take place. So why are there specific concerns about that?
I think the specific concerns are that we should never have been traded and utilised to be able to form a coalition agreement. And, you know, we heard today National, absolutely, because there's such a lot of, backlash, National's own voters have been polling poorly. their own voters are disgusted that they're allowing this division in Aotearoa. We all respect we have different political views.
Excellent. That's great to hear.
But
I'm glad that they're actually going after the party instead of dividing and blaming each other when they, like the Libs do here.
Even conservative voters in Aotearoa are concerned with the division. They're concerned with a very minor party, like I said, 8%, being able to tell the bigger parties in New Zealand what to do. So I think
it must be nice having only 8% conservative.
Taxpayers' money when we're dealing with the climate crisis, a cost of living crisis. The fact that we've got more New Zealanders continuously going over to Australia is a real kick in the guts. We should be working together in unity to address the issues that we have as Aotearoa. Instead, we're back in, gone back 180 years. And I think the biggest thing that we have to say
she said New Zealanders
is either
the white people.
Yes, but refers to but doesn't refer to the country as New Zealand.
Yeah, that is actually pretty interesting.
The Crown or Maori chiefs asked David Seymour to intervene on our behalf and tinker with the treaty. No one. He has absolutely no mandate to do that on any of our behalves.
And are you also concerned about a
Jesus Christ, they literally only have 11 of 123 seats, the party.
The Conservatives or the Maori?
The Conservatives. Fuck these guys. Fuck this bill. This needs to be taken the fuck out. This is a joke.
Oh, I thought it was the Libs that were putting it in, though.
They are part of the coalition, the 6th National Coalition government. It's between New Zealand First, ACT New Zealand, and the National New Zealand Party. It was the only way they were able to get a majority. New Zealand First is...
that's right. They hated Jacinda, so they united around it.
Yeah. New Zealand First is probably, I would imagine, a nativist party, but... Maori started this?
Bro, yesterday when I was streaming,
this
guy came in, and he was like, just said a bunch of shit, and then was like, MAGA. Like, okay, like, do you think you're, like, it's like they're like Roman salute, like it's gonna trigger us because you said MAGA.
It's so weird. They're
like,
so weird.
Okay. It'd be like if somebody was like, Semper Fi. Great. Wow, great.
New Zealand First is a right-wing populist, uses right-wing populist rhetoric, so you can kind of picture who they are. Right-wing populism, nationalism, social conservatism is what it says.
Possible citizen-initiated referendum as suggested by the former National Party leader Don Brash.
I think Don Brash is well known. I think you've got some pretty polarised politicians like him in Australia as well, and you're always going to have the Don Brashes in the world. I think the deepest, biggest frustration is that this has become and given airtime. And if I can just quickly describe the cycle of elections in New Zealand. The election campaigning season starts the second half of next year. This goes on for until
the guy sitting next to her.
So it is
go back. You got to see his face now. Look at him.
This goes on for until the second half of next year.
Which one?
The guy next to her. Go back to when she starts. Watch his face expression change.
So of elections in New Zealand. The election campaigning season starts the second half of next year. This goes on until the second half of next year. So it is part and parcel of an ongoing campaign strategy to prepare them for the elections. And, sadly...
So these guys, so from what I'm reading, these guys are the Maori specific party. They are the Maori representation in government. Their main rivals are the Labour Party within the Maori majority areas of...
Are they mandated to have representation?
That I don't think.
And by that I mean as simple as they have a district that's majority Maori.
It does not look like it, but they're only a six out of the 123. So they definitely are a minority.
But are they elected popularly? Like, how does their system work? Is it districts? Popular votes? and then you just get assigned seats based on how many points your party
I
gets in
imagine
national
it's very
polls.
similar to Australia, where it's like, what do they call them? Electorates, maybe. Well, give me a second.
Blocks?
No, it's none of those words. Electoral division. So they're called
'Cause, like,
divisions.
I'm big on like, well, maybe not so much at a national scale. In theory, I'm for this, but here there needs to be a representative council for the indigenous people.
Well, that's, I think, what they wanted to do with the voice to parliament thing here.
Mm-hmm.
And
But
that
the thing
got
is that
widely
because
voted down.
they're autonomous nations, they don't have it. But yet they still, it's like their roads depend on us, their currency depends on us.
Mm.
So there's still things that make them more of a vassal state. Which is fine to be a vassal state and a protectorate. You don't need your own currency or anything.
Yeah.
But I strongly feel there should be even like a DC type thing, how they don't actually get a vote, but they have a representative.
Mm-hmm.
Like that needs to be happening more in places like New York.
Again, like I said, we are a really great country and we have a lot of fabulous relationships.
The thing is that
Maori,
where the people live and where the reservations are is where the fucking hick racist people in America are. So they will never go for it because they'll be like, why should they get representation?
Yeah, exactly. And that's
such
exactly
a little percent of the population.
That's exactly what responses to the tweet on the main page have been saying. All the fucking like, because I retweeted it from the ACT page, like the ACT party page. So of course I'm getting the backlash from fucking all the fascists that follow that guy, the page, right? Literally had some dude with a Swedish flag.
Yeah, I
right?
saw. And he was like, yes, I am a Nazi.
And then posted a dude with these flags in his bio.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. You showed me a fascist. Great. I don't care.
Which is weird because British and Catholicism don't mix. Like, why do you have the Vatican flag and the British flag?
The
That
ACT
makes no
New
sense.
Zealand party literally said, here's what the Maori party thinks of equal rights and democracy. So we know that that's not what's happening here. We figured that out. So that's pretty simple. The one dude was like, they don't want to give up their racial privileges. So I posted this in response.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's appropriate. Well, there's another one. The guy with the Swedish flag just goes, they hate white people. That's what it boils down to. And I'm like, want to back that up with some proof? Nothing. I got nothing. And that's when he sent me the guy with the Catholic and British flag, who is a history YouTuber.
I love it when Nazis try to say that they're actually the victim and that's why they're Nazis.
Yeah, it's great.
If you weren't a Nazi, you wouldn't feel like this.
I didn't even see the response where he said, yeah, I'm a fascist. Jesus Christ.
I thought he said he was a Nazi.
No, he said he's a fascist. I'm like, oof, I didn't even see that. Jesus Christ. At least they're honest. And dude,
Yeah.
I'm so sick of fascists.
That's what I asked for. Just say it with your chest.
Just admit it. Yeah. Just own it.
You clearly aren't going to change. You clearly don't care that you're fascist.
Mm-hmm.
So why are you denying that you are?
Why are you scared of the word? Just own it.
Like, think about it. Think about it. How much of the argument Nazis cede by then getting into the what is a Nazi? You're now not even defending your points.
Yeah, exactly. It's spineless. They are cowards, and this is why you
Exactly.
should not be a fascist, because fascists are cowards. In every instance,
And if you're going
they
to be
are
a
cowards.
fascist, at least stand up for it and say, I am a fascist.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't clip that.
And non-Māori. And we do a lot of fabulous work together. You can see that even offshore. And sadly, what we've got is politicians using their clout and their influence to divide Aotearoa at a time when we really need to be focused on solutions.
Now, the Maori language in the public service has been wound back and the Maori Health Authority has been abolished. Debbie, what's been the impacts of that?
You know, I think this is probably the saddest part, and we've had a lot of international media really shocked that this is New Zealand in 2024. The impact has meant that the last 50, 60 years of incremental progress to address the inequities. We have the worst educational stats, prison stats, health stats. Māori die 8 to 9 years earlier than non-Māori, and unfortunately, the solutions that have come up are now being completely banned. So it is a kick in the guts for those who are trying to get everyone back to a equitable living, an inequitable living in Aotearoa.
Perfect.
You cannot live equally.
Great
There's
clip.
inequities. So, we have a champion from David Seymour speaking from the top of the echelons, from a very privileged, very affluential, high socioeconomic perspective to Māori who are suffering economically and suffering socially. So, that's the crossroads, is that, again, like I say, we could be and should be spending this energy, the investment from taxpayers on something that isn't going to get kicked out of the House in the second reading. So when you sort of said to me, why does this matter when you know it's going to get kicked out? The reality is that it's also sadly as in the backdrop of an agenda where this coalition government has decided to, as you said, to ban, to dismantle
Oh my God.
every policy.
I realized what the guy looks like. I'm like seeing the chin, right? And his face. And I'm like, is it like Boss Nass? Like, what is the chin going on there?
About?
The guy who rolls his eyes.
That has started to try and claw back those disparities.
And what can you tell us about the sort of the non-Maori public's perception of what's going on here? What do they believe to be right?
Yeah, so I guess the reality is, so we have been at the Hikoi most of the time from the beginning of the top of the North Island. There are just as many non-Maori, Pākehā, Pacifica, Asians who have been walking with Maori. We have had absolute overwhelmed by the support of non-Maori who really just want to get on and continue to grow this fabulous country for our grandchildren.
Okay, Debbie Ngarewa Paka, thanks very much for your time.
Anytime. Thank you.
Am I right? Jack, what do you think?
Yes.
Can we get a side by side? Go back to him rolling his eyes.
For fuck's sake.
It's funny. You'll see it in this one. If it's another video, you don't need to go to a next video. They'll definitely show it start and with his reaction. And then once it comes up, I'll go click and I'll put this on right when we see him.
That's awesome.
Go ahead, hit play. Just hit play from here. It'll show up.
Oh. There.
Oh, there he is already. Bro, literally.
Same thing. Yeah. Same.
I couldn't put my finger on it. I was
That's
like,
very
who does
funny.
he look like?
That's awesome. That's very funny.
The vote with a haka. It's now just past
Chat
its
has
first
no
reading.
idea.
This followed fiery and emotional scenes as politicians debated the bill for the first time. An MP even got kicked out while the labels liar, disgrace and KKK were hurled at the ACT Party. We begin tonight with senior political editor Benedict Collins.
Parliament boiling over with rage. The Speaker taking drastic action.
The House is suspended until the ringing of the bells.
But pressure has been building all afternoon as the government's treaty principles bill came before the House.
The bill does not extinguish any right, it does not take from anyone, it reinforces the rights of the treaty as universal.
David Seymour says the current approach to treaty principles isn't working.
What all of these principles have in common is that they afford Maori different rights from other New Zealanders.
3 different sizes glasses of water.
Holy shit. Do you hear what he just said?
No, because I was looking at the water.
Is universal.
David Seymour says the current approach to treaty principles isn't working.
What all of these principles have in common is that they afford Maori different rights from other New Zealanders.
Yeah, guess what, cunt? It's their country. You're living there because they asked you to be their representative there. You only exist in this country out of the graces of their heart. This is what we've figured out. That the treaty was initiated by the Maoris. So why the fuck are you, the representation of the Crown in New Zealand, telling them that they can't have this treaty that they initiated? Don't touch it. Literally a landmark piece of legislation, probably unlike anything in the world, I would imagine. And it's still got shit on. And it's still getting shit on. And they were still mistreated by the colonial empire. Even when they were asked, they still mistreated them. Fuck you.
But the rebuttal came fast and furious.
Shame, shame on you, David Seymour. Ngāti Rehia will be ashamed that one of their sons has come up with a political stunt that looks to divide the nation. How dare you, David Seymour? You should be ashamed of yourself, and you are a liar.
Apologise for that last statement.
No, I can't do that.
Going to have to ask the member to withdraw himself from the House for the rest of the afternoon.
Willie Jackson sin-binned, but unapologetic.
I think he's a disgrace.
He got sunburned.
Back inside, the temperature was rising.
Are you here to hold on to power at any cost, or are you here to do the right thing?
ACT are seen to be pulling the strings and running the country, like the KKK with a swipe card to the beehive.
The vote, the final straw.
Oh!
Like the KKK with a swipe card to the beehive.
Hell yeah! Whole face is tattered. I've never
Well, I think the women do the chin and the men do the full face. But I'm not very knowledgeable on Maori culture.
I'll have to ask Tanya.
No, because there's I think that's a guy who only has the chin too. It could be a woman. You never know.
I'm pretty sure it's a woman.
The vote.
Well, I was
the
saying
final straw.
he was a guy earlier when I was laughing at how happy he was.
That's why I was confused, because I'm pretty sure it's a woman.
8 votes in favour.
Sparking the
It's because I'm racist.
To Party Maori, unrepentant.
This is all that I know, is to be Maori, and we didn't get the opportunity to
She's
challenge
young.
the bill as much as we...
She's fucking young. Should write it. We should try and get her on the show.
Be a baddie.
That's a long ass name. All right. Actually, I'll just type it into the Discord.
Yeah, she got a white husband.
Stop it.
How else do you get Clark as your last name?
No, it's true.
That's a white name.
Where we here?
Clark.
Could be mixed. Mixed family.
Yeah, well, it's cool because it's like I want to see how all their names are, because it would be cool if it's like 2 names but it's hyphened. Each is hyphened.
Yeah, but she's an MP. We could totally get her for a show.
is to be Maori, and we didn't get the opportunity to challenge the bill as much as we would have liked to.
You can't have very good arguments if you have to do that. If you've got a good argument and you can persuade people,
what?
you don't need to get up in their face. I think particularly making gun gestures and saying kino, that's the kind of people we're dealing with.
Throughout it all, the Prime Minister...
Wow. That's like, that was almost as bad as Albo's "don't make a Muslim party" statement. That was almost as bad. That was bad.
Dude, that shit blew me
It will
away.
continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything
I
else.
do still have it.
I thought I was hearing a subscribe. I was like, wow, I finally heard one. We got a subscriber.
No, I was curious whether I still had the soundbite there. Because I'm like, oh, it's New Zealand. It's a perfect opportunity.
Minister was absent, heading overseas. It didn't go unnoticed.
Because these are cowardly behaviour. There's absolutely no balls.
What gestures and saying kino, that's the kind of people we're dealing with.
Throughout it all, the Prime Minister was absent.
Wow. Okay.
Heading overseas. It didn't go unnoticed.
Because these are cowardly behaviour. There's absolutely no balls.
What do you say to people who think
she's no balls?
it's a bit cowardly that you're not here for the first reading today?
Look, APEC has been locked into the calendar. It's a really important event for New Zealand.
But with the hikoi on its way to Parliament, the Prime Minister will have plenty more music to face.
There's a lot of people.
Suspended by the House, Benedict. What happens now to Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark?
Well, that's right. For kicking off that haka earlier on today, she has been suspended by the House, and she's also been disciplined by the Speaker, Jerry Brownlee, who said her behaviour amounted to misconduct, and he thought it was appallingly disrespectful. The Speaker's office told us she will also have her pay docked as part of that suspension.
Sure.
But judging from her reaction and my track
the decorum is disrespectful, which is what makes it based.
Exactly, because it's exactly the same as what's her face? Forgetting her name.
Skibbity toilet?
Payman. Same as Payman crossing the floor against Labour.
For me, she'll be Skibbity toilet from now on.
It's the same. It's the same as the Aboriginal woman doing the protest votes or refusing to swear the oath of allegiance to the British Crown. That sort of shit. It's that kind of Indigenous rebellious act that seems innocuous that you'll get punished for, but needs to happen. It needs to happen, especially when this is happening in a country like New Zealand where stuff is better than other places.
To give you a sense of how high emotions were running here at Parliament today, when Te Pāti Māori did kick off that haka, up in the public gallery where the public can watch politicians, a haka also erupted up there in support of what Te Pāti Māori were doing, and the Speaker also had all of those people booted out of the Parliament as well.
Some National MPs having to hold their noses and vote today. Any backlash to that anticipated?
Well, they certainly copped it from the opposition parties, but the National MPs all day, all week, they've been making it really clear that they don't want a bar of this bill. The problem for them is that National, of course, signed up and agreed to progress this through to Select Committee with the ACT Party as part of their coalition agreement. But I've been watching the language that the Prime Minister's been using around this Treaty Principles bill over the last few weeks, and it seems to be getting just stronger and stronger. On Monday, he was telling us that he just thought there was absolutely nothing whatsoever good about this bill. He thinks it's divisive, and today he was telling us, that it's going to do absolutely nothing to get New Zealand back on track. He thinks what David Seymour is doing here is really simplistic. But the problem for the Prime Minister and for the government is that this is not going to go away. We've got the hikoi on its way down to Parliament now, and now we're also set for a 6-month contentious Select Committee process. So it's going to be a rocky few months for the coalition.
Interesting. This is way bigger than I thought it was.
Government.
Senior political reporter Benedict Clark, thank you very much. So what does the bill actually propose? And crucially, what are some of the differences between it and the current treaty principles? Katie Bradford takes a look.
The concept of treaty principles was introduced in the Treaty of Waitangi Act 1975. Through the years, it has developed through various case law and pieces of legislation. Crucially, there are no principles that have been expressly defined or set out in law. That's what David Seymour says he is trying to do. Let's compare the current main 3 principles with the bill before Parliament. On partnership, the treaty created a relationship between Māori and the Crown, and both parties must act with the utmost good faith. The new Principle 1 states the government has full power to govern and Parliament has the full power to make laws in the best interests of everyone. The second current principle addresses participation. At present, the Crown is to provide tangata whenua with the opportunity to engage with the decision-making processes at all levels. Proposed Principle 2, the Crown recognises and respects and protects the rights Hapu and Iwi had when they signed Te Tiriti. Those rights differ from the rights everyone has only when they are specified in legislation, treaty settlements or other agreements with the Crown. Principle 3 addresses protection. The existing understanding is that the government prioritises the active protection of Maori interests, rights, taonga and rangatiratanga. The new proposed Principle 3 states everyone is equal before the law and entitled to equal protection and benefit without discrimination. Everyone is entitled to the equal enjoyment of the same human rights without discrimination. One of the major concerns from opponents of the bill is the absence of any mention of tino rangatiratanga. That loosely translates to...
I don't know whether it's sped up or because I'm so used to hearing the words and I have no fucking idea how to pronounce them, that hearing white Kiwis say the words cracks me up. It just feels so natural when they say it.
Maori autonomy. The bill proposes to take those principles to a referendum for the public once passed, but it's...
Okay, so...
The bill is the absence of any mention of tino rangatiratanga. That loosely translates to Maori autonomy. The bill proposes to take those principles to a referendum for the public once passed.
How about you go fuck yourself and you don't touch their autonomy? Like, well, I don't understand why you're going after the autonomy. This seems backwards.
Well, because they have more rights than the white people.
Like, you can have equal rights. They have equal rights. The autonomy is because they were there first. They didn't have to give you anything.
Also, the white people have autonomy too.
Exactly.
It's the rest of the fucking government.
Like, what? There is no reason to put... This is just another...
All it's saying is we want them to live under our rule.
Pretty much.
Even though they currently have autonomy on both sides.
Yeah.
Right? The New Zealanders live under their rule. They're autonomous from the Maori.
Maori autonomous, yeah. I think it's right? Maori, something like that.
I know, I'm just saying it wrong on purpose.
Supposed to say it.
Maori.
Yeah, it seems counterintuitive to even propose something like this in a country like New Zealand. Why would you want to regress Indigenous relations in a country where Indigenous language is integrated into the English? Is there any other English colony that has the native language integrated into the English? Probably not.
Yes, but I don't remember. You know,
I think that's pretty special.
You ever see Pigeon?
No.
English?
But it's a bill that looks...
No. I didn't, I don't think.
Doomed to never get to that stage.
Now, even though it's doomed, what process does a bill go through to become law? Well, the first reading today is the first chance for politicians to debate the bill. As mentioned, today's vote passed. But remember, National and New Zealand First had promised support for the bill at this stage, enabling its progress to the next step, Select Committee. This stage is expected to take 6 months, with the public and other interest groups making submissions. It then goes back to the House for a second reading, more debate and another vote. This is where National and New Zealand First said they'll withdraw their support, so the Treaty Principles Bill dies here. Otherwise, the next stage is known as Committee of the House, when MPs consider the bill in more detail. It then goes back to the House for a third reading. This is the final debate and a vote to reject or pass the bill. If passed, it then has to be signed off by the Governor-General, the King's representative, to officially become law. And for more coverage of the bill in Hikoi, head to TVNZ+. You'll find the news page by going to the menu on the left of your smart TV and clicking on the news.
Okay. I think we can put a pin in this one.
So I'm going to send you this article. I just want you to put it on screen and attempt to read it. It is technically a foreign language. Oh, this one's great too. Just put it on screen and read it out loud for chat so we can laugh.
This?
Yeah, just read it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. On Saturday, 16th of November, over 2 million registered... I'm going to read it as it's spelt. Over 2 million registered voters go come out for Ondo State to vote for who go be the governor for the next 4 years. What is this?
This is called pigeon. It's like this is Nigeria, right? This is a real language, right? I mean, think of it like you. Like
I don't want to read it.
I don't know what the guy language
I'm
was,
going to
but I want to say it was
racist reading
German.
this.
I want to say it was German or something, but like literally, I could understand everything he said. Like at one point, he was like, "I need a med kit," and when he was saying it in German, I was like, "I know everything this guy's saying." You know,
This election day significant for decaying of situations way surround and how ready de Pippo for Ondo State day to cast their votes.
Isn't it interesting though? Isn't this cool?
I'm so confused. Two of the top candidates for the Ondo State governorship race, the former deputies of one man, the late Governor Rotimi Akeredolu.
Look how governor is spelt too.
I know.
Governor.
Agboola Ajayi of the People's Democratic Party and Lucky something of the ruling All Progressive Congress. The former deputies. These words are insane. What is going on?
It's not English. That's the issue. Though it just looks like English.
That's so
right.
interesting.
It's like its own language.
So where is this from?
I was Nigeria. It's
It
Pidgin.
is
That's the name
Nigerian.
of the
Okay.
language. The language is called Pidgin.
No shit. Because I've also always heard the term Pidgin English, but I've never actually realized what it was. Let me fix this. Interesting.
It's funny because sometimes I'll like be opening articles on Africa and I think it's an English article and then I'll start reading it and I'll be like, it'll take me a minute to realize something's wrong. I'll be like, wow, this is really poorly written. And then I realize, oh, no, it's just in a different language.
Fucking hell.
A list of similar elections they have held in the past is the fourth one. And the conduct of elections, the way in which the election is conducted has improved since then. But generally, the same cannot be said, that kind of improvement cannot be said about the everyday governance and political landscape in the country, which is kind of polarized and dominated by, clan narratives, which is divisive in nature. So in general, it portrays Somaliland in a very, generous and development-oriented or democracy-oriented entity. But these are the problems and the challenges it needs to overcome.
But a lot of people will say that Somaliland has been relatively stable, more than Somalia itself and some of the neighboring countries. And why would global organizations like the United Nations, for example, the African Union and other powerful nations fail to recognize Somaliland as an independent nation, given that it has been stable for more than 3 decades now, if you compare that to what we see even in Somalia itself?
Yes, that's the case. Somaliland has performed quite well compared to the neighboring countries, including Ethiopia and Djibouti. But the problem is the United Nations by itself is not an organization that has the authority to grant an international recognition by itself. It relies on the member states' willingness to do so. And it seems that Somaliland has not successfully convinced these member states, including the powerful ones, the US and the European, members, to recognize it. And I don't think whether it's offering anything that kind of strategically aligns with their interests in the region, both economically and security-wise. And the AU, of course, is always the elephant in the room. It's difficult to get a recognition for an African country without first convincing the African Union, which is the overarching body for the continent on matters on international recognition.
And very quickly, Tahir, how does that lack of national recognition, that impact Somaliland's ability to participate in global forums?
It impacts Somaliland in very significant ways. For instance, if you look at Somalilanders have their own passport, but that passport is not internationally recognized by most countries in the world. So it needs the Somali passports, and most people travel to Mogadishu to get that passport. Another area is the country code. For instance, Somaliland still uses the country code of Somalia, so Somalia has a significant control over its communication systems. The third one is the airspace as well. Somalia has one airspace, and that airspace is controlled from Mogadishu. And perhaps maybe the last one, it also significantly influences the aid distribution, because most of the countries that are giving aid to Somalia recognize the authorities in Mogadishu as the de jure authority in the country, and they deal with it. So it has some influences in who to give aid and assistance.
Now, Somaliland has held a long-delayed election amid hopes the new U.S. administration will support its bid for formal recognition as a sovereign state. For more on this, let's bring in Bloomberg's Indira Oganga, who is joining us from Kigali. So, Indira, what weight does this election cycle in Somaliland carry?
Jen, it's a really important election. It's pegged on the independence of this country. This is a country that declared independence from Somalia in 1991 after a civil war, but they've struggled to gain full autonomy and also gain international recognition. This election is expected to be a really tight race between the two leading candidates. That's Abdi and Abdullahi, and he was the former Speaker of Parliament and has been very hesitant towards endorsing the Memorandum of Understanding between Ethiopia and Somaliland that grants Ethiopia port access in exchange for global and formal recognition of Somaliland. So whoever wins has a tough balancing act of maintaining peace in the region while trying to call the new U.S. administration for sovereign recognition.
And Indira, how does this election play into regional tensions? Is it likely to draw Somaliland closer to global recognition?
Jumana, that is what the leaders would like the people to believe. Both of them are really trying to court the U.S. administration, and the new administration is thought to be sympathetic towards them. President Trump withdrew troops from Somalia, a decision that was reserved by President Biden. But a former senior advisor in the former Trump administration believes that this matter could come up after inauguration for review, and a peaceful election could go a long way in making a strong case for policy review in favor of Somaliland. If the U.S. is to give them that recognition, we are likely to see more U.S. allies do the same, and also U.S. will gain foothold in a very strategic region in the wake of threats from Houthi rebels in the Red Sea.
President Musa Bihi Abdi is seeking a second term. The elections were due 2 years ago. When Parliament delayed them, critics said he was trying to overstay in office. He voted in Hargeisa, the capital of the breakaway region of Somaliland.
Today is a historic and golden day for all Somaliland people. The people vote for anyone or any party they want to be their president.
Widely expected to be a close race between Abdi and opposition leader Abdirahman Mohamed Abdullahi.
Today is a happy day. We have been waiting for 7 years for Somaliland people to elect.
I want one of these circle hats. Where do I get one of these hats? John, how do I get one of these hats? I swear they're only in Africa.
You know the chef.
No, you know the ones that I'm talking about? They have they're just a circle. Not like the Moroccan one, which is just like
the Nigeria has similar ones.
What are they called? Do you know?
I don't know.
Anybody know what the round circle hats are called?
Glory to the new. This is so true. This is so true. Do you know what this means?
No.
Okay, so this is like, I don't know much about Warhammer 40k, but I know who Nurgle is.
Okay.
Okay, I don't remember exactly what he's like he's like the something god, but like, so he,
the god emperor,
basically people who are dying from diseases and suffering, he goes to them and basically offers them an end to their suffering, but they have to serve him.
Okay.
So they basically are all blindly following Nurgle's orders.
Okay.
It's like a psychic authority. Right? So they have no free will anymore. And they turn into these horrific, twisted creatures, you know, that are like bodies sewn together and like, you know, just disgusting, mutant, like, you know, mutilated things, right?
Okay.
And if they ever lose connection to Nurgle, they become aware of what they are and how much pain they're in.
Oh my god. That does sound like I actually experienced a legitimate case of cognitive dissonance. He was not aggressive until I called Trump a rapist and that he voted for a rapist, and then he started getting very mad.
Yeah.
Their leader.
People are voting at a time of growing regional tension.
Or you have cognitive dissonance.
It was fascinating. I'm just like, I'm talking about Trump and how you voted for a rapist. Why are you insulting me?
Yeah, it's wild that like nobody cared.
It is. It's fucking
They
crazy.
literally are like, I'm voting for a rapist.
Yeah. It's just like the fascist thing. It's the same response. Why are you scared of the word? Just admit it. You did it.
Ethiopia, Somaliland's landlocked neighbour, made a provisional deal with Abdi's government in January for a marine base and access to Somaliland's coastline. In exchange, Ethiopia has promised Somaliland greater recognition. It's something that Somaliland's longed for since it broke away from Somalia during a civil war more than 30 years ago. Nearly all countries don't officially recognise it.
Okay. Yeah. Look.
Queen.
The port deal has infuriated Somalia, which has 3 times the population but lacks Somaliland's relative stability. People are waiting to see how the next president will handle the growing regional row.
There is no much visible difference between the ideologically speaking, the two main political parties.
Bro,
but
that
there are
is the
differences
most
in the personalities of the contenders.
looking motherfucker I have ever seen.
And that's very important here in Somaliland. So one is so often portrayed as a strong militaristic man, and the other as a soft diplomatic guy.
Both candidates support the port deal, but there's been no major visible movement on it in recent weeks. Election results aren't expected until next week. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera.
Somaliland, a breakaway region of Somalia, holds general elections on Wednesday. The incumbent president, Musa Bihi Abdi, of the Kulmiye or Unity Party, is hoping to secure a second term. Abdirahman Mohamed Abdullahi of the Badani or National Party is the main opponent. But whoever wins, many voters say the most important issue for Somaliland, which declared independence from Somalia in 1991, is to finally get international recognition.
Yes, we are sending a message to the international community to give us recognition. Somaliland is a full functioning government. It has political parties. It has currencies. It's different from Somalia. It has stability. It's a democratic country.
Currently, no country or international body recognises Somaliland as an independent nation. Mohamed Abdirahman, an analyst based in Somaliland's capital, Hargeisa, says the incumbent and opposition candidates have starkly different approaches.
On the issue, for example, on dialogue with Somalia, the current government rejects it. The opposition think it's important to engage a dialogue with Somalia. So one of them thinks it's more on confrontation policy. One of them thinks more is dialogue. That is one issue. The other issue is the MOU that Somaliland signed with Ethiopia.
The MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, signed in January 2024, gives landlocked Ethiopia access to Somaliland's coastline and a coastal military base. The move signals a shift by Somaliland to win recognition and play a larger regional role.
Is a big deal, not just for Somaliland, but for the region as a whole. But now the agreement that is tabled with Somaliland also goes beyond the economic aspect of it and also includes some military kind of element as well. The Red Sea maritime space is a very critical water space, not just for this region, but globally, right?
Somalia is firmly against the MOU. China, which holds significant influence in the Horn of Africa and is dealing with its own perceived breakaway state in the shape of Taiwan, has also spoken out against the deal. But according to Abdirahman, the MOU and Somaliland's desire for self-determination are not going away, whoever wins.
There's no question about that. All those candidates vying for the top seat in Somaliland believe that Somaliland's right to independence.
Demisi says neighbouring governments are reluctant to recognise Somaliland's independence for fear of encouraging secessionist movements in their own countries. Henry Wilkins, VOA News.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. It's a bad time to be an incumbent.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I just did the calculations because somebody's like, 51% of this country voted for Donald Trump. I'm like, no, 28% of the adult population of the United States voted for Donald Trump. Everybody else now has to suffer. But you pop off.
As across the world, voters are inflicting defeats on leaders and ruling parties in an unprecedented global wave. From the United Kingdom to the United States and South Africa to South Korea, incumbents have been battered, with Kamala Harris and the Democrats just being the latest example.
And so if you have been watching us this year, you fucking know all about all of these elections because we covered them all.
Because, like, I want to know where these people who aren't voting are. Because, like, I don't know anyone personally who doesn't vote.
Through the Midwest, through the middle of the country, I bet. Lots in Texas and California as well. I mean, you can literally figure out by state how many people didn't vote based on census data and voting data.
Yeah, and I'd like to see their reasons and how much are just because they don't think it matters or because their state is just, you know, set up a certain way where their vote doesn't matter anyway.
True. It's like maybe they vote on directly democratic issues like council issues, local government, but they don't vote federally. Maybe that's what a lot of people are.
Most people don't vote locally. There's even less people who vote locally. I don't think there's anyone who votes locally that doesn't vote federally, honestly.
Yeah.
In this video, we're going to look at the anti-incumbent wave sweeping across the globe, explain why it's happening, and what lessons can be learned from it.
I'm so glad that they're framing it out the gate. Anti-incumbent
Before we start,
wave.
if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop when we release new videos.
Which is so funny.
So to get things started, we're going to take a look at the countries
already
that this
America is so closed off that they'll never understand that it's an anti-incumbent wave. They actually think Trump is loved and popular because of the maps showing how red the map is.
Yeah. I'm so fucking hungry. I'm making...
incumbent wave has reached, demonstrating just how worldwide a phenomenon it is. The most recent and notable example is the United States, where Republican Donald Trump won a convincing victory over Kamala Harris, representing the incumbent Democrats. In July in the UK, the Labour Party inflicted a massive defeat on the incumbent Conservatives, who'd been in power for nearly a decade and a half. In France, President Macron's centrist alliance collapsed to third place in the snap legislative elections this summer, being squeezed from both the left and the right. In Portugal, in March, the ruling Socialist Party was defeated by the centre-right Social Democratic Party, and in Lithuania, the opposition Social Democrats won the October election, pushing out the Conservative-led coalition. The far-right Freedom Party jumped to first place in Austria in September, though will likely be kept out of power. In North Macedonia, the right-wing opposition defeated the ruling Social Democrats in both presidential and parliamentary elections earlier in the year. In South Korea, the party of Conservative President Yoon Suk-yeol lost the legislative election in April. In Senegal, a postponed election in March resulted in a victory for outsider candidate Bassirou Diomaye Faye over the ruling coalition's candidate. And in Botswana, the Botswana Democratic Party, which has led the country since independence,
lots of crazy shit around that.
Was decisively voted out of power.
That one as well, the Senegal one. We fucking covered some crazy shit on that one. Almost collapsed the fucking country.
In Sri Lanka, voters rebuked the political elite and elected Marxist Anura Kumar Dissanayake as president. Even in countries where ruling parties managed to hold on to power, they suffered significant setbacks. In Japan, while the long-dominant Liberal Democratic Party remained the largest party, it lost its parliamentary majority for the first time in 15 years, meaning it now runs a minority government. In India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi managed to secure himself a third term, but his BJP underperformed and lost its outright majority in parliament. So it now needs to rely on the support of its coalition partners to govern.
Wow,
in
it
South
literally
Africa,
could
the
not
ruling
have gone
African
worse for
National
them.
Congress lost its parliamentary majority for the first time in 3 decades since the end of apartheid, forcing it to enter into a landmark government of national unity with its rival, the Democratic Alliance.
And remember,
the state of incumbent
in
parties
January,
in other major democracies that didn't hold elections this year
I've been saying
too.
it.
In Canada,
year
where
that
the next
democracy
election
dies.
is due by October 2025, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's Liberal Party is polling way behind the opposition Conservative Party.
More
in
elections
Germany, the opposition CDU
ever
or CSU
this year.
maintains
More
a comfortable
voters than
polling
ever
lead,
this
while
year.
the 3 governing coalition parties are
And it's
polling
all
poorly, with an early
anti-incumbent
election
because
looming.
of COVID.
Yep. And it's only going to get worse next year.
So I gotta say, while it was incredibly easy to predict, I am proud of how early I was calling how important democracy would be here and this year, and how nobody would care until the end of the year.
And nobody cared. And guess what? We were here yelling fucking pay attention the whole time.
And now it's the end of the year. Trump won, and everyone wants to analyze what went wrong suddenly.
Yeah. Well, if you were just
what
paying
went
attention,
wrong is
you
you're
weren't
in a
watching
fucking
5th gen.
bubble.
No. You weren't watching 5th gen. That's your problem.
Yes, because you're in a bubble.
From the examples we've been through, it's evident that this is not a global shift to the left or the right. Politicians and parties of all stripes have been losing. But that's not to say there are no exceptions, though. In Russia and Tunisia, the resident autocrats unsurprisingly held on to power. But for an actual
way.
democratic example of a surviving incumbent party, look to Mexico, where Claudia Sheinbaum, representing the incumbent left-wing populist Morena party, was resoundingly elected president in June. According to one tally, this ended a 20-election losing streak for incumbent leaders and parties in Latin America. Mexico aside, the global trend is apparently the greatest wave of anti-incumbent voting ever seen. According to the Financial Times, every governing party facing an election in a developed country this year lost vote share, the first time this has ever happened in nearly 120 years of records. This wave did not start on January the 1st, 2024 either, as there were notable incumbent losses last year too in Argentina.
But you're 100% correct when you say it's COVID. And maybe I shouldn't drop my opinion of Americans. Of course I fucking should.
No. It's
But
no.
maybe I
You still should. the Trump is a fucking racist rapist.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
If it should have been Claudia Sheinbaum numbers. It's not like AMLO was that great.
No. But like, I don't know. It's just
he was more bad than good.
Like
more good than bad.
Like, how do you not see that the price raises, everything is a global problem, and your government isn't going to fix it? They might not have handled it well, but voting in fascists isn't going to fix things. It's only going to make it worse. What are those tariffs called?
The Great Depression ones?
Yeah, what are they called? They have a name. Something.
I don't remember.
Something, Scott. Something.
Anyone?
Tariffs. I was literally hunting for videos the other day. Yesterday. Holy smoot tariffs. The fucking... No, not Taft-Hartley. No. The holy smoot. These are the 30s ones. I looked into it. Apparently, unemployment didn't go above double digits until the tariffs. So I hope you guys are ready for jobs to come back to America with all these tariffs coming in while there's apparent job problems and wage problems. I hope you're all ready.
Should we just show the
yes,
clips
just show the thing. Yeah, just do it. I could probably get it up actually.
Whoever gets it first wins.
Unless you get it first.
I got it.
Okay. Yeah, like RFK running healthcare, yes. They were literally pulling it out of the Depression before this. But yeah, literally, I looked into it. The government, the unemployment went from 9% to 6%, and then they put the tariffs in, and it blew up to double digits. Because in response to the tariffs, the world was like, what the fuck, bro? Tariffs. And then everything was more expensive. So everything's about to get more expensive. Thanks, Trump.
Argentina, Poland, the Netherlands, and Thailand, to name but a few. So what is behind this anti-incumbent wave? Well, the simplest and most obvious answer is inflation, or to put it in more basic terms, voters just don't like when things get more expensive. If we assume the usual length of presidential or parliamentary terms are 4 to 5 years, then most elections this year were some of the first opportunities for voters to have their say since the double economic shocks of the COVID pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, without going into detail about how or why the pandemic and the war in Ukraine pushed up prices worldwide, the fact is that inflation began to rise in 2021, and in July 2022, the median inflation rate worldwide reached 9.4%, the highest since 2008, according to the World Bank. Across the world, inflation has come down since then, but voters seemingly have long memories when it comes to inflation. You can tell a voter that the inflation rate has been brought down to a more palatable level, but that doesn't change the fact that they can remember how much cheaper their shopping bills were 4 or 5 years ago. Now, it's obviously worth pointing out that beyond inflation, every country that went to the polls did so within their own contexts. In the UK, for example...
Grocery bills are more expensive, so you know what we should do? Vote the people in that help the people who are making all the money while you are paying more for the groceries that they provide. Maybe you should go after the grocery companies who are upcharging for shit that doesn't actually cost that much, creating this cost of living crisis. Maybe cap petrol prices instead of taxing them in dollar and making them twice as fucking expensive. Maybe that's a fucking solution. Fucking morons.
Various scandals and severe party turmoil badly damaged the Conservatives, and similarly, corruption scandals hurt the LDP in Japan. In Senegal, the ruling party's attempted postponement of the election likely boosted the opposition's cause. And in the US, one could argue that the Democrats were hurt by President Biden staying in the race as long as he did. These local factors obviously mean that no election is the same. But the point we're making is that the double global shocks of COVID and the war in Ukraine, which, let's remember, were massive, and the subsequent economic fallout, have made incumbency a distinct disadvantage across most of the world. So, what lessons can we take from all of this? Well, for starters, there will almost certainly be some more victims of this anti-incumbent wave before too long, with Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, for example, in precarious positions. The next lesson is as much for this year's victors as it is for the losers. Is COVID going to get Trudeau kicked out of government? Things can change dramatically in the space of a single term.
I'm pro-COVID now.
Donald Trump was resoundingly defeated in 2020, only to stage a stunning comeback in 2024, as economic conditions proved to be in his favour. The British Conservatives won a landslide victory in 2019, but this year suffered one of their worst ever losses. The beneficiaries of this anti-incumbent wave can just as easily be brought down by the same sentiment that brought them to office if they fail to make tangible improvements to voters' lives. Now, as a TLDR viewer, it's clear that you have a thirst for learning. After all, you just watched a full video about the ongoing anti-incumbent election wave. Now, if you want to continue your learning journey, you should really check out Brilliant. Brilliant is the online learning.
For the longest time, when you heard the word nuclear, people would say, no, we can't touch nuclear. We don't want nuclear energy. This is not good. Don't you remember what happened in 1986 with Chernobyl when 30 people died? And then all of a sudden, no, we're not touching that. However, when Microsoft, when Google, when Amazon decide to go nuclear, everybody says, maybe we ought to look into this. We're going to talk about that today. If you have value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. So 2 things when you think about power. We want it to be safe. We want it to be clean. Where does nuclear rank when it comes down to safety and clean? Because you worry, well, this is not safe. It's nuclear. What if it blows up? Or pollution. Do we want this thing to make, we want it to be clean? Watch this. Here's data showing what are the safest and cleanest sources of energy. When it comes down to safest, it's measured by how many people have died from this source of energy. If you look at coal, all the way at the top, 24.6% of deaths, but watch this, 36% of global electricity. Oil, number 2, 18.4, while it's only 3%. Natural gas, 2.8, 22%. Then you got 4.6 deaths on biomass. Then it's hydropower, then it's wind, then look at nuclear energy, 0.03. is nuclear energy, then solar at the bottom. Then we go to cleanliness. Coal again at the top. Okay, 970 tons greenhouse gas emissions. Then you have oil. Then you have natural gas. Then you have biomass, hydropower, wind. Look at nuclear energy, even less than solar. So if it's safe and if it's clean and we can be efficient about this, why are we wasting this possible potential? Now, if you look at capacity factor by
Patrick
energy
David has a brain.
source in 2020, look who's at the top. Nuclear, 92.5. Geothermal, 74.3. Natural gas, 56. Hydropower, then it's coal, wind, solar. Nuclear is again at the top. However, why do we stop building nuclear plants? Watch this data here.
Russian propaganda.
People were scared. I mean, there was meltdowns. Just like
nuclear energy.
Trump's trying to make people afraid of windmills.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they've never been afraid of oil, even though it kills people.
More people than any other source.
Coal kills most, but that's what Patrick was just saying.
No, I know.
Coal's the worst, then oil.
Okay. I don't know. The amount of wars fought over oil, I think you could probably count that.
No, it's direct.
Here and what it shows.
Direct
pollution
like
deaths.
CO2 pollution death. Okay.
From 1970 till today. This is how much we were building. We were fully committed to it. We're growing, and in 85, 86, we're peaking. After Chernobyl, we kind of stopped investing into it. We stepped away from it. People were worried. What if something happens to America? Construction in this also went down worldwide. No, we're not interested. But again, we went 30-something years saying no to nuclear, not entertaining it until now when Microsoft, Amazon, and Google says we got to take a look at this, and here's what they did. In October of 2024, Google announced a partnership with Kairos Power to develop small modular reactors. These reactors are designed to be more cost-effective and safer than traditional nuclear plants. The agreement aims to bring up 500 megawatts of clean energy online by 2035, with the first reactor expected to be operational by 2030. Microsoft has entered a 20-year agreement with Constellation Energy to reopen a 3-mile island.
If we embrace nuclear instead of allowing the oil lobbies to fucking bury it, we wouldn't have climate change now.
Nope. And the biggest
oil
problem,
and coal power along with nuclear, and the environmental effects would be so mitigated.
Yep, they really would. And the other thing is that nuclear needs to be funded by the state. It needs to be state-owned. It needs to be state-built. It needs to be state-run. There needs to be a civilian oversight committee to make sure that it's run correctly. But it needs to be run. It needs to be run by the state and for the state. It needs to not be run by private hands. Right? Nuclear energy is expensive. So why would the state not spend that money as an investment on their future? Right? But it's not expensive after it's built. This is the key, right? It is only upfront costs. Afterwards, it costs basically nothing and is the only form of firm energy on the planet. It is the only form of energy that does not need to be constantly replenished with outside sources to create energy. It can self-sustain energy. It is one of the, if not the only, source of energy that does this. The fact that we are leaving it to capital to do this is pathetic. The modular reactors are cheaper, yes. They're also like made out of a production line, essentially, which is not an awful thing. But they create more waste per energy produced than a full reactor, a fast reactor, I believe they're called. But also, the modular reactors are newer technology as well. So, newer, more efficient technology, probably better to go. The smaller ones, although the big plants have, they're more efficient, I believe, just by proxy of being bigger. Having a more consistent, more energetic reaction, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a nuclear physicist. I'm just basing it off what I know from high school.
nuclear plant where in Pennsylvania this plant, which experienced a partial meltdown in 79, is undergoing extensive safety evaluations and upgrades and plans to resume operations by when? 2028.
The plant that melted down, the core that melted down is not being restarted. The core that melted down is being left off. The rest of them are being restarted and contracted by Microsoft.
79, 28, almost 50 years. And Amazon is investing approximately $500 million in X-Energy Reactors company to develop advanced SMRs. Additionally, Amazon has acquired a nuclear-powered data center where, again, in Pennsylvania, reflecting its commitment to securing sustainable energy sources for its expanding AI infrastructure. And last but not least, Sam Altman's advocacy for fusion. He emphasized the need for nuclear fusion breakthrough to accelerate AI, investing $375 million.
We don't know if it's possible. But this is good.
Well, I mean,
private money.
We don't necessarily know if HFC is possible, but we should still be dumping shitloads of money into it.
Hydrogen fuel cells, yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, and this is what I'm saying, and this is what I was about to say, is we don't know if it's possible. And this is, I feel like, one of the main reasons people aren't putting money into it. We should be putting money into this. If fusion or hydrogen fuel cells are the future and are the ticket, why would we not spend all the money figuring out every single possible way that it could work in an effort to try and have it work? I don't know. It seems foolish not to. But no, let's keep spending money on military.
And Helion Energy. So then the question becomes, why are they doing this? Here's why. You ever thought about if you go search something on Google versus if you want to go out there and ask a question from ChatGPT, how much power do each use? Well, you're going to find out. The search on ChatGPT is 10 times more power needed than a Google search. Watch this. A single ChatGPT uses 2.9 watt hours compared to 0.3 watt hours for a Google search. Data centers worldwide consume 1 to 2% of global power, projected to rise to 3 to 4% by 2030. How many searches do you think they're doing with ChatGPT right now? A lot. And it's not going to slow down anytime soon. And that leads me to data center demand and growth. This is expected to grow by 130% by 2030. By 2028, AI may account for 19% of data center power demand, and between 2023 and 2030, data centers could add around 200 terawatt hours per year in power consumption due to AI. I got a lot of data to give you, but this one here is very interesting. Data centers could use 8% of US power by 2030, up from 3% in 2022. That's a big surge on what's happening. So, I mean, listen, data's telling us we got to go in this direction. And if Microsoft, Bill Gates is like, we got to go and test out nuclear energy, his quote, even Elon Musk is saying it's a good idea. AI. Gorbachev is one of the guys that said, we need to stay away from nuclear.
We don't need AI.
We know for the safety of humanity.
Also, fuck Gorbachev.
Set those things aside. Let's go into possibility of some politics and who's going to lose money and who's not. I fly out to Armonk, which is the headquarters of Swiss Re and IBM, like 13 years ago. I was planning on buying a shell of an insurance company for $13.5 million to be a life insurance company. Not selling, but you build the products, right? We go there, and my presentation was, why are we hiring underwriters? Why are we paying these underwriters that go to school and come out, and you have to pay these guys $150,000 to $300,000, some $400,000 a year? Why do you need man to do that right now? Because math can figure out everything about underwriting. I can use AI to underwrite somebody based on your driving record, social media activity, your weight. I can use that to measure you, and automatically something can spit out and say, no, this guy's not going to qualify for, and give you a score. You're an 82. Your cost of insurance is going to be higher. No, this guy's a 93. Cost of insurance is going to be lower. We have enough data to be able to do it without needing the chief underwriters, right? All these guys that we're paying all this money to. I'm telling this to the guys that are sitting there. And they said, you want people to support this? Yeah. He says, if you do this and you build an insurance company and get rid of underwriters, you know how many enemies you will create? I said, how many? He says, a lot. There are a lot of people that have a very good living doing underwriting. I said, well, isn't that what disruption is all about? So the reason why this could be something that they keep pushing aside is because coal, oil, all these other guys that are getting these big government contracts and doing all this business, you think they want this to come in and
trying
be
to
cheaper?
argue
You think they want
against
that?
AI by using the writer's argument?
Some people
like,
don't want to lose that business to
like data writing and what does he call it? Underwriting? Like this is art? How about you don't replace people's work with AI, you fuckwit? Like, I don't know how people don't understand this.
Cheaper opportunity for companies and taxpayers to save money, but I think it's too late right now, because I think even a Bill Gates, who can say whatever he wants to say, he knows if he doesn't go nuclear, his competitors such as Google, Altman, others are going to come and take his lunch. He doesn't want that. Microsoft needs to go nuclear at this point to be competitive. So this is when politics gets set aside and it goes back to capitalism, and everybody has to play honest, because if your competitor does it and they save money and you don't, you're going to be left behind. I think that's how simple the story of nuclear is, but I think a lot of people are about to go nuclear. If you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. If you enjoyed this video, there's another video I did talking about how big the oil industry is. If you've never seen this, you will be amazed how big it is. Maybe it'll make sense why they don't want this thing to become a reality. Click here to watch that video. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Donald Trump's election last night is going to fundamentally change, and in some cases get rid of the legal cases against him. Let's quickly run through those 4 cases. The first 2 are cases being overseen by the U.S. Department of Justice, specifically Special Counsel Jack Smith. That's the January 6th election interference case here in Washington and the classified documents case down in Florida. A new Trump Department of Justice with a new Attorney General would fire Jack Smith, which Donald Trump has said he wants to do on day 1, and those cases would simply stop being prosecuted and would go away. The third case against Trump is the Georgia election interference case. And while Trump doesn't have the authority as president to dismiss a state case, there is a long-standing federal prohibition on state prosecutors, in this case, Fani Willis down in Georgia, from indicting or charging a sitting president. So there would be a very, very big bar for that case to pass to go forward. Fourth is the 34 felony convictions that Trump has already been convicted
Did he say
of
precedent?
in the Stormy Daniels falsified.
Did he say precedent? Or did he say something else?
Yes.
Because
Precedent.
Precedent. So they just haven't done it? So
I'm not sure.
It's just the tradition of not charging presidents? Is that what I'm getting at?
While Trump doesn't have the authority, Georgia, from indicting or charging a sitting president, Fani Willis down in Georgia, from indicting or charging a sitting president. There is a long-standing federal prohibition on state
Prohibition. That's very different. Okay.
prosecutors, in this case, Fani Willis down in Georgia, from indicting or charging a sitting president. So there would be a very, very big bar for that case to pass to go forward. Fourth is the 34 felony convictions that Trump has already been convicted of in the Stormy Daniels falsified business records case in New York City. Now, Trump is supposed to be sentenced in that case in 3 weeks' time, and Judge Juan Merchan, who's overseeing that, has said in the past he's not against jailing Donald Trump for these crimes, but now the person he would be sentencing is the would-be and soon-to-be sitting president. And so there would be an incredible amount of pressure for nonviolent crimes, for a crime that Donald Trump has never had a previous conviction, to not put the soon-to-be president in prison. Unclear what would happen in that case, but it is without a doubt that last night's election is going to fundamentally change the legal jeopardy that Donald Trump was facing.
Once again, as you may have seen, the channel recently passed 200,000 subscribers. As I try to do on these occasions, I wanted to make a couple of Q&A videos. In case you missed the first one, I've put a link above and in the description below. But once again, I'm also incredibly grateful to everyone who made this happen. Not only those who watched the video, but especially to those who liked, shared and subscribed. However, I'm also particularly grateful to all the channel members. Their regular support has been brilliant and helped to make the channel possible. If you'd also like to join, I'll put a link above and in the description below. Now, on with the rest of the questions. Yaquin Memoli asks, do you think Bosnia and Herzegovina will exist in its current geographical shape in 30 years? In other words, no Republika Srpska secession or even Croat secession? Yaquin, I think Bosnia is one of those cases that, I've followed for a long time, and, you raise a really good question about what's going to happen with Bosnia. My hunch is that it will exist in the same geographical shape in 30 years, but my hope is that it would have a very different internal structure in 30 years, because I don't think that what we see at the moment is sustainable. And I think there is a way to a much more normal political situation in Bosnia. So for anyone who might not know, essentially you have two entities. You have Republika Srpska, which is the Bosnian Serb area, and it's not exclusively Bosnian Serbs. There are Bosnian Muslims, or Bosniaks as they're now known, and some Croats who live there. And then you have the Federation, which is made up of all sorts of cantons. So it means that you've got a very complex form of government where you've got a top-level government, then you've got the two entities, and then Republika Srpska is a single entity, although it's geographically divided by a little international area. And then you have the Federation, which is all these different units and everything. It's a really complex structure, and most people would say it's messy and it's inefficient. And personally speaking, and I really should come back to this in the video, is my sense is that to redefine federalism in Bosnia would be the much more logical solution to pursue. But it's complex, and it would be heavily opposed by all the different communities for different reasons. So, for example, you could say, well, look, you could create a federal structure which has 10 units, 10 federal states within it, which would be an improvement on where things stand at the moment, but are much more equal. So, for example, you might have 3 Bosniak-dominated federal state areas, and instead of one single Serbian one, you divide it into 2, and then you have a Croat entity. And at that point, a lot of Bosniaks watching this video, they will be, their alarm bells will be ringing, because I've said the dangerous word of a Croat entity, which is something that many people fundamentally oppose. And so this is where you get into difficulties, because you would say that, look, actually, instead of having a single Serbian entity, you create 2 Serbian entities, but you have 3 Bosniak entities, and then 1 Croat, and then you top it all by maybe, so it wouldn't be 10, it would be 7, and then you maybe have 1/3, well, not third, 1 international element that acts as the power break between them. But I think you could probably do it with just 6. And it would be a lot more rational than the current situation at the moment. The trouble is, it's incredibly difficult to have a rational debate about this, because it is so wound up in so many other issues. So my hope that Bosnia does remain intact, and my hope would be that they could have a serious discussion about how to improve this. And I often say that, for Bosnia to work, it does sort of require fundamental understandings amongst the different peoples about what it is, that there won't be any secession by the Bosnian Serbs, but at the same time there has got to be some serious discussion about the existence of the Bosnian Serbs and the Bosnian Serb entity. But maybe then, as I say, you could get into a discussion saying, instead of a single Republika Srpska, you could have it divided into 2 parts, each of which then, I think this is a much healthier situation, because I think in these type of federations, then what you find is that people don't necessarily always work under strictly ethnic lines, that they start to think one part of the country would say, well, in actual fact, these are the conditions that we face in this region, and in order to bring about change that we need to cooperate with other partners who are also in this part of the country, who recognize the need to stand up for our interests here. So it doesn't necessarily have to become so focused on sort of ethnic dimensions. So I think, look, this is a really, really interesting question. And as I say, I don't think it would be healthy for Bosnia to break up. And I think it is a country that can work, but it will only work if you can have some serious discussion about reworking that internal structure of the country. And I think it's very, very difficult to see that happening. And again, I'd be really interested to hear in the comments what people think of this, especially people from Bosnia, how they see, what is breaking the impasse. Because some will say, oh, you've got to just have a centralized state and it's, 1 person, 1 vote. That's not an answer either. So, yeah. Bill Morotakis asks, given your relationship with the Cyprus issue, what do you believe to be the best and safest way to reunify the island? Also, do you believe that a unified Cyprus can survive peacefully for the most part, or do you think high tensions are inevitable?
Is that not the answer?
Honk, 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 honk.
Is that not the reasonable answer?
I mean, that's the issue is that because of Turkey, the rest of Cyprus is really bad politics.
Right.
Just like how Greece has bad politics internationally because of Turkey.
Yeah.
And because Turkey has that NATO backing.
Yeah.
You know, Cyprus is going to be more pro-Haftar. They're going to be more pro-Russia.
Yeah.
And then the other Cyprus, that's Turkish Cyprus, are Turkish fascists. So
very cool. We love
we
this.
need a real left wing, and not a pro-Russian left wing.
Yeah. Yeah.
To really kick up
Bill, look,
some steam in Cyprus.
Yeah.
Look, thanks so much for this. And as you say, I mean, Cyprus is an issue that, for all sorts of reasons, is very close to my heart. My own sense, and I come at it from the viewpoint that I still fundamentally believe that reunification is the best outcome. Cyprus is a small place. I think that the two communities would be far better served being able to have a more normal relationship and a more normal relationship within the European Union. And I think that that's best achieved by reunification. The question is, on what basis should that reunification take place? And, you know, the traditional starting point has been a bizonal bicommunal federation. This is what was decided by the leaders in 1977. It was reaffirmed in 1979, and it's been the basis for settlement ever since then.
Fucking
but I think
79.
what's actually quite interesting is that when you break it down, what a bizonal bicommunal federation means, here you have a wide spectrum of opinion on what a BBF, as the, you know, to use the slang, what it really means. And I think my own sense is that I come at it from the point of view that the most effective form these days would probably be something that's based on what we would call a decentralized federal system, or a loose federation is another term. And I'm sort of more careful about using the word loose now, because I think a lot of people sort of confuse that to mean a loose federation means a weak federation that can be easily broken apart. That's not what is meant. I think the aim is to bring about the reunification of Cyprus and do it in a way that is sustainable and will be lasting, because that then is the way that you also make it, to answer the second part of your question, something that can be peaceful and can work. And I certainly believe that you can have peaceful reunification and that it doesn't have to be laden with tensions. In fact, what's been really interesting is that the island now, it's been over 20 years. You know, I remember Cyprus when there was only one crossing point, and it was very, very highly restricted. Most Greek Cypriots weren't allowed to cross, not by the government of Cyprus, but by the Turkish Cypriot authorities. You know, they were stopped from crossing over, and it was an unhealthy situation. And that all changed in 2003. I was living on the island in 2003. I remember when it happened. And what I think has been really interesting is that in the 21 years since then, we have had remarkably few incidents between the communities.
Yeah, this is
and it's
probably
a very, very common sight to see
the
Turkish
number one
Cypriot
guy
cars,
I would tell people
you know,
to follow to
in the
learn
Greek
more
part,
about the world.
Areas, to use the official terminology, the areas under the effective control of the
He's just
government.
great.
You will hear Turkish Cypriots talking. There are very few incidents, and I believe that that can be a model for the future cooperation of the two communities under a reunified Cyprus. But I think it is also important to recognise that they do have their own, they've had their own trajectories in many ways over the past
and he has
50 years, 60 years.
Similar politics
and
to me,
I think
so
there
I'm
are
more
certain
biased.
differences that have emerged that would mean that any settlement, any reunification would work best if it allowed the communities to manage their own affairs as much as possible, but recognise that to make the country viable as a reunited island, that really what it needs to have is you need to have those areas where there needs to be cooperation, but perhaps minimise that as much as possible. So I think this is something that now, you know, many observers feel is makes sense, and none of this stands outside of the formula of a bizonal bicommunal federation. You know, it's a very open term that can mean a lot of things. It's just that a lot of people have got into the mindset that this means sort of some sort of very tight federation where a lot is controlled by the centre. But I don't think that that's going to. I don't think it's actually.
Get him on the show.
I think.
I wish I could get him on the show. He's way too large.
Aren't necessarily happy with the division.
He's only got 210,000 subscribers. Not really.
Yeah, that's way too high.
All right.
To answer us.
Hold on. Give me a minute. What time code?
If they have more than 10 comments on the video, they're not going to respond.
A lot of people have got into the mindset.
You never know. All right, guys, let's workshop a comment. Hi, James.
I love you, Daddy.
We love you.
James, you are such
Please
daddy. Don't put love you.
Give us attention, Daddy. we workshopped it. We all happy with this?
Fuck it, send
it. Because he definitely won't respond to that. We absolutely no, we won't do that. We have noticed an overlap of our coverage with your videos. Well, with your videos, I noticed our
Say
coverage.
we would like to expand our opinions.
That's a good one. We
on things we are very like-minded about, but you are clearly more informed on.
On political.
Say they'll be punching pie.
On geopolitical subjects that we are semi-familiar with.
Well, very familiar with.
Semi to very familiar with. To very familiar with. But you have substantially more
knowledge
about we
knowledge
a show covering many subjects similar subjects to yours, covering autonomy, statehood, and issues between and geopolitics. We run a show covering many subjects covering autonomy, statehood, and geopolitics, among other subjects. It would be an absolute pleasure to have you on the show to help us explain and break down extremely complex subjects. What? What are you laughing at?
This channel I just found. I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay. You on the show? I'm fucking working on it. Complex subjects. It would be an absolute pleasure to have you on the show to help us explain and break down extremely complex subjects. We have been incredibly interested in covering Georgia and
autonomous
Russia's
movements
relationship with their ex. How would you say ex-Soviet countries ex-fellow
Post-Soviet.
relationship with their post-Soviet neighbors. For example, but have been unable to find an adequate, an appropriate guest for us. One of our passionate subjects is autonomous regions and stateless people. Something you are quite familiar with. Yes? We happy with this?
Rest chat. If chat approves, I approve.
Great. I'll read the comment out once we're done. No. I reckon he's one of the guys who actually reads comments for ideas for videos. He will see this comment. I'm positive.
Check how you even submit to the Q&A. That he does.
Does he say?
Where's he reading the questions from that he shows on screen?
Looks like the members give him the subjects, like the Patreon members.
That's what I would assume.
He is replying in the comments.
All right.
So we'll see what happens. And I have tagged him in a video title before. One of our passionate subjects is the autonomous regions and stateless people. One of our passionate subjects. One of the subjects we're quite passionate about is autonomous regions and stateless people, something you're quite familiar with. This would be something we would love to talk to you. How do I finish a comment like this? Do I just leave it?
Sure.
This would be something we'd love to talk to you about. It would be a pleasure to have you on the show. If you want to...
Regards or best. Also, our fans like you.
What we do...
Email him.
See them here. Now I got to get the playlist.
The worst part is if you write all that and he doesn't respond, or worse, he makes fun of you.
So what? It's a faceless corporation account. It be what it be. Where is
I
what's
have a
that?
face.
I will share this. Yes, good. In here. Boom. Sure. Cheers. Fifth gen. All right. So,
Fifth gen.
yeah. Yes. Our audience dared us to leave the comment.
Don't say dare. Our audience loves you.
It's the people. They want you. Whoops. I sent it. Oh, well, it's done.
What, you said dare?
No, I didn't. I said, hi, James. We would love to expand our opinions on geopolitical subjects that we are very familiar with, but you have substantially more knowledge about. We run a show covering many subjects, such as, all right, let's edit this because that's bad. Such as autonomy, statehood, and geopolitics, among other subjects. You have substantially more knowledge, autonomy, statehood, blah, blah, blah. It would be an absolute pleasure to have you on the show to help us explain and break down extremely complex subjects. We have been incredibly interested in covering Georgia and Russia's relationship with their post-Soviet neighbors, for example, but have been unable to find an appropriate guest for us. One of the subjects we're quite passionate about, as mentioned, is autonomous regions and stateless people, something you're quite familiar with. This would be something we would love to talk to you about on the show. If this interests you, please find us wherever suits you, or reply to the comment. If you want to see what we do, you can see them here. Some of it here. Cool. Happy. I'm done. Said we are stateless people. Yeah. Hey. Why you no save? Copy.
I'm gay.
We'll cancel. We delete. We don't talk about it. And then we paste. And then we leave. Done.
That this means sort of some sort of very
Beautiful.
tight
That never
federation
happened.
where the law is controlled by the centre, but I don't think that's going to. I don't think it's actually what a lot of people want. I think sort of most Greek Cypriots, most Turkish Cypriots aren't necessarily happy with the division, but they recognise that they control their own affairs, and many are nervous about any reunification and what that's going to mean for that ability to control their own affairs. So I think that this is something that weighs heavily on both communities, not just one or the other. And so that sort of makes it much
Oh
more
my god,
realistic.
it's
But again,
literally
to come back
just
to your initial
swords and
point,
ass. That's amazing.
Oh,
what is happening? Yes. Even when it's like a cloak, it's just ass. She has a great ass. Jesus Christ. You should send this to the chat. Chat might want to see this.
Nobody cares about her swords.
I did see the swords. Did you not notice that I said swords and ass?
Yeah, but I'm saying nobody cares about her swords.
No. Did she make them, you reckon?
I mean, she says it's art. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Well, why don't you go click the lowest, go to low views and see if she used to do normal shit without her ass and it got no views.
The oldest stuff doesn't seem to have any ass in it. The fifth video has 140,000 views. And the ass starts coming in pretty early. It's a little bit it's a little bit of lower cheek initially.
It's not very. It's only a year old.
Mm.
The ass is in the oldest video. There's totally cheek hanging out.
The oldest one? Oh, yeah, sure. Okay.
The one next to it, where it's just her laying down reading something,
has 10,000 views.
Look at the difference in views.
Yeah.
When there's and then this one where it's just a girl in a dress, 18K, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the gun bunnies, all the girls who don't really do it for guns. They just want the views and attention. Those ones, the pick-me's. Yeah, those ones. And then they do like the videos where they go prone and they purposefully make it so their ass shakes. Like cool content, but awful gun videos.
So I would say that the best and safest way to reunify the island is through the formula of a federal settlement, but a loose, decentralized federal settlement. And do I think that it can be done peacefully? Absolutely. I think it would be very, very possible to do. There are certain areas that would need to be very carefully managed in the event of reunification. So, for example,
okay, it's a guy.
Given that there would need to be a fairly substantial.
It's a guy.
That's great.
And he just films the girls' butts.
Degree of land transfer. So the Turkish Cypriots at the moment and are in control of about 36% of the island. It's recognised that will probably have to go down to 28, 29%. That will mean handing back certain areas to the control of the Greek Cypriots and moving people out of it, who might have put down roots there, Greek Cypriots to go back to their homes and things like that. That has the potential for problems. And I think, this is something that's well understood. It was well understood in the UN settlement plan of 2004, so 20 years ago. It's something that hasn't changed, and it would have to be carefully managed. But I think it is very possible to manage that effectively. And without,
I don't know, man. If I got kicked out of my house, I'd probably want to go back to that house. My fucking house. If some fucking invader comes in and steals my house and moves their shit in, yeah, I'm gonna feel pretty justified in kicking that cunt out of that house. I know. That's why I sympathize with the Palestinians. So I get it.
Out violence. So, I remain very much of the view that a settlement is ultimately in the best interests of all concerned, and that it can be done, and it can be done peacefully. Mr. Chuckett asked, do you think there's a possibility for Serbia to use force to reclaim Kosovo without repercussions if the EU becomes too dependent on Belgrade for its lithium needs? In a word, absolutely no. I just don't see that for all sorts of reasons. I mean, one, Serbia marching into Kosovo, I think would be a step too far. I think, you still got NATO peacekeepers there. I think that, to be honest, Serbian policymakers, for whatever they'll say about, Kosovo, yes, Serbia and everything like that. And again, I want to come back to this because it's an issue that I keep talking about. But, there are still some interesting elements of it that I think need to be discussed. But I'd say that if Serbia tried to take Kosovo by force, it would just be dealing with a very large percentage, 1.5 million people, maybe 2 million people that just simply don't want to be part of the Serbian state. It would be extremely costly for Serbia to maintain Kosovo in every single way, to provide for the healthcare, to provide for the education. The security commitment that would be taken to try and maintain peace and security there would just be absolutely unbelievably expensive and far too great a cost for many ordinary Serbs. So a lot of Serbs will be saying, we want Kosovo back, but the idea that it goes in and takes it by force, which would absolutely rupture relations with the European Union, with NATO, no, I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. But I do believe that there's still got to be a settlement of Kosovo. I think Kosovo was extremely badly handled. I've been on record on this sort of time and time again to say that, I think we need to see a proper final settlement of the Kosovo issue. I think, there are ways of doing this, but for Serbia to march back in, even with the lithium, it's just not something that I see on the agenda. But, please, if people have got alternative views, drop them in the comments, and I know exactly what's going to be happening, because this is one of those issues which tends to get people very fired up. But it's, as I say, Kosovo, Serbia is one of those situations I've looked at for a very, very long time now. I've written extensively on, it's long overdue a settlement, but the idea that Serbia retakes it by force, no, one, I don't see how, and two, I don't see why, because it would create so many problems for Serbia, long-term problems. And even with lithium, it's not going to, nobody's going to give it a free pass because of lithium. Jay Hall asks, due to Israeli-Turkish relations being at a low point, if a conflict between the two happened and Turkey triggered Article 5 of the NATO treaty, what would the response be? So look, this is a really, really great question.
That's a good question.
Because I think that there's several factors here. So you're absolutely right. Relations between Israel and Turkey are at a real low point, and this is a fascinating
cut
relationship in all
relations.
sorts of ways. Because of course, if you look back to the 1990s, Turkey and Israel had an incredibly close relationship, and what we've seen over the course of the past, certainly the past 20 years, is a very, very steep deterioration in that. It looked like things were improving a couple of years ago, but they've really taken a downturn, especially over, Turkey has been a very outspoken opponent of what Israel's been doing in Gaza, for example. But if it were to come to a conflict, I mean, the thing about Article 5 of NATO is a defensive organization. Now, there will be all sorts of guffaws from certain viewers who would say, NATO is really aggressive and everything. No, certain members of NATO might be aggressive. But NATO on the whole has not actually acted in an aggressive manner. And again, you're going to have people saying Kosovo, yes, but can we look at Kosovo in the round and understand the full context of what was happening? But essentially, you can't argue that Norway is an aggressive country or Slovenia is naturally an aggressive country. NATO doesn't work in that way. It's a defensive alliance. And the reality is that I cannot see that what we would see is Israel launching an attack on Turkey, which would then allow Turkey to then go to its NATO partners and say, we have been attacked, we are going to invoke Article 5. I think what we're seeing at the moment is a lot more of the rhetoric that's coming out of Turkey being much more...
Honestly, I'd love that. That'd be great. Having Article 5 triggered against Israel, that'd be sick. Israel would shit their pants. Yeah, I know. Turkey is somewhat competent. Unfortunately.
More hostile towards Israel. And in the event that, Turkey suddenly said, right, okay, we're going to step in and we're now going to start defending the Palestinians and we're going to attack Israel, then you're going to be in a very different world. But it's not going to be a world in which NATO is going to line up behind Turkey and say, well, you've been attacked, we're going to defend you. If a NATO member attacks another member, another country, then there is no obligation for the other members to step in and and be seen to be supporting a war of aggression. Then you get into very, very complex diplomatic and political problems into how NATO responds to that. But essentially, it would just simply say, look, this is not our issue, this is not our war, and if one of our members wants to launch an attack on another country, we aren't obligated to go in. So, for example, we saw this in Iraq, and it was a very, very powerful debate in 2002 that the United States was quite clearly lining up to invade Iraq, and NATO members, a lot of NATO members, especially the old European NATO members, were simply saying, we won't have any of this. This is not something we're going to do. They lined up with the United States over Afghanistan. They supported the US invasion of Afghanistan, and it became a NATO mission. There was NATO support for what happened in Kosovo because they looked at the situation and said, we need to do something. But they certainly weren't going to get involved in the US invasion of Iraq, which was supported by Britain and a few other NATO members. But it wasn't a NATO operation. And it would be the same in this case. It would be very much, I think, a case. And actually, I think, what you would do is, if it were to be a conflict between Turkey and Israel, I think you would see a very, very strong response from many countries towards Turkey for doing that. To the point that could it actually be the final rupture between Turkey and NATO, which is a fascinating issue, which, I've sort of looked at and touched on in a couple of videos, but I really should actually come back to and talk in a little bit more detail. So Du Bois asks, have there ever been topics or conflicts you're worried about talking about due to how polarizing they are? And how do you typically handle such topics? Absolutely. This is something that running a channel like this, where I talk about conflict, is something that I think about a lot, because you're dealing with very, very sensitive issues. And, one of the things that people often say is, the difference between these type of videos and my usual videos is that my usual videos are very highly scripted. And I often say this is much more me when I talk in these videos, and I love doing these videos for that reason. But I have to be incredibly highly scripted in my regular videos, because I just can't go off script and start just talking about these very complex situations where you say one word wrong or say one thing and people get very, very upset, and for understandable reasons about it. So that, when they're highly scripted, you minimize it, you don't get rid of it, you never get rid of it, because anything you're going to say, it's going to be different interpretations and things like that. But it is certainly something that I think about a lot. Have there been any conflicts that I haven't wanted to do? Well, the fact of the matter is that dealing with things, like the conflicts in the Balkans, dealing with the Arab-Israeli conflict would suggest that no. I'm pretty willing to tackle any conflict, but I do you know, as I often say, there are some where I take a sharp intake of breath before I go into them and think, oh, you know, all right, okay, all right. And then there are some, though, I'll be very honest, that I know I'm just going to get non-stop grief on. I'm not going to name them. Regulars will know. There's some issues that you just know you're never going to win on, and I do them because I want to do them. I'm interested in them, but I know I'm going to get a heap of abuse. But no, I mean, not on the whole. I don't self-censor. I don't say I'm not going to tackle this because it's too sensitive. I've dealt with most sensitive issues in international relations, and you know, I come at them with my own. I try and be balanced on it. That said, regulars will know that I often say there's two situations I can't be balanced and dispassionate about, and that's Brexit and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Those are two issues which I have very, very strong views on. But on the whole, I try and take a very balanced view on things. But no, I don't.
Interesting that it's those
not ones
two.
I worry about talking about. I try and, as I say, deal with them fairly wherever possible. Sadly, I think that's all we have time.
Interesting.
Economies, and crucially, an economy that produces the world's reserve currency, the mighty US dollar. So far, the dollar has jumped, while currencies of major exporters like the Mexican peso and Japanese yen have slumped. On top of that, Trump has literally said that
under my leadership, we are going to take other countries' jobs. Did you ever hear that expression?
So does this mean that Trump's plans will enrich the US and make the rest of us poorer? That is the question we'll be going over for each of these two key economic policies, starting with the one Donald Trump has been obsessing over since the 1980s. Trade policy, where while Trump used to obsess over Japan, the United States has now been overtaken by China as the world's most important producer. But crucially, as you can see here, when it comes to being the most important source of demand, the US is still the world's most important importer. Indeed, as you can see here in this graph from the IMF, almost all of the surpluses from systemic exporter countries like China, Japan, Gulf states, and Germany are absorbed by demand from the United States, which is represented by the dark orange bars. Therefore, continued demand from the United States is crucial to the global economy, and especially for systemic exporters like China, Japan, and Germany. Ever since Trump first came to power in 2016, the US has been trying to desperately decrease its imports and increase its exports. Trump did this by imposing tariffs on the world and especially China. On the other hand, Biden preferred to dole out subsidies to US-based manufacturers while keeping in place and even increasing some Trump tariffs against China. So what can the world expect from Trump now? First of all, Trump is likely to cut Biden's signature subsidies, especially to green energy producers. The world's exporters will be happy about that, but they will hate the fact that tariffs are now back on the menu. Tariffs against China, but crucially also against any country that displeases Mr. Trump. And which country displeases Trump the most? Well, it's mostly countries that run a big trade deficit with the US, but notably countries can get in Trump's good graces if they buy a lot of military equipment from the US or if they do a lot of NATO spending, relieving the US elsewhere. This is why trade surplus countries like Saudi Arabia and Israel managed to stay in Trump's good graces, while Mexico, Germany, and Japan, and of course China, were consistently under threat of increased tariffs last time around. Surprisingly, though, even these exporters could still end up exporting more to the United States under Trump.
He's an actual idiot.
While tariffs will likely hurt exports to the US, last time around, Trump turned out to be a big spender, slashing taxes for most Americans and giving them stimulus checks. This made Americans richer, allowing them to spend a lot of that on more imports. Therefore, despite his rhetoric, the trade deficit doubled under Trump the last time. So will Trump again be a paper tiger, threatening with tariffs while implementing tax cuts that increase US demand for global goods? I think that now for a large part depends on Trump's billionaire friend, Elon Musk, who Trump promised will head the newly formed Department of Government Efficiency. This agency will be charged with sweeping spending cuts that could be so drastic that they will plunge the US into recession. At least that is what Musk has hinted at on X. If the US ends up in a recession, its citizens will of course have far fewer dollars to spend on imports.
Very cool.
In that case, Trump 2.0 could actually be a disaster for the global economy. So will Trump again be a big spender, or will Trump and his new buddy Elon crash global markets? So far, financial markets are betting that Elon's spending cut plans will be more like his failed Vegas tunnel than his SpaceX rockets, as the mighty US dollar shot up right after it became clear that Trump won the election. This likely happened because currency traders were betting that Trump will spend more, causing inflation, and this then will cause the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates to counter that inflation. Then higher interest rates will attract more foreign capital to US. markets, causing the dollar to rise. This is the second key effect Trump's spending will have on the global economy, which relies heavily on borrowing and lending in US dollars. So while increased spending on the one hand may help the global economy, this will partially be offset by the fact that the Fed will have to raise rates, which will make global dollar borrowing and spending more costly. This will especially hurt global dollar borrowers like Egypt, Turkey, and Argentina.
Yes. I generally agree.
Even though it may help global dollar lenders like China, Japan, and Germany. On the other hand, if the Elon scenario happens and global trade crashes, we can expect the Federal Reserve to partially offset this by lowering interest rates instead. So, in conclusion, Trump having won means that the global economy faces two fairly extreme scenarios. The first scenario is the Trump 1.0 boom scenario with higher US imports and higher interest rates, benefiting exporters despite the threat of tariffs. The second scenario is the Elon Musk austerity scenario, which will lead to lower trade and lower interest rates, ruining exporters while potentially providing some relief for global borrowers. Right now, financial markets believe the Trump 1.0 boom scenario with higher US spending, inflation, and interest rates is the most likely. I personally would not bet money on it though.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Milei
either.
in Argentina has shown that radical right-wing spending cuts do sometimes actually materialize, leading to a recession. One thing is certain though, and that is that this type of radical uncertainty is bad news for the long-term attractiveness of the US dollar as a global reserve currency and for global trade in general. That being said, as this graph has shown, global trade has been unbalanced for decades now. Key Trump economic advisor Scott Bessent recently said that the US, under Trump, does actually not want to abandon the global economic order, but rather reform it to make it less imbalanced. Indeed, many well-respected economists have argued that the current dollar-based economic order is ultimately unsustainable and leads to increased inequality within both major exporters and major importers. At least that was a major part of Mr. Bessent's argument that he published in The Economist, the sponsor of today's video. If you want to get into more depth about what the Trump administration will do on a global scale, I highly recommend to check out the full article in The Economist. Then I suggest you follow up with this article published by Trump aide Nadia Shatlow about how Europe can best work with Trump. Finally, I'd recommend this article about the tail risk of the new Trump
The
administration.
Economist is a
Such
China
extensive
dog
coverage
shit
of our
fucking garbage rag. What are we talking about? Alrighty.
Writing in The Australian recently.
Oh, more Australian news. I only put this on because it's fucking Claire Lehman and Quillette. And it's about Victoria.
This woman observed that when you crimp or criminalise words and symbols, a tiny piece of freedom is handed over to a bureaucrat to arbitrate. It was an astute analysis, however, Allman did get one thing wrong. In the state of Victoria, under its proposed expansion of anti-vilification laws, the freedoms that will be handed over are not tiny. If the government's proposed changes proceed, Victorians will lose their right to free speech, setting a startling precedent for the
I had
entire
free
country.
speech.
Current anti-vilification legislation in Victoria is restricted to race and religion, which is in line with the rest of the country. But the Victorian government wants to expand this law to include a laundry list of additional attributes, including disability, gender identity, sex characteristics, and sexual orientation. If such an expansion
Sexual orientation. Nice editing.
is passed, it will become illegal in Victoria to offend people who are disabled, trans, non-binary,
Cool.
or sexually diverse. Maximum prison sentence will be up to 3 to 5
Hell
years.
yeah.
The
Prison
legal
for
threshold
words.
for what constitutes
Fuck, I love this
vilification will be
country.
lowered. Currently, one must incite hatred to breach the law. The proposed changes, however, speech that is likely to incite will become a criminal offence.
Hell yeah.
Under such a standard, almost all speech referring to those with protected attributes, regardless of intent or context, could be deemed criminal. This means that journalists, writers, comedians, academics, artists, and activists will all
we'll
be
see.
open to prosecution simply for carrying out their jobs.
We'll see.
This may sound alarmist and hyperbolic, and of course warnings about encroaching authoritarianism, particularly from the Victorian government, are nothing new. During the COVID pandemic and during the longest lockdowns outside of Xi Jinping's China, Victoria drew international scrutiny for its authoritarian measures. Demonstrations in which rubber bullets were shot at protesters
Hey, I've
shocked the
spoken about
country.
all of this.
Images of a pregnant mother being arrested in her home shocked the world. Nevertheless, Victoria emerged from the COVID pandemic with its freedom still intact, and dire predictions of enduring totalitarianism proved to be overblown. This proposed legislation, however, is different. To grasp how
Oh, it's
these
different,
changes
is it?
could
Okay. So all of that before never actually happened, but this is different. So why is this different? You know, you see where this is coming from? This is perfect, like, feeding you bullshit language. Oh, that was bad. But it wasn't really that bad. But this my thing that I'm bringing up here right now, this matters more. Okay.
Press everyday speech. We need only look at what is already deemed offensive today. Unlike previous false alarms, this threat to free speech is both real and urgent. In 2023, for example, trans activist Claire Southey took the Australian Press Council to court for failing to rule against the Daily Telegraph for reporting the gender identity of a sex offender. The Press Council had ruled that the Daily Telegraph had not breached journalistic standards when it reported that pedophile Scott Lee Irwin identified as transgender and was now known as Cheryl. Yet Southey alleged that such reporting promoted negative stereotypes about transgender people and thus took the Press Council to court. Other complaints target figures for political reasons. In August of this year, the Alliance Against Islamophobia lodged a complaint against the opposition leader Peter Dutton for creating a hostile environment for Muslim Australians and reinforcing harmful stereotypes about
They should have done it against Anthony Albanese.
the Muslim community. What did he do? Dutton said that if the Prime Minister were in a minority government in the next term of Parliament, it will include the Greens, it'll include the Green Teals, it'll include Muslim candidates from Western Sydney. It will be a disaster. Such a statement dehumanises and vilifies Muslim candidates, alleged the Alliance Against Islamophobia.
Man, that's pretty weak.
The sentiments expressed by Dutton.
That's pretty weak. Why don't you go after Anthony Albanese for saying, don't you fucking dare make a Muslim party, cunt. Don't you fucking think about it. They voted for us, not you. You're worthless.
Are likely to be echoed by thousands of Australians.
Nothing matters about
but
that.
now
That
they could
doesn't
wind up
matter.
attracting
That's just
prison
that's
sentences
just
under
politics.
Victoria's proposed changes to anti-vilification laws. That such wide swathes of speech could become criminalised should prompt us all to think long and hard about
Speech should
how we
never be
got here.
criminalised.
We must confront an uncomfortable truth. In Victoria, the state appears to be enshrining a new belief system into law. The ideology of this belief system, whether we want to call it progressivism, wokeness, or something else, is now acquiring the
This is
trappings
cringe,
of official
Claire.
doctrine. This doctrine determines that certain groups have special moral status with demands that are sacrosanct and beyond questioning. This new orthodoxy operates on multiple levels. Firstly, it holds that speech inflicts harm equivalent to physical violence, which means that stringent controls must be placed on expression. Secondly, it establishes a hierarchy of moral authority based on perceived victimhood. Thirdly, it promotes a series of dogmas around identity, privilege, and systemic oppression that brook no dissent. This means that debate is off.
This sounds oddly familiar to that fascist arguing the Maori shouldn't have rights in New Zealand, doesn't it? Feels oddly familiar.
The table. Like any religion, this belief system has its own heresies. Questioning the concept of gender fluidity or expressing concern about biological males in women's sports or suggesting that factors other than discrimination might contribute to disparities between
Riley
groups. All
Gaines,
of these
hell
become
yeah!
dangerous utterances, potentially worthy of legal sanction. Victoria's shift represents a fundamental reimagining of the role of government in a liberal democracy. Rather than serving as a neutral arbiter, protecting the rights of citizens who have equality before the law, the state is now becoming the enforcer of a particular worldview.
It's always been
it's
that
a vision
way.
where the government not only dictates what citizens can say, but what they must believe. The rest of Australia must remain vigilant. Whatever path Victoria chooses, the rest of the country must not follow suit in elevating.
Okay, Claire. Oh, no like bar, huh? Wonder why that happened. Alright.
New this morning, the satirical news site The Onion has just won an auction to acquire the media outlet InfoWars. Right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. The Onion's bid was backed by the families of 8 victims of the Sandy Hook school shooting, the very people that Jones defamed. And now Alex Jones is responding on social media.
The Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that. Just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order. They're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off.
Joining us now, CNN Chief Media Analyst Brian Stelter. Brian, how did this go down? This is a pretty stunning development.
If I was Alex, I'd ask for the CEO position of the new satirical InfoWars.
Hilarious and also very serious, Jim. For those who don't know, The Onion, this is the print newspaper of The Onion. The Onion's a longtime comedy brand, a satire brand, making fun of real news. The Onion was fake news before that slogan ever erupted in our politics. Here's an example from The Onion paper, Jim. Trump launches his own brand of voting machines. Like, that's the kind of humor The Onion is known for. But they're doing something very serious here. They were able to
it's very funny.
Media empire. InfoWars, of course, a very different kind of fake news.
I
Alex
hate
Jones
this guy.
is all about fear of immigrants, fear of Democrats, fear of government. He is a disinformation artist, and it was his defaming of the Sandy Hook families that caused all of this to happen. It was that lawsuit. It was that $1.5 billion judgment against Jones that sent this to auction. And as of today, a judge has ruled that The Onion, a satirical news website, gets to own all of the InfoWars assets. So as we speak, Jim, InfoWars.com, the website's already been taken down. And now the new owners, whether they use it for comedy or they use it for advocacy, we're going to find out in the months to come.
Fascinating, especially after Alex Jones caused so much pain for the families of the Sandy Hook victims, defaming them, just putting them through hell. A lot of people are seeing...
And that's why...
Yeah. Some justice here.
This is another example of the courts bringing real punishment for defamation. Jim, you and I have been covering this for a few years now. We've seen how it's really only the courts that are able to bring justice to the big liars out there promoting big lies. And Alex Jones, in some ways, was the biggest one of them all. Look, he's going to set up shop somewhere else. He's vowing to fight on. He has allies like Steve Bannon. They're going to help him do it. But The Onion was able to partner with the Sandy Hook families, and they've actually struck an advertising deal with the gun control group, Every Town for Gun Safety. So they're trying to do some good, taking out of all the damage that Alex Jones caused, Jim.
Well, hats off to them all. Brian Stelter, thank you very much.
The satirical news website, The Onion, has won the bankruptcy auction to...
Satirical news website The Onion has purchased conspiracy theorist Alex Jones's InfoWars website in a bankruptcy auction. That's according to court documents filed Thursday. And if the two brands seem like strange bedfellows, well, that appears to be the point. In a statement, The Onion said it aims to replace, quote, InfoWars' relentless barrage of disinformation with the parody site's relentless barrage of humor. The move comes roughly 2 years after courts ordered Jones to pay $1.5 billion for defaming the families of 20 students and 6 staff members killed in the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. Jones, unable to pay those legal judgments, was forced to auction his assets, including InfoWars, in bankruptcy. The Connecticut families of 8 victims of the school shooting backed The Onion's bid, saying it was, quote, putting an end to the misinformation machine that Jones operated. Mirroring his site's satirical tone, Onion CEO Ben Collins added that he looks forward to continuing InfoWars', quote, storied tradition of scaring the site's users with lies until they fork over their cold, hard cash. Every Town for Gun Safety, the largest gun violence prevention organization in the country...
Just because they're the largest doesn't mean they're good. They are dog shit.
Said it will serve as the exclusive advertiser on the new Onion-owned InfoWars. Great. In addition to the site, The Onion will acquire InfoWars' other intellectual property, including...
So The Onion decided to buy a disinformation website to then put Every Town for Gun Safety, a disinformation peddler, on the website as the sole advertiser. Okay.
Including customer lists and inventory, certain social media accounts, and the InfoWars production equipment. In a video posted on social media site X on Thursday, Jones said, quote, they're shutting us down, adding, quote, I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off.
And The Onion just bought Alex Jones' InfoWars in a bankruptcy auction. The Onion is...
I think that's it.
The satirical newspaper site The Onion says it has a...
All right, welcome back, everybody. The FBI seized the phone of the founder and CEO of Polymarket, 26-year-old Shane Coplin. Polymarket is a crypto-based prediction market that was a popular platform for bets on the United States presidential election. Reports say that federal agents woke Coplin up at his Manhattan home early yesterday to carry out that search. It's not immediately clear what prompted the raid. The company, for its part, is tying that search to Polymarket's track record in the recent election, saying in part, this is obvious political retribution by the outgoing administration against Polymarket for providing a market that correctly called the 2024 presidential election. Coplin made light of the seizure on his phone on Twitter, saying, new phone, who dis? Here's what he told us last Thursday about his exchange predicting that election outcome.
People who are watching legacy media, hours later were like, oh, wow, Polymarket has Kamala so low. We were in the office and we were looking at the odds and on Polymarket and it looked like a done deal. And if you were just watching TV, you would think it's neck and neck.
No, you wouldn't. We literally watched the election as they started counting, and we basically knew from, I don't know, Trump was at 210. And we're like, it's basically over. Watching the count, like, I cannot fathom how people can't comprehend how odds work. Like, these people know that the numbers are that way because out of everybody who's put money on the election, 70% of them bet Trump. That's not a prediction. That's the odds. Like, that's the payout. That determines how much you get by putting a bet on. If Donald Trump is 75% to win, there's so much money and so many people that you're only going to get a cent or two, maybe 10 cents on every dollar you bet. Are you dumb? Is everybody dumb? Did October end and everybody get hit with tard pills? Like, what the fuck is going on? Wait, how is everybody so dumb?
So that was his first ever television interview. We got to talk to him about some of these things, and I guess we'll see what happens.
There was other news out that I saw, and I don't have it in front of me right now, that the whale made a lot more than people thought. The
An
French
extra
whale,
$50 million.
$87 million, but
no, in France.
Right, the guy in France.
Teo is his name or something?
But he was sure that Trump was going to win. I don't know whether that means anything, that he made even more than we thought, other than he had a pretty good idea of what he believed. Right. And like I was saying yesterday, I mean, betting on sports is almost impossible. If you had a pretty good idea and you could double your money, if you were pretty sure of, I don't know, for whatever reason that you thought it was going to happen. It doesn't mean it's a illicit reason that you thought that necessarily. Although
Well, I think you won't double your money. You literally cannot double your money betting on Donald Trump with 70% betting on him as well. You literally cannot. To double your money, you would bet on Kamala. How do you... Am I going insane? These people are dumb, right?
They're just trying to make the news. They're a vehicle for advertising.
Need some
I think what's going to get complicated with all of this is, is there a level at which the inside information
But
actually
it's not
becomes
just
a real
it's not just
issue?
a news guy.
Maybe not with the election in this way.
It's literally the dude running Polymarket. Like, you're an idiot.
We don't know exactly what they want from his phone. What were the communications that he was having with others about where the results were? Maybe then other people. I don't know, and I'm withholding judgment until we find out a lot more about the situation.
Let's say it was totally orchestrated all along to make it look like Trump was favored on the betting odds. Is that really what caused a victory that big? I don't know if it had any influence necessarily on the eventual outcome.
Oh, you're raising the question of whether
it actually would have caused.
You would
people
suggest
to,
that it would have some.
I don't
some
know.
level of
maybe. I don't know. Maybe. But if it was much closer than it was, it would be obviously much more concerning. But there was obviously a movement of some sort in the country that caused what was 7 states, the popular vote, House, even some local.
Where is it? Fuck off. It's time for a lesson.
You still have it.
Now you guys tell me if I'm the one being dumb here, right? Give me a minute. Right? Okay. So, if okay. So, if you have, I am not going to be able to write backwards. Right? So you have Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. You have. I am done. This is 70 there. 30 there. Right? This is the amount of people putting bets. Now, if 30% of people are betting for Kamala Harris, and you put $1 on Kamala Harris, let's say the pool of money for Kamala Harris is 30 million. But you have 70% of people with Donald Trump, and you put $1, and the pot is 30 million. Are you going to get more money? Are you going to double your money? Or are you going to get fuck all from your dollar bet? Am I stupid? Or are these people stupid? What is happening?
They don't care because they gamble with trends. That's the whole reason why crypto is such a success with them and why they're so easy to scam. So they think if they follow the trends, then they'll get rich quick. And then it gets them into this attitude of chasing that dragon. Have you seen
interesting.
Have you seen what's it called? Uncut Gems?
Yes.
You know, probably the best movie I've ever seen about addiction.
It's pretty good.
And you notice how so when you watched it, were you sitting there like hoping the character would actually win to get out of everything? Or every time were you going, come on, man, what are you doing?
It was more
Stop
like
while
what
you're-
are you doing?
So
if I
you
remember
didn't
correctly.
like feel like, oh, I hope this ends with him winning.
No. Why? Was I meant to?
No, I was just curious.
No, I definitely got the,
Because like,
what the fuck are you doing?
Because like, I mean, like, there's something in me where it's like I kind of feel like, oh,
underdog.
it would be nice for him to win that final bet.
Yeah. No, because
and then
I'm
actually be able to like.
Yeah, I don't have that in me. I can't do it. Like I feel bad losing $50 at the pokies. $20.
Yeah, I've never gambled.
Yeah,
so.
don't.
No, I'm completely against it.
Yeah.
I'm too poor to gamble anyway.
Yeah, well, that also.
Why would I want to make myself poorer?
Exactly.
And like when I do have money, there's like better things that I need. You know, like work stuff. Anyway. Yeah. I'm just curious how different people felt while watching it.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the
Because like
ratios.
I imagine if every time you're just feeling, dude, please get out of it. Don't put that bet in there. That it must be a very frustrating movie.
Maybe. So which ratio would you pick to make more money? Which one makes you more money? The 1 to 1.
Which one is definitely going to lose?
Well, that's the question, right? So this is what I'm asking: are they dumb, or is your theory the one that we're going with? Because if your theory is the one we're going with, this is going to double their money. If they put $2 million in, they're going to get $4 million. I think that's a 4. It might be backwards. It's definitely backwards. I'm writing upside down. Give me a break.
The thing is that
idiots.
If you're betting on Kamala Harris, you're not going to win anyway.
No, but what if she did win, right? That's gambling.
Yeah.
So really, if you're a gambler, you'd be betting on Kamala Harris.
Well, so if you're a gambler, you should make the worst bets that never pay out?
Not necessarily, but if you're basing it off whatever and not off popular opinion, which is literally what the betting market is, right? It's whatever people think is going to win, which is how in like horse racing, you can bet on the favorite, but the favorite might not win. It might be the fucking horse that's $20. But generally,
who else has seen Uncut Gems? Was
Like
it frustrating for you, or were you like, anxious, like just wanting him to win, so he got out. Because like I imagine if somebody really recognized that it's about gambling addiction, like every time he's going to make a bet, you're like, come on.
Did everyone enjoy the lesson on why these people are retarded? And why betting markets are not good predictors of shit? Because it could just be a popularity contest. Had Americans not been dumb, it's very...
It ends with him getting killed, right? Or does it end with him going to Vegas?
No, he
placing a bet.
No, he dies. He places the bet and dies.
Oh, okay. It's both.
Yeah. And because it's the bet that kills him, right? Because he fucked over the dude and placed the bet instead of paying him off. So he got killed.
But that's the thing, is I remember like a cliffhanger on the bet.
No. He won the bet. He wins the last bet, but he's dead. That's the movie, right? That's the end of the movie.
Because like I also think that like leaving that bet open-ended would really fuck with an audience as well.
Yes.
If they don't know like whether he won or lost.
It's been a minute. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I remember happening.
Legislatures flipped. It shouldn't have flipped. So, I mean, it was more than just the betting market saying that Trump was going to win. That's all I'm saying.
The thing is that it's not just a movie about gambling addiction. Like, I didn't know Adam Sandler could be that good in a movie.
It was a very good performance.
It's like one of the best performances. Like I was so invested and completely transformed by the character. I stopped thinking about how Adam Sandler's performance was. And like it's also like it feels so real because that's like exactly how it is in those places in New York, the Diamond District. You know, and it's just, you know, it's a weird feeling because like you want him to like actually get a payout and then get out and stop.
Yeah.
Which is any type of heist movie. It's always the last heist.
Yeah.
Right. And then you get caught and it's like one more and out. Well, and you're like, but what if they did get away? No, it was the other heist that they did before this where they said it's one more and out.
Yeah,
every heist is one more and out. That's the point.
Exactly.
But it's like when it comes to heroin, you're never going, boy, I hope this person gets a whole bunch of heroin and then gets sober.
This is true. That's a very good point.
So that's why I think it's just so strange, that type of addiction.
Gambling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Because I know he's not going to win. But I still want the character to, even though that's not going to help the character.
No, it'll just make it worse.
Exactly. So I think that's what's really, for me, that's what really drew me into that movie, because I don't gamble anyway, but still, like that attitude is so toxic.
Yeah.
Because it's literally no different than I hope they get a lot of heroin and have a good time and then get off of heroin.
Although, I will say it's quite fun going and having a slap.
Oh, I do clap. I do claps instead.
Have a slap on the pokies. Slap away $20. It's good fun.
I like to play big or small.
But
once
you're slapping away hundreds of dollars, once you're slapping away your entire paycheck, that's an issue. And this is a big problem in Australia. Like you want to see gambling, look up gambling in Australia. Every single pub has pokies. It's bad.
It's not, but it's also just not. It's the writing in it.
Here's
and
my
like
this is something you tweeted.
How small his shop is and how restrained the set is. Like I wish he would do more like that.
Well, I mean, look at even Click. You could see a little bit of his acting chops in Click.
Oh my god. The worst movie ever. You know the click is a plagiarized story, right?
I bet it is. There is no
You wanna-
original idea. What's
no,
the
no,
original?
no. Literally plagiarized.
Directly plagiarized. That's funny. I'm curious.
Yeah, hang on. I'll send you a wiki. It's a synopsis to the thing it's literally a copy of.
Oh my god, goosebumps. That is awesome. That's great.
From Trump's last.
Okay, you could call it plagiarized, sure.
I don't
It's
think
not.
they
The general premise is
credited
the
them.
same. They do?
I don't think they do. It's literally the same. It's literally a ripoff.
I mean, yeah. But also, you can argue that it's transformative as well. That the idea of the
No.
story itself is the premise.
If you called it a different title, maybe.
There's
plenty
is a
of
good
zombie
point.
movies.
This is a good point. This is a very good point. The fact that it is the same name is weird. I have also never heard of this Goosebumps episode.
The difference is one is a comedy and the other is horror.
Well, it's supposed to be.
But
Interesting. Dun, 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 dun. No, that's Gremlins. Never mind. What's the Goosebumps theme song? It's similar. It's like kind of like the
dun,
Gremlins.
dun, dun. And then it's a piano.
Yeah,
Bonk,
it's
bonk, bow. Dun, dun, dun,
Campaign
dun,
rally
dun.
in Pittsburgh.
And I often get asked,
how it
Mike,
goes.
what was it like? Right, the Washington Post described me as the most loyal cabinet member to Donald J. Trump. I had to remind the president that they did not mean that as a compliment. They asked me, what was it like to serve for President Trump? And I told them, and I've
Is
told
this
everyone,
Michael Flynn? Is that who this is? Who is this?
That's Mike Pompeo. He's skinny
Oh.
now, I think.
hundreds of times in these 3.5 years. It was the greatest privilege that Mike Pompeo could ever have.
And he's talking in third person?
I was proud to be a part of President Trump's team. I
According
talked
to
to him every
Vulture,
day for 4
Scholastic
years. First he
Incorporated
said-
reported considering suing Sandler
No
and his
shit.
production team on the grounds of plagiarism. But if such talks did indeed occurred, it seems the two parties agreed that the overlapping plots were coincidental.
Interesting. So two separate ideas coming to the same conclusion. That's very interesting.
Oh no, it's so deeper.
Supposedly.
It's so
Interesting.
deeper. Both Stein's short story and Sandler's movie can even be traced back to The Magic Thread, a story in William Bennett's Book of Virtues, a treasury of great moral stories, where a boy named Peter can make years pass by tugging on a thread.
Huh.
So Sandler countered, I know where you got the idea from. You're the one who's a copycat, is what it sounds like.
That's very funny. So, see, that I can believe. I can believe that two people came to the same story conclusion out of the same, like, out of a different train of thought. I can believe that because shit is random. And literally evolution has shown that two things, like, the same thing can evolve in multiple aspects.
Well,
from
look.
multiple things.
Jack,
Are you about to argue with evolution?
Terminator got sued because it was too similar to Harlan Emerson's work. Okay.
To whose?
The writer of I Have No Mouth and Will Not Scream. And Cannot Scream.
Interesting.
All right, have no mouth and I must scream.
Okay.
Terminator was sued because it was too similar to stories like that.
Mm.
right?
I also don't care.
But really, there's no evidence.
Yeah.
Because like it's like saying that
It's speculation.
you know, well, Terminator is a genre that exists.
Mm.
Like, it's the like I don't know if there's a time travel aspect in one of the guy's books where they try to stop the machines from taking over. It's just about the future where machines take over in his book.
Okay. See, this is what I'm
And then
saying.
another one that I know of, Dead Rising.
Yeah.
On the game itself, on the cover, it says that it basically says that it's like not related to Dawn of the Dead.
Okay.
Because it's a small game where you fight zombies.
Yes.
And so
Okay.
somebody to do with that, the rights holding of Dawn of the Dead went after the game. So
I fucking hate these
they had
people.
to put that on there.
I fucking hate these people. This is why you should vote for the Pirate Party and only the Pirate Party. Fuck these people.
All I'm saying, Scholastic could have totally sued him.
They could have.
Something must have happened where they decided, no, it's fine.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that if it was that they came from the same source and the idea came from the same source, the title being the same is very sus.
Look, go watch the Goosebumps episode.
I fucking will.
And you
Don't
let me
tempt
know
me.
how you feel. No, it's only like 20 minutes.
No, I know they're very short. I've been watching them.
Yeah. Go watch it and let me know what you think.
I will. I've actually been wanting to rewatch Goosebumps for a while, honestly.
I'm like, keep in mind, like, Click is so different because it's
a movie?
a whole feature-length film.
Yeah. So they had to pad it out.
Director, and then as Secretary of State. And what I was so proud of is that we understood the greatness of this nation, and we never once apologized for the United States of America. Not once.
So, yeah. play the rest of that because he says the key thing right toward the end there.
Okay.
Always a not a good sign when someone refers to himself in the third person. You know, it was the greatest honor that Mike Pompeo ever had.
Yeah, that might be a side effect of Ozempic.
Now, President Trump's going to secure our southern border. We will bring peace back to the world. We will take down the Ring of Fire. We will support our friends in Israel, but he's going to need help to do that.
So he's saying,
part.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Ring of Fire is a reference to the
Tracy's
axis of
always
resistance
so
and their
fired up,
strategy
man.
of surrounding Israel in a quote Ring of Fire.
Yeah, you know, one thing that I've been, again, maybe I'm just of a unusual disposition, so I'm easily aggravated, but
You are. You're a fucking
I now get
baby.
accused of having, quote, TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, because I guess there has been a slightly more of an emphasis as of late by me on
have regular
the contradictions within the Trump movement, the Republican movement. You know, Trump has unprecedented unilateral control over one of the two major political parties, so this seems like a sensible thing to do. He's the three-time nominee of the Republican Party. Again, doesn't have any precedent in recent U.S. history. His influence is just enormous.
Oh,
and
Russian
he
agents.
might be on the verge of becoming president again. And yeah, I've been baffled, maybe not baffled, but dismayed by what I think is a totally missing rational critique of Trump. Because if the ordinary voter is just absorbing the predominant critiques of Trump out there in the ether, what they hear is liberals taking offense to his wisecracks or claiming that they're
You're a
so
liberal.
outraged by a joke at a rally, or screaming racism, screaming January 6th, and on and on and on. And they're not actually exposed to the rational critique.
On.
And I think that's kind of bolstered a new segment of the Trump support base who are just not aware of what he did in office because it's never amplified within any like reasonable sectors of society, right? It's very unusual. So, like, for example, and Max, I remember talking to you about this. Like, I felt like I was pulling my hair out because Trump was absolutely critical in facilitating the passage of the largest ever disbursement of Ukraine war funding back in April. He worked hand in glove with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and his emissaries in the Senate, Lindsey Graham, Mark Wayne Mullen, Kevin Kramer. I have people who participated in this on the record that Trump's
Harlan
political license was
Ellison
actually critical.
said
So I mean, the reason why people keep having
that he loved Terminator and was blown away with it, but believed that the screenplay was based on a short story and episode of The Outer Limits he had written titled Soldier and threatened to sue for infringement.
Oh shit. Outer Limits, he says.
Yeah, so it's one episode of a show that he wrote.
Outer Limits, was that a anthology?
I don't know, but I assume.
Oh,
I never watched it. I remember ads for it though.
okay. Because I like
It must have
anthologies.
been like a newer series. There's
Because
probably two.
I really like anthology series. Have you seen Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix?
Some of it, yeah.
That is fucking great.
Damn.
Honestly, probably the best show on Netflix.
Okay, so it was the same show when I was a kid. It ran since 1995 to 2002. So the description of this, where is it? Because like I see it on like the Google search, and then I open it because I wanted to read more, and now I can't find where. Okay, storyline, Outer Limits, blah blah blah. That's not either. That's very annoying. It might be a certain episode, and this is just the plot of a certain episode
Maybe.
that's showing up.
Didn't you say episode?
No, I was just Googling the show.
Oh,
It is an anthology series.
hell yeah.
I've learned that much.
Well, yeah, if if you haven't seen Love, Death, and Robots, you should watch Love, Death, and Robots. Great show. Another show recommendation, animated. If you haven't seen Inside Job, you should watch Inside Job. Such a good show. So good.
PDS, because I feel like there's a totally missing critique out there.
Gray Zone, but not just Gray Zone. Gray Zone and Michael Tracy.
Exactly.
Double hitter.
That should be more widely known and is nowhere to be found. So
Okay.
yeah.
Just one
So
thing.
this
Mitch
is-
McConnell
I-
personally thinks.
I Google searched the partial description to get the full description of the episode. I just typed in Outer Limits, and this was what's coming up as the description. So now the AI has completed it. It says, a lawyer and the son of Holocaust survivors is investigating the Nazi war criminal who murdered members of his family. He gets help from a mysterious time traveler who is able to procure evidence from Auschwitz in 1994. And the episode is called Tribunal from season 7, I guess.
Cool.
That sounds like a fucking kick-ass episode.
What is a gray zone? Could be.
I love
could be.
old vagina.
Trump for the passage of the
The
Ukraine
gray
budget.
zone.
That's how instrumental Trump was to that.
Mhm.
And you've pointed out that actually, for example, Liz Cheney, despite this image we have of where it's like Liz Cheney versus Donald Trump, and they're like diametrically opposed, that policy-wise, Liz Cheney stood with Trump most of the time because Trump actually carried out most of her priorities. And so, my thoughts on what accounts for this is basically
was the
they
point.
don't like Trump not for really policy reasons, but because
Was
he's
the
too much of a
point.
loudmouth. He puts it
Oh, bro, hang on. We got to see Michael Tracy drink that water again.
bad because Trump actually carried out most of her priorities. And so,
Slow this down.
you know,
This is crucial. If I saw what I think I saw. Oh, I just meant one
My
time.
thoughts on what accounts for this is basically they don't like Trump not for really policy reasons, but because he's too much of a
He full-throated it.
But can we do normal speed and see how fast he drinks this water? Like,
loud
dude is a
mouth. He
fucking
puts
like
a bad face
squirrel.
on the global empire. And that's
A fucking like Solarian ass.
the reasons, but because
Like-
he's too much of a loudmouth.
That was not normal. Can we all agree? The dude is a fucking spazoid, and then 2 seconds later, he's like,
He puts a bad face on the global empire. You're not supposed to say things like
Bro,
"We're
way
Syria to
off
take the
the
oil," which is what
map.
Trump said. You're supposed to say we're there to spread democracy and fight terrorism. And that's what this comes down to. It's a branding thing, not
We
a
can speed it
policy
up
thing.
again.
And
Aaron's
you
hard
pointed
enough
this
to
out
listen
when
to
you talked
already.
I noticed when I slowed it down that Aaron doesn't really enunciate the start of a word very much.
He's so boring.
He kind of just like grunts the start of a word and finishes
Max Blumenthal is boring too. At least Michael Tracy's like entertaining because he's like bing bang pow pow.
Some Trump supporters, there's this widespread belief that he's always being duped by his own aides, right? He's always being conned, and he just, he didn't know that, Julian Assange was being persecuted under his watch, even though that was his Attorney General, William Barr. He's always like a helpless victim of the deep state within his own ranks. He never has any agency. And the reality is he has no convictions. He has no policies.
Anyway,
and
that
to the
was the
extent
whole point of running Liz Cheney.
He's never.
Which it was stupid. They made this bet that there was enough never Trumpers out there.
Yes.
That they could and like it makes sense. I understand where the logic comes from. But it didn't work because why would you vote for Diet Hitler when there's already Hitler? Like I get it. That's the point is, and then even look at Trump's cabinet picks, the ones that are normal in quotes, right? They're fucking neocons.
Yeah.
So they really thought they could secure the Nikki Haley voters.
Yeah. There clearly wasn't that many.
Well, there was. They voted for Trump.
Are willing to,
Well, they
spend
didn't
political
vote.
capital or energy to actually push them through. So, for example, when he ordered U.S. troops out of Syria, he was just ignored, and he stood down. He didn't make an issue out of it.
Quick update before Michael chimes in. The New York Times Needle has Donald Trump at a 68% chance of victory. Looks like Trump's going to take Georgia and North Carolina, and Virginia is leaning to Kamala Harris. The population of Northern Virginia and Richmond continues to grow, so that bring people coming in.
Cleansing of Afrin took place. And then he put him back in to protect the oil and bragged how he put him back in to protect the oil. Not only that, the troops he pulled, he was trying to sell as mercenaries to Saudi Arabia. Are you armed forces under contract, paid contract to Saudi Arabia? And then they were like, bro, you are gonna get like in big trouble, mister. You better not, you can't be doing that. And then he was like, oh, okay. People just told him no.
Tech jobs, and that's no surprise. Pennsylvania remains a toss-up along with Michigan and Wisconsin, but we don't expect many numbers from Michigan and Wisconsin for at least another
Turkey
hour.
was like,
Michael,
yeah, we won't do anything. And Trump was like, if you do, I'll obliterate your economy. And they're like, yeah, don't worry. And then they pull troops, Turkey invades, and then they immediately announce nothing will stop us. No sanctions, no dollar amount will stop us.
Yeah, on the Liz Cheney
no point, troops were pulled.
This has been
they didn't listen to Trump.
Very annoying as well because Trump, I think, shrewdly identified Liz Cheney as a convenient foil because obviously the Kamala Harris campaign elevated her. She was a central focus in the Democrats' closing message, amazingly enough, and it's still bizarre to even say that, but it's true. And Trump kind of latched onto that adroitly with a political astuteness. I mean, that Trump, if Trump has. I don't think anybody can deny that Trump has a good political antenna, right? That's what Gabbard really is. And so he starts bashing Liz Cheney and saying she's a warmonger and making this contrast between the two of them as though they were eternal ideological enemies. But in reality, Liz Cheney was one of Trump's most stalwart defenders.
Y'all are
when
part
Trump
of this.
Was in office. It didn't take you that long to dig up clips
paint the Democrats
of Trump praising
as
Dick Cheney while he was in office, saying he's a
Yeah.
That's on y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? Okay? The neocon Republicans would also be giving arms to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Would also be giving arms to Israel. Probably just as much as Joe Biden. If anything, they would give more to Ukraine. If there's an argument that that, like, in that regard, maybe the neocon is better in this situation, even though the Palestinians will be, be obliterated. It's likely that Israel is going to get whatever it asked for anyway, regardless of who's in power. The difference is the liberals will act like they're doing something, while the neocons will just defend what they're doing. Like, ridiculous.
Tremendous supporter, and heaping praise on Liz for doing his bidding in the House of Representatives on Israel policy and Iran policy, even on Russia.
How are all those pro-war candidates in the cabinet going? Pretty cool. What about all the pro-Russian people? That's pretty cool as well. What about the guy with the Crusades tattoo? You like that? You're a fan of the Crusades? You like that? That's good. The non-4-star general with the Crusades tattoos. That's like heavily religious. That's who you want in charge of the military, right? Some hard guys like that. Totally not fucking morons.
This is just stupid. Saying that the Democrats are pro-war, or any more pro-war than Republicans is just fucking retarded. It's just retarded thinking.
Liz Cheney cheered the abrogation of the INF Treaty, for example. And to add to,
like, all the neocons back Trump.
That's convenient for you, considering that you must be dealing with cognitive dissonance. But you keep mouthing off in the chat there, buddy.
the irony, it's not only that they were in total sync, or they were largely in sync when he was president. The one area where they did at least have a
this is
surface
also
level.
stupid, Tracy. Tracy's so stupid. She's like, Liz Cheney did his bidding. She was in the House, bro. Like, she was part of the fucking Republicans. They're voting for Republican policy.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking moron. Like, actual agency fucking exists, broad line across the fucking political parties in America. Get out of my fucking face. Fucking moron.
Disagreement was over Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Liz Cheney introduced an amendment to the 2021 National Defense Authorization Act that would have somewhat bureaucratically.
I'm so confused what he's trying. Like, is he trying to annoy us by saying Liz Cheney sucks? Yeah, fuck that bitch. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Are you an idiot?
It's okay. It's when you're this far gone and so stressed from facts, you know, because you have to think about it, because like cognitive dissonance is a stress response to facts, right?
Yeah.
It's a coping mechanism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you completely feed that dragon and that addiction, you eventually get to the point where you just actually can't hear. Like,
Selective
tell
hearing.
me that's not. Tell me you don't know people like this.
Selective hearing.
They hear something completely different than you say, and it's the same with the fucking. It's the same with the fucking like screechy Karens, right?
Yes.
You know, like there's a certain type of black activist where if you try to argue with them, they'll turn anything into, oh, you're saying this because I'm
a racial thing,
I'm black or something.
Yeah,
you know,
like
it goes both ways.
It's irrational. Yeah.
Yeah, they literally can't hear what's actually being said.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I love like Vosh and Hassan. They'll say something and their audience will be like, are you trying to say? And what's funny is Vosh has gotten to the point where he's like, does that make sense? Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Because he's like so often misunderstood by his chat.
Stymied Trump's ability to withdraw from Afghanistan, which he claimed that he wanted to do. He could still ultimately have been able to do it, but she was trying to throw up obstacles. And of course, she had the assistance from the Democrats on the House Armed Services Committee, who were all in favor of making it more difficult for Trump to withdraw from Afghanistan. But now, fast forward 4 years later, Trump has retroactively adopted.
I really wanted to
Cheney's
hear
position
Tracy's dumb Afghanistan point, though, and it was interrupted. So can we go back to like 10 seconds to hear what he has
Trump
to say about that?
Stymied Trump's ability. Disagreement was over Afghanistan. irony. It's not only that they were in total sync, or they were largely in sync when he was president. The one area where they did at least have a surface level disagreement was over Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Liz Cheney introduced an amendment to the 2021 National Defense Authorization Act that would have somewhat bureaucratically stymied Trump's ability to withdraw from Afghanistan, which he claimed that he wanted to do. He could still ultimately have been able to do it, but she was trying to throw up obstacles. And of course, she had the assistance from the Democrats on the House Armed Services Committee, who were all in favor of making it more difficult for Trump to withdraw from Afghanistan. But now, fast forward 4 years later, Trump has retroactively adopted Liz Cheney's position on Afghanistan. Trump goes around saying that he was never going to withdraw. The Pompeo-Trump Taliban agreement that called for the complete withdrawal of all U.S. troops from Afghanistan, from all remaining bases, Trump now said he was never going to fulfill, and it was moot, and he was going to keep a permanent occupation force in Afghanistan at Bagram Air Base, and then the ancillary combat missions that would necessarily require, because he says it's close to China's nuclear arsenal, and he wants a permanent U.S. troop presence there to, I guess, antagonize or intimidate China. And he retroactively adopted Liz Cheney's position. So not only were they partners when he was governing.
You got it?
Yeah. Really, it's like, he's just, it's not much to criticize.
Okay.
I was thinking he was going to say something dumb.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm moving on.
Who the fuck are you?
Trump did what he does best, creating a whirlwind during his visit to DC.
Creating a whirlwind.
Big appointments and blew up several norms along the
blew
way.
up.
Aside from Matt Gaetz, the other nominee that has political tongues wagging is former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who Trump picked to be the next director of national intelligence. For context, the DNI was created after 9/11 to fix the lack of coordination among different branches of the government that dealt with intel.
Republicans are extremely happy about the pick. Former UFC fighter Gina Carano took to X posting, quote, "This is beyond amazing. Congratulations to this."
Robbie, she is a failed actor.
Well, actually, she's only failed because she posted Holocaust stuff saying this is what it's like to be a Republican. She was in Mandalorian, you know?
I know.
If she didn't say that she was going through the Holocaust because she's a Republican, probably be fine.
Like, I'm just being facetious, but
good.
also not facetious at the same time, because why the fuck do I give a shit what an actor has to say? I don't care. Tell me what the actual people who know what the fuck this means have to say. I don't care what Ben Shapiro's personal lapdog has to say. Fuck off.
This incredible woman, a true, strong leader with an incredible heart for the people. Tulsi Gabbard for the win. Well done, Donald Trump. Thank you. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. also praised this choice, writing, quote, "The perfect place for a courageous warrior of democracy and freedom. Congratulations, Tulsi Gabbard." Of course, critics weighed in as well.
It's like, wow, Trump's team happy with Trump's choice. You mean the cult agrees with the cult leader's choice? Wow. News.
Joe Walsh wrote, "When you voted for Trump, you voted to put Tulsi Gabbard, a Russian asset, in charge of our nation's intelligence. That's what you voted for. Congratulations." And senior fellow at Media Matters for America, Matt Gertz, who's often confused for Matt Gaetz, even though they're totally different people, said Matt Gaetz' pick is so crazy. People have forgotten
I didn't just do it.
So crazy, people have forgotten about the Pete Hegseth pick. Who knows what?
I know. Actually, you know what? This tweet is pretty much the epitome of what the fuck is going on. Like, Matt Gaetz happened, so you forget that Tulsi Gabbard happened, so you forget that Pete fucking Hegseth got picked as the Secretary of the Department of Defense. Like, what is happening?
Tomorrow will bring more cheers from Matt Gertz is what tomorrow will bring. Tulsi Gabbard. This is someone who started her political career as a very progressive Democrat.
That right there, that more tears, cope. That's cope, because Robbie voted for a rapist.
Bernie Sanders ran for president as a Democrat on a economic...
Like, he has to acknowledge that Tulsi Gabbard is pro-Assad and pro-Russia, right? That this is not hidden information?
I don't think he cares because he's a libertarian.
Sure. But he's so adamant about the Republicans and the right wing being the good guys all the time.
Yeah, the thing about TrueAnon, Brady Speldon is like not a good person.
But who fought for the Kurds?
A lot of people did.
Yeah.
That it doesn't make you a good person. And it's funny that Hassan will be like, I am pro-Kurdish. I literally had a YPG fighter on my show. Bro, it's Brace Belden. He's not exactly living for the values of the revolution, bro.
Not anymore, or at all.
He
I don't
never
know.
was.
Why did he go and join up?
Because he's a fucking piss baby communist who likes to get peed on and stuff. He was a machine gunner, I believe.
Populist platform and a non-interventionist or
Oh, what did he
non-regime
do
change,
that's bad?
kind of foreign policy.
He's an Assadist and thinks that it's good that Russia invaded Ukraine.
That's kind of cringe.
Yeah. That's when I stopped listening.
Yeah,
Well, they
fair
also,
enough.
like, I couldn't find it, but I swear to God, there's a Libya episode with Aaron Mate. But I've said this before, and then I tried to find it, and I couldn't.
Don't know.
The Kurds are not necessarily anti-Assad. This is the main issue with the Idlib side of northern Syria. Now, the Idlib side is also exposed to intense Turkish propaganda, and there's already ethnic tension to begin with because it's the Middle East. But the Kurds are technically in Assad's Syria. They fully recognize Assad as the president of Syria. They recognize that they live in Syria. They recognize that, like, he's the legitimate authority in Syria. But in their territory, they rule autonomously. If they go into Assad's territory, there could be conflict. If Assad comes into their territory, there could be conflict. So it's essentially an armistice where once the Idlibis are wiped out, you're next. But they technically are not an anti-Assad force.
Yet.
Like, the reason why they actually made this alignment with Assad is because of Trump. Trump pulling those troops out made the Kurds have to make a deal for their own survival. They couldn't fight both Turkey and Syria. And they know there was no deal with Turkey they could negotiate. So they made a deal with the devil, just a little lesser devil. So, but he's generally just like one of those dirtbag tanky types with bad opinions. Some of the episodes are really good. I mean, I've sent some to Jack that are great.
She's the youngest MP in the entire New Zealand Parliament. The one who started it? Good on her.
Clashed significantly with Kamala Harris
And also
Joe
just
Biden
him
on the
talking
debate
about the
stage.
revolution. Not that I'm an ally to the revolution. Like, far from it. Not that I'm against it either. Not to, like, don't get my words twisted. I'm just saying I'm not living the values of that revolution. Like, the values of that revolution, I think, apply well to
Kurdistan?
where they are. I think some of the values would apply well elsewhere. But the general underlying theory of, like, autonomy and confederalism, sure, I'm into. You know,
was perceived
giving
as having,
girls
I think,
sniper
scored
rifles.
points on Kamala in
That's
a
true,
debate,
too.
has become subsequently disenchanted with the Democratic Party, formally left them, formally joined the Republican Party, has been in Trump's orbit now on the campaign, is also close with RFK Jr., and is now going to be the Director of National Intelligence.
Yes, and cue the outrage from many, many quarters,
I
as
just
well
know
as the
too
praise for
much.
some quarters that you've just noted there. So, look, I mean, a lot of the attention that Tulsi Gabbard gets is for her views on foreign policy, war, American interventionism, and all of that. And while I think that some of that criticism is unfair, I think some of it is also valid. So to take just briefly an unfair thing, there was a column written in the Washington Examiner, and it said something to the effect that Xi Jinping would be delighted if Tulsi Gabbard were confirmed. Now, the evidence or the supporting case for that was that Tulsi Gabbard didn't want there to be a trade war with China. That is a very
have to
mainstream
remember
belief, and if we're accusing anybody who
stop
believes
putting
that of
Rising
being
on
a sort
here
of
if
Chinese
this guy's gonna be
fellow
on there
traveler,
now.
that would be like
100%
I'm
a
just
massive number of people.
zoning out.
Where I think
Fair enough.
I think Sam Cedar has a video on it.
Now let's get to the fallout over Trump's nomination for Director of National Intelligence. The former House Democrat
Sam
turned Trump
Cedar's
supporter,
original
Tulsi Gabbard,
caption was
has long
Russian
criticized
agent.
That's funny.
U.S. foreign policy and has even been accused of echoing Russian propaganda. Meanwhile, Ukraine has said they are prioritizing security instead of territory as Trump
I don't want to
pushes
be that
truce
guy.
talks. For more, let's turn to NBC's Matt Barner. Good
But
morning,
why
Matt.
don't we go look up
Francis? Good morning.
Go ahead, Jack. Let's go to Wikipedia to see what she did in the military real quick, and you tell me what you think.
Oh, was it psyops?
Civil affairs,
Yeah. Okay.
aka psyops.
Military service. While serving in the Hawaii State Legislature, she was deployed on a tour to Iraq, specialist in a medical company, infantry brigade team, logistical support. She graduated officer school, Alabama Military Academy, second lieutenant, brigade, Army Police, National Guard, combat medic. Captain National Guard until her transfer. No. She continued to serve as a major in the Hawaii Army National Guard until her transfer to the 351st Civil Affairs Command, a California-based U.S. Army Reserve unit, to the United States Army Civil Affairs and Psychological Operations Command. This is the same thing that Haley Lujan is a part of, by the way. The exact same. The Reservist Corps is the one that she's a part of.
And Tulsi did psyops in Africa.
In Africa?
Yeah, keep going. That's in there. I'll be in there. It was like 2 years ago.
2020, after serving for 17 years, Gabbard left the National Guard with a new assignment, promoted to lieutenant colonel, deployed to the Horn of Africa, working as a civil affairs officer in support to the Special Operation Mission, which that would be
Somalia.
Yeah, I'm getting the link. Africa. Special Operations Deployment. Gabbard received a promotion, 17 years of service. And between her deployments, there's only one mention. I don't see anything on this one.
Oh, you'd have to Horn of Africa special whatever mission is what you have to type in. It's Somalia.
CJTOF-HOA conducted. No, that's not it. I don't know what mission you're
our
talking
entire
about.
National Guard compromised. You read it on her thing.
Yeah,
I deployed to the Horn of Africa on a something mission. I'd have to see the page. Why the fuck does Alabama have a military academy? I couldn't tell you.
It just says support of a special operations mission. There's no specificities.
Yeah, and when they say mission, it wasn't like one operation. So
let's see what CNN has to say. Lawsuit. Okay. 29. No, this is just dog shit. It does say here about Assad, though.
Mm-hmm. Pretty cool.
2015 calls for the US to let Bashar al-Assad remain in power. 2017, Tapper tells Jake Tapper she met with Assad during an unannounced 4-day trip to Syria. Very cool. Gabbard claims she's skeptical that Assad's regime behind chemical weapons attacks. Cool, she denies Duma. That's awesome. Thought the president's Secretary of State and Pentagon officials found that Assad's regime was responsible for the attack. Gabbard says she does not regret meeting Assad in 2017, adding the American leaders must meet with foreign leaders if we are serious about the pursuit of peace and security. Okay, sure thing, Tulsi.
Morning. Tulsi Gabbard is a pick that will certainly be celebrated by the Russian state media. For years now, she's been accused of parroting lines that could be taken off of any Russian broadcast over the past decade. For example, in 2022, she claimed that the U.S. was funding biolabs in Ukraine. This is a well-known Russian propaganda narrative for which there is no evidence. This drew criticism from both sides of the aisle, with Republicans such as Adam Kinzinger and Mitt Romney accusing her of parroting Russian propaganda. Gabbard has denied these claims consistently and even sent Romney a cease and desist letter as a response. Gabbard claimed that her biolab comments were not the same as Russian propaganda narratives because they talk about bioweapons labs. The United States has, in fact,
which are the biolabs?
Research labs in Ukraine.
What a fucking dumb.
Lad, you actual moron.
What a fucking cop out, stupid ass fucking thing to say.
Ukraine, but not weapons labs. Russian media regularly tells their audience that the U.S. is funding Ukrainian research into biological weapons that specifically target ethnic Russians. Gabbard's viewpoints are likely to put her at odds with the majority of the U.S. intelligence community. Her position would oversee 18 agencies with a combined budget of $70 billion annually. Also, the DNI is the president's primary intelligence advisor. Her views will also likely conflict with other Trump picks, such as Marco Rubio, who's been tapped as the incoming administration's choice for Secretary of State.
Right here.
Meanwhile, in Kyiv, officials are preparing for the arrival
on her Instagram. This past Independence Day had a special significance for me. While I was deployed to the Horn of Africa working as a civil affairs officer in support of a special operations mission to go after Al-Qaeda affiliated jihadists. That's Al-Shabaab. I was promoted to lieutenant colonel, blah, 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 blah. But
very cool.
Point is, she did say Al-Qaeda affiliated terrorist. That's Al-Shabaab. There's nobody else in the Horn of Africa who's Al-Qaeda affiliated.
Yes.
Well, a spy is... Okay, here's the thing. A spy is something else. A spy is generally an informant. They actually are a citizen of that country, and they're informing back to somebody. So if she is a spy for Russia, she would be giving them information from our government. The bigger issue here with her, is our entire thing compromised, right? The thing is that don't underestimate how fucked everything is. You know, like the CIA gave Iran attack plans for Israel's attack that happened, the Israel retaliation strike. The CIA, one guy in the CIA, gave Iran the plans before Israel launched the strike. So, yeah, they got people throughout our intelligence that they can pull when it matters. That guy's fucked now, you know? Like he's not gonna have a good time. You know, he's going to be going to jail for a long time.
administration. Ukrainian officials speaking to the New York Times yesterday said that they are now tweaking their peace pitch to prioritize Western security guarantees over territory. Francis?
Matt, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Welcome back to Lead, Our World Lead now. A desperate plea for help. 7-year-old Bana Alabed has become the face of innocent civilian suffering in Syria's deadly civil war.
These are just what I put here to show her in the start.
The young girl is now safely living in Turkey with her family. But earlier today, she tweeted a message to President Trump, quote, "I beg you, can you do something for the children of Syria? If you can, I will be your best friend. Thank you," unquote. This comes as a fragile ceasefire between Syrian government forces and rebel factions is holding for now. Joining me now in a CNN exclusive is Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii. She just returned from a secret trip to Syria. Congresswoman Gabbard, thanks for coming and sharing your story with us.
Aloha, Jake. Good to be with you.
So you were in Syria for 4 days. Did you meet with President Bashar al-Assad?
Gonna break that.
I did. My reason for going to visit Syria was really because of the suffering of the Syrian people.
She's using
that
the
has
mom
been
voice.
weighing heavily on
She's
my
using
heart.
the passive
I wanted
voice.
to see if there was
She's so patronizing,
in some
bro.
small way, a way that I could express the love and the aloha and the care that the American people have for the people of Syria, and to see firsthand what was happening there, to see that situation there.
What did Assad have to say?
Initially, I hadn't planned on meeting him. When the opportunity arose to meet with him, I did so because I felt it's important that if we profess to truly care about the Syrian people, about their suffering, then we've got to be able to meet with anyone that we need to if there is a possibility that we could achieve peace. And that's exactly what we talked about.
Now, I know the maxim that people say in the military that you don't make...
He definitely didn't sit there feeding you fucking lies.
You don't make peace with your friends, you make peace with your enemies. But obviously Bashar al-Assad is responsible for thousands of deaths and millions of people being displaced during this 5-year-long civil war. Did you have any compunctions about meeting with somebody like that, giving him any sort of enhanced credibility because a member of the United States Congress would meet with someone like that?
Whatever you think about President Assad, the fact is that he is the president of Syria. In order for any peace agreement, in order for any possibility of a viable peace agreement to occur, there has to be a conversation with him. The Syrian people will determine his outcome and what happens with their government and their future. But our focus, my commitment is on ending this war that has caused so much suffering to these Syrian people, to these children, to these families, many of whom I met on this trip. It's important for us to stay focused on doing what is in their best interest and what is in our best interest, and doing what is necessary to make that happen.
So, Congressman Adam Kinzinger, a friend of yours, also a military veteran, a Republican, he said on Twitter when he heard about your visit, quote, "Fact-finding mission, fact, 50,000 plus dead children in Syria. Tulsi Gabbard, I hope you didn't meet with their butcher, Assad." Now, Assad has used chemical weapons on his own people. You said it's going to be up to the Syrian people, but there really aren't free and fair elections in Syria.
I'll tell you what I heard from the Syrian people that I met with, Jake, walking down the streets in Aleppo, in Damascus, hearing from them. They expressed happiness and joy at seeing an American walking through their streets, but they expressed a question. They said,
2017.
Okay.
Why?
So after it was taken.
In Damascus, hearing from them, they expressed happiness and joy at seeing an American walking through their streets, but they expressed
you
a
go
question.
to Damascus, this is what the Syrian people were, they totally, were so happy, and they said that they loved Assad and loved all his pictures. Yeah, okay. Let's go to Korea and talk about how happy the Koreans are to love their dear leader. I saw all the Syrians in Damascus, and they were happy. No way.
Guided by the state.
They said, why is it that the United States, its allies, and other countries are providing support?
I would never fucking done this, but she actually, because she did a fucking both sides of the war, right? So she went to the pro-Assad side, I think, in Damascus.
Okay.
And she goes on a TV show, like a morning TV show in Syria. And they're just like, wow, it's so great to have an American journalist here, blah, 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 blah. And she answers the questions normally about how long she's been working, and then transitions to continually asking him questions about war crimes in Assad. And the reporters are just like, Okay, next question. And then she's talking to this literal like AK in hand military guy for Assad on the street, and he's with other military guys, right? And she's talking about all the pictures and the worship of Assad.
Yeah.
And the guy straight up like talks about how like it's Alice in Wonderland style, as in like he's acknowledging that like these people don't like Assad. I fucking hate his ass too.
Yeah. It's all for show.
Yeah, and it was a very interesting like mask off moment from like this guy who's probably massacred hundreds of people. Why are all those people singing in unison?
Arms to terrorist groups like al-Nusra, al-Qaeda, Arar al-Sham, ISIS, who are on the ground there raping, kidnapping, torturing, and killing the Syrian people, children, men, women, people of all ages. They asked me, why is the United States and its allies supporting these terrorist groups who are destroying Syria when it was al-Qaeda who attacked the United States on 9/11?
Did she just say
not
al-Qaeda,
Syria.
ISIS?
I didn't have an answer.
And Sham?
Arar al-Sham, ISIS, who are on the ground there raping,
Who else?
like
What was
al-Nusra,
the-
al-Qaeda, Arar al-Sham,
Al-Nusra, okay.
ISIS, who are on the ground there raping, kidnapping, torturing, and killing the Syrian people, children,
Yes,
men,
ISIS
women,
is
people
also bad.
of all ages. They asked me, why is the United States and
ISIS
its allies
might be
supporting
worse
these
than
terrorist groups
Assad.
who are destroying
Thank
Syria
God they don't have
when it was
helicopters
al-Qaeda who
full of
attacked
chlorine.
the United States on 9/11, not
Thank
Syria.
God.
I didn't have
Obviously-
an answer for them.
Obviously, the United States government denies providing any sort of help to the terrorist groups that you're talking about. They say they provide help for the rebel groups. Tell us more
The
about.
reality is, Jake,
Yeah.
the reality is, and I'm glad you brought up that point, because this is an often talked about thing by people like Adam Kinzinger and others saying, well, we've got to support the moderate rebels. Every place that I went, every person that I spoke to, I asked this question to them. And without hesitation, they said, there are no moderate rebels. Who are these moderate rebels that people keep speaking of? Regardless of the name of these groups, the strongest fighting force on the ground in Syria is al-Nusra or al-Qaeda and ISIS. That is a fact. There's a number of different other groups. All of them essentially are fighting alongside.
The strongest
with or under
fighting
the command
force is
of the
3
strongest-
different groups I just listed.
Apparently, yeah.
Which one, Tulsi? Okay, which one? I mean, technically, I think at this point, because this is right after Aleppo fell, they did do, all 3 groups had done joint ops together. Because that's why the one Chechen in Ukraine was accused of being ISIS. Because they had done they were doing like a joint op for a brief period. So she might be right in saying that they're the strongest force.
I don't know. You're the Syrian expert.
Well, here's the thing.
This group on the ground.
The thing is that at the end of the day, when it comes to Muslim radicals, Muslim Brotherhood is moderate. Okay, this is the same group that was founded by people like Qutb, who is angry about lawns and baby it's cold outside, and is the fundamental philosopher to Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Okay, just understand what we're talking about here. That said, there's crazier people here in America, honestly, than those guys. There's more things keeping them in check here, at least. But even those people are disgusted by ISIS and shit. And then, aside from that, the idea of democracy is actually like part of Sunni Islam. Like the split over the Sunni Shia divide is partially because of democracy. Because the successor to the Prophet, basically the Prophet on his deathbed, like wanted one specific person to take the mantle, but the Shura voted for somebody else, and the people who voted then became Sunni. Well, the people who were loyal to the other one and believed that was the true successor became the Shia. That's like the split point, kind of. If I was saying this with Ace here, he'd want to be like, actually, but this is why groups like Al-Qaeda function democratically. This is why the Mujahideen in Afghanistan were saying that they want to create an Islamic republic where the Shura approves candidates. The issue is that it's so unstable in Syria and everyone good has left. So even that there is some democracy in how they want to run the Shuras and the groups. Even HTS, the Shura was voting that they're gonna have more women representatives in government. Jelani is seen as the leader of HTS. He didn't have part of that decision. So to say that they're not democratic, even these more extreme factions, not ISIS, but even the most extreme factions, to say they're not democratic is just inaccurate.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is that just like how MAGA becomes quickly undemocratic.
That was fucking funny. They got him. They got him, lads. They fucking got him. Trump got him. He's done. He hasn't come back yet. He's done for. I can't continue what he was talking about. I do not have the capacity. Al-Qaeda, I guess. I know. It's crazy. The power of Donald Trump. Honestly, what we should be so concerned.
That's trying to overthrow Assad. The Syrian people recognize and they know that if President Assad is overthrown, then Al-Qaeda or a group like Al-Qaeda that has been killing Christians, killing people simply because of their religion or because they won't support their terror activities, they will take charge of all of Syria.
Where you go?
Okay, so I clicked a button and then it literally wouldn't refresh. It was just doing studio, and if I pressed back or forward, it would just add studio. So I even unmuted my laptop, but I guess I disabled the mic, and I was just going, I'm here, I'm not a cat. So anyway, when MAGA loses, they quickly become undemocratic, right?
Yeah.
I say the same thing about Gaddafi. He talks about all this democracy and stuff, but it's democratic until you disagree.
Yeah, exactly. It's a cult.
And that's what happens when you get radical. So that's why there's so many fractures. It's not that they're undemocratic. It's that when they stop agreeing on democratic things, then they take different turns of action.
Yeah. And then you get splinters.
Yes, but also when we're talking about moderates in Syria, we're comparing them to Assad.
Mm.
Do you guess who's the moderate in Iraq who I advise for? You know, like Sadr. Sadr being called a moderate in American politics, crazy.
Yes, he is definitely not a moderate.
But he's still for the people.
Yeah, but in current Iraqi politics, he would be.
Yeah, well, I would like to see if he supports this whole fucking 9-year-olds thing.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I wonder if chat's aware. Surely everyone's aware that Iraq wants to make child marriage a thing, 9 years old, because of the Quran.
And then also a lot of the groups, HTS included, are like against killing women and children and civilians and stuff like that. Collateral, different story. But they're not going to do like direct massacres of children. They might bomb a target with an imprecise mortar or something like that that ends up killing kids.
Yeah.
ISIS, on the other hand, they're out there having kids behead kids. And we're gonna say the other group, whose Muslim Brotherhood is not moderate.
Okay,
On
sure.
what scale? This is why left and right mean nothing as well, you know?
This is the reality that the people of Syria are facing on the ground, and why they are pleading with us here in the United States to stop supporting these terrorist groups. Let the Syrian people themselves determine their future, not the United States, not some foreign country.
You mean
we've been showing video of your trip from your trip. In the minute we have left, tell us the most striking image you have from your visit to this war-torn region.
Yeah, Jake, you know, the destruction is very real, both on the physical buildings and the things that people have gone through, looking into their eyes and hearing firsthand from a girl who is now 19, but who, when she was 14 years old, these rebels that people say we should continue supporting, they came and kidnapped her. They raped her multiple times. They killed her father.
Because I had to refresh, it's not in there, but there's even a comment right there. Sunni supported Abu Bakr, who was voted on while the Shia supported Ali, right?
Mm-hmm.
See? It does not fit modern conception of what democracy means, though. I agree. It does not. But one of the jokes that I constantly make is that Al-Qaeda is run more democratically than most businesses.
It's not untrue, though.
No, well, that's the thing. It's like, I couldn't, it's same with the Taliban. Like, I couldn't tell you how much, it's like the CCP, you know, technically there is a vote. Right?
But
Where is the defection votes, you know? And that's the stuff that I'm not deep enough that I can, like, tell you. Like, obviously, the sword, Saif al-Adel, he's always been like an opposition figure inside the Shura, and that's why they didn't pick him to succeed, and that's why it's Hamza instead of him. But he's so loyal to the cause of Al-Qaeda that when bin Laden died and Zawahiri died, he became the caretaker to maintain it until they elected the next leader.
Okay. It's pretty interesting. It's an interesting dynamic.
Yes, something akin to elective monarchy. But that's the thing, is like if you kind of look at some early democratic systems, including the US, when it's not like people had the right to vote unless you own property, you know? And same with Gaddafi. He says that it's a democracy and there's a parliament and they represent the voice of the people and stuff, but it's all fake.
Yeah. Well, the French had that as well. The three branches that ended up not actually doing anything.
Yeah. Well, that was just monarchies trying to appease people by making constitutional monarchies. But like the whole thing with like groups like Al-Qaeda and other just really rebel groups in general, like their issue with Saudi Arabia is that there's no democracy, basically. They don't necessarily want democracy. They just want a leader that they like. Just like people who support Trump, right? They don't necessarily want democracy.
No.
If democracy gets Trump elected, then it's good.
If democracy has to go to keep Trump elected, that's also good. And that's when you go.
But if democracy blocks Trump,
democracy bad. Stolen election, stormed the Capitol in 2020, because that is how you stop elections in the digital age.
That's what I'm saying. It's like these people that she's saying are no different than ISIS are more similar to our own people than we realize. That's why I joke and say Pakistan is just like America. Like the Imran Khan and Trump connection is just so funny. Did you see the AI art that the Imran Khan supporters did?
No.
Oh, I'll try and find it.
In front of her and her little brother. All she is asking for literally, is for the United States to stop supporting these so-called rebel groups, stop supporting these terrorists, so that the Syrian people can begin to try to get back to some semblance of normalcy
so they
in
can
their
just
lives.
cleanse it.
Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, Democrat of Hawaii, thank you so much. We appreciate
Stop supporting the rebels.
Thanks, Jake.
Which they never did.
Joining us now is Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii. She's a member of the House Armed Services and Foreign Affairs Committee, as well as an Iraq War veteran. Congresswoman, thanks for joining us.
It's like people who say that the CIA
General Dunford saying the
overthrew Mossadegh in Iraq when they gave him like 100 rifles. It sounds like that revolution would have happened anyway to me.
Yeah.
And also Britain was more involved than the US.
Okay. I want to move on.
I hate Tulsi so much. Like, I respect people who apologize for Putin more than Assad. Like, if you can apologize for Putin but will still say Assad's a dick, I will have more respect for you.
Honestly, yeah,
than
I
the
get that
average
more.
person.
Once you explain to somebody what Assad does, and if they argue back and use just stated facts, red flag. It's like when I was doing my slave job, right? There was this one dude who I was talking to, and the first red flag was when he said Gaddafi was a good dude, right?
I'm fine with people arguing and believing.
Look,
that,
I'm fine with that argument too, right? And then I got talking to him because I'm like, that was a bit of a red flag. I'm like, you know that he like raped all his guards, right? Like that Amazonian guard thing.
That's
like
that's actually the main issue I have with Gaddafi. Not the massacres or the crimes, but the fact that he was like one of the most prolific rapists.
Yeah, the guy's a piece of shit. And like, I don't give a fuck what his politics are. No rapist should be elevated to the position of power where they can literally get away with mass rape. Just the person, because they are king and god. Fuck that person. Take that person down a peg. Anyway, so I got talking to him, and it was just a couple of things that kind of triggered, the kind of things where I'm like, oh, okay.
Master account, so I can't highlight these comments.
Which ones?
Nothing. I just gotta fucking.
You on this one?
Get back to the login so it
This
recognizes
one?
me as an admin. Because I had to do a background link because it wasn't working.
Okay.
So I
but yeah, and I got
sent
talking
my
to him, and I started mentioning stuff about Syria, and he's talking about, and I just left it. I just didn't fucking respond, right?
Yeah.
After he
I
was
won't
like,
bother.
but the OECD released the report. I'm like, okay, no worries. And I just sort of left it.
The report that was discredited, by the way. Aaron Mate did not have a good time.
Yeah.
When that happened. See, the
Hilarious.
YouTube, it's crazy because the YouTube comments will load when I have to reload.
Yeah, strange.
But somebody said something like about Palestine in there. I wanted to highlight.
This one?
Yeah, now it shows. You clicked it, and so now it shows up. Those are the Palestinians who are victims of Iran's genocidal. Iran's geopolitical game and Iran's proxies, inhabitants of the regions are victims of an. Yeah, I mean, I say this all the time. The Palestinians are a little different because they're mainly victims of Israel, and Iran just uses them as victim tokens.
Yeah.
And you'll see this with these people, like you look at some of the early protests after October 7th, before things got really, really bad. They had a really, really strange energy to them. Like very like pro Hamas energy to them because they're like being organized by shady people still.
Yeah.
But the thing is that these people immediately get credibility. People who are Assad apologists and things like that, and Iran apologists and Hezbollah. Like, people think Hezbollah is cool because they like stand up against oppression. But anyone who actually knows about Hezbollah knows that this is all fake. They're not doing shit. They were still killed for it. But like Hezbollah doesn't give a fuck about the Palestinians. They just know that they can win propaganda by using the Palestinians as fucking tokens. It's just fucking, it's disgusting. It pisses me off in a different way than Israel pisses me off, but it still really pisses me off. Because the Palestinians really don't care. They just, they just want to just not die.
Yeah, they just want a way out of the suffering. If that requires going to Hamas, so be it. Right? Israel created this situation in and of itself. There's nothing more to it.
Yeah, exactly. Literally performative missile barrages. But that's why I talk about that's why I coined the term the golden zone, where it's okay to bomb and attack the US and it's okay to attack Iran and nobody mentions it. Until someone fucked it up. Because it was inside Jordan, just past the golden zone, and it actually killed people. Okay, so the Imran Connors made this video, and I think you're really gonna like it. Because he's in prison for fucking his wife, right?
Yes. Because they weren't married or something?
They like invalidated the marriage.
Hilarious.
I don't know if there's audio. I might not have shared audio, but we don't need it, right? Because it's just gonna be shitty fucking music, right? This right here, I was fucking howling. How did he get his head between those bars? Are they gonna kiss? And it also, this looks nothing like Khan. So clearly the AI was very familiar with Trump, but not sure who this guy was.
He's just a big baby.
Right here. What's going on? What's going on right here? What's going up? Is it a pile up?
Looked like a pile up.
I want to see the AI generated cameras at the end too. What's going on here? This one's not terrible. I don't know what this thing is.
It's a camera. What do you mean?
Arm coming out of this guy's head. And the flags. I don't know what the flags are supposed to be.
It's Pakistan.
Also, it has this car. Is it? It looks fine. I love it. Imran Khan heads are like one of my favorite political.
They're so strange.
Well, also,
States at a move.
Another issue there is that the fucking they were supported. You can go and watch Netanyahu literally say that they're supporting Hamas.
Yeah.
And driving out the opposition was devastating.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, to understand the situation in Israel, you need to understand that Hamas is there because it allows justification for
Israel.
Whatever Israel wants to do.
And October 7th is their golden ticket.
And it's so weird.
But October 7th is golden ticket for
because
everything.
Of the history with Arafat, that they thought anything besides their great enemy Arafat would be better, and that's why they funded Hamas.
Yeah.
But even Israel's biggest apologists won't make that argument because they can't go from a rational level. You know why? Because they're not paid enough, right? They legitimately bought into the idea of Zionism, and it's because of cognitive dissonance that they can't come to like rational excuses like that.
Interesting.
Move to greener energy and protect against extreme weather. At least $1 trillion per year will be needed by the end of the decade. That's the warning to negotiators at COP29 on Thursday, as money becomes a central focus of the climate talks being held in Azerbaijan. But negotiators at the UN Climate Conference risk being overshadowed by political spats. France's climate minister has cancelled her trip to the summit after Azerbaijan's president accused France of crimes in its overseas territories in the Caribbean. Meanwhile, Argentina's government has also withdrawn its negotiators from talks, according to two diplomats at the event, although neither knew the reason why. Argentina's president, Javier Milei, has previously called global warming
Azerbaijan.
Negotiators. Like I said, I've been getting anti-Azerbaijan commercials.
That's fucking
and my
crazy.
mom was like, "What is this COP29?" And I was like, "Oh, it's nothing. It's fucking Azerbaijan." They're like, "Don't just ignore it. It doesn't matter."
It's probably one of the few things you probably could just ignore.
Yeah, it's literally like to act like it's about
anything more than soft power and apologia and covering up.
Act like it's about climate change and not Azerbaijan securing oil with the Europeans.
Yeah, it's just a face.
It's not just a face. It's literally them saying we're at a climate conference and it's actually about oil and getting oil and cementing Azerbaijan's grip on oil. So anything that they're pushing about climate change, it's Azerbaijan making sure that they get more oil and sell more oil out of it.
Awesome. We love this. This is great.
Have been left fielding questions on the diplomatic issues.
I would like to propose that we stick to today's thematic theme, which is finance.
Negotiators are trying to reach a deal on how much richer countries, development lenders, and the private sector must provide each year. A previous goal of $100 billion per year was met late in 2022 and in the form of loans rather than grants, something recipient countries say needs to change. A report from the independent high-level expert group on climate finance said the annual target figure would need to rise to $1.3 trillion a year by 2035, or more if countries drag their feet now.
Well, I'm kind of seeing some glum faces. There should be some energy in this room. And if we're to drive those finance flows, it needs energy from many of you here.
Any deal is likely to be hard fought, given a reluctance among many Western governments, bound by the Paris Agreement in 2015, to give more unless countries including China agree to join them. The United States' likely withdrawal from any future funding deal by incoming President Donald Trump has also cast a shadow over talks, raising pressure to find other ways to secure funds. EU negotiator Jacob Worksman said on Thursday that countries were still way off on agreeing a collective target.
It's been my experience that as long as there is a little bit more time to negotiate on something that's that complicated, we'll take it. So I don't think that we will completely close every issue this week, but I think that we will have developed a momentum that will ensure that we wrap it up certainly in the early part of next week.
More countries said they would consider taxing polluters, but any agreement is unlikely this time around.
Yeah, tax China,
Most
I
of
agree.
the world's climate-friendly spending is skewed towards major economies such as China and the United States.
Everybody
Africa's
tariff
54
China.
countries received just 2% of global
only
renewable
China.
energy investments over the last 2 decades.
Tank that BRICS dollar, baby.
World leaders are gathering in Azerbaijan for the COP29 climate conference. Their goal, rein in carbon emissions in the burning of fossil fuels.
For more on this, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett joins us. Maura, good morning. So first off, oil and gas, they account for about half of the host country, Azerbaijan's exports. Talk to us about the goals of this climate conference, what we've seen so far, and how that fact is playing in.
Well, guys, the irony is not lost that this COP is hosted, and last COP, frankly, in a really heavy export country. And that's why we're seeing a lot of tension on the ground. I think it's also important to note that the United States is the #1 export of oil and gas. And so that's something that's going to come up in conversation as well. But there's tension on the ground at the conference, especially between rich countries and developing countries. Many who blame the wealthy for not doing enough, they say, to take credit or to find solutions for what they caused, essentially. And so that's why a big goal of this climate summit is ultimately around climate finance. They're looking to fund hundreds of billions of dollars to make that switch towards clean energy, phase out fossil fuels, but then also boost the ongoing pledge, part of the Paris Agreement, to triple renewable energy by 2030 to keep warming under 1.5 degrees. Now, the big headline that we're looking at right now, the UK announced new ambitions to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 81%, and that's by 2035. So there's still lots more to watch in the 2 weeks ahead, but this is just the early days of the conference so far, guys.
And one big headline is that President Biden isn't there. Can you talk about why he's not there and just what his administration is hoping to achieve in this final conference before the Trump administration takes over with obviously very different theories on climate change?
Right, exactly. And I think, as you noted, President Biden has a very famous guest coming to the White House today, so he's a little busy on that front. But his team is really head down, making sure that they can get in a lot of extra work in their final moments of the Biden administration. That's why we saw his climate team representing the U.S. abroad. I was actually able to speak with the White House National Climate Advisor, Ali Zaidi, overnight, and that final sprint is something he touched on in our conversation.
We're going to be sprinting through the tape, whether it's the 2 weeks of this COP or the 2 months ahead. We're going to be making sure that the most Americans, the breadth of our economy, can benefit from the impact of the president's investment agenda into clean energy. The federal government has come in like boosters on a rocket. The rocket is the private sector. And I think on a lot of the transformation that we seek, we have already achieved escape velocity, and the American people will benefit from that in the years ahead.
That interview happening in the late overnight hours because Azerbaijan is 9 hours ahead of us, so they are busy in their work for the day. But Zaidi also previewed work that they're looking to get done in the next few months around expanding nuclear, continuing to bring down methane emissions, and something that he noted
nuclear
is the fact that he thinks the climate policies that he and
we
the Biden
need that
administration
energy
enacted is built to outlast the next 4 years. He said it's not something that can be eliminated in one election or another administration.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
2024 is likely to be the hottest year ever recorded, surpassing a crucial milestone.
The first calendar year above the psychologically important threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial.
Keeping global warming to within 1.5 degrees Celsius was a key goal of the 2015 Paris Agreement.
Once we pass certain thresholds, we can trigger climate impacts that might not be reversible.
On the current trajectory, the United Nations says the world is heading towards around 3 degrees Celsius of warming by the end of this century, leading to hotter heat waves, deeper droughts, stronger storms and more.
Annual greenhouse gas emissions at an all-time high, rising 1.3% last year.
Such is the backdrop for the 2-week COP29 climate summit in Baku, Azerbaijan, set to get underway on Monday. A key part of this year's meeting is climate financing, how richer nations will help pay for poorer countries to reduce emissions and adapt to climate change.
Without the finance domino in that line of dominoes, everything will essentially fall apart.
Azerbaijan is a major producer of oil and gas, fossil fuels that help drive climate change.
It is also a climate vulnerable country, so it gets around 50 to 70% of its water from over its borders, outside its borders. So it really is between a rock and a hard place on climate action and transition. And as such, it has a really strong interest in getting finance in place to help developing countries such as itself to find a feasible path forward.
Looming over the summit, the US presidential election victory for Donald Trump. He could again pull the United States out of the Paris Agreement that set climate goals. There are also fears of a trade war with China.
We're unlikely to be moving towards a world that is more stable with increasing climate impact. So we do need to learn to manage under these conditions of geopolitical instability, which will only increase going forward.
From the wildfires in California to the deadly floods in Spain's Valencia, scientists say climate change is driving extreme weather, and without urgent action, it will likely get much worse. Henry Ridgwell, VOA News.
With President-elect Trump's team coming into focus, one priority will be confronting and increasing pressure on Iran. So how does that look and feel to ordinary Iranians? Special correspondent Reza Sayah reports from Tehran.
At the Nazari Street base. And generally, I think the main thing that needs to happen is not being bombed anymore. And I think that's the bare minimum, because this idea that people would be, it's America legitimately believed going into Iraq that, and they were for a period where they would be greeted as liberators, and that did happen for a period, but it changed because of American soldiers and bad leadership and all kinds of stuff. So at this point, anyone who's living in Gaza, they can't leave. There's no border that's open to take them. They can't get out of the place. Their only hope is to constantly be displaced whenever Israel says it's time to displace you again. And I would think if I was in Gaza, I would be thinking, wow, life was great when it was just Hamas who was threatening my life. I'd imagine you can kind of see Hamas coming. But you can't really see bullets from Israel coming half the time. And like, I was laughing. Bad Empanada did this video that people were passing around, but in it he's going after Loner Box because Mehdi Hassan is talking about how there's children with rounds to the head, and like it's confirmed by multiple organizations that it was deliberate targeting of headshots to children. And Loaderbox is like, does this guy not know how sniper jobs work? They only have a split second to decide. Bro, no, that's not how sniper jobs work. They literally talk on the radio about how they're going to take the shot and who they're going to kill. And it was just funny to me. But it just reminded me, it's like we're running this defense on it. But like you go back and you look at Joe Biden's greatest speech, and his whole issue is that children's heads are being blown apart by Serbian snipers.
Mm-hmm.
And everything about Gaza just makes me think about like what Biden said back then, and like the hypocrisy and how something can't be applied across the line, like children being shot in the head. Well, Israel believes that Hamas won't have power, and I think they believe that because they're going to settle. They're going to settle Gaza. There will be no rebuilding. Well, there will be. It just won't be for the Gazans. They're going to settle it. And because nobody can get out, take a wild guess what's probably going to happen.
Bakery in the capital, Tehran. Iran's famous Barbari flatbread is always the right choice. But for bakery owner Taher Nazari, America's election of Donald Trump was a choice between two evils.
The people are smarter than that talk about whether Trump won or didn't win, whether the Democrats won or the Republicans. Like they say, they're both as bad as each other.
At Friday prayers, a weekly gathering of Iran's ultra-conservatives, many said Trump's victory over Harris changes nothing in U.S. policy.
It's states in general.
In America, and in their elections, it doesn't matter if it's Democrats or Republicans. Nothing will change.
We also did nothing.
There are two sides of the same coin. Their objectives are the same. They either want to sanction us or start a war.
We overcame obstacles.
While many here
said something in regards to it was Sam Cedar saying something in regards to Trump bombing Syria, which I can only imagine is in response to Khan Shaykhun. And I'm just like, bro, that's your issue? Your issue should be that he didn't bomb Syria more. Because in that case, that's where intervention needed to happen. Just like Serbia. Like that, somebody's an idiot when you see the Serbia apologia. Because it's the one time where somebody intervened to stop a genocide. If only that could happen more. But like to criticize when already there was a chemical attack that America didn't act on and the EU did it anyway.
Yeah.
And it was just more of a clusterfuck. And Trump damaged an airfield. Like, what are we actually crying about?
Dude, these are bad takes from Drew. He needs to shut the fuck up.
I know, right? That's why I said, that's when I was like, bro, and I immediately posted the link.
Dude, he needs to shut the fuck up. But seriously, he needs to shut the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ.
Downplayed the Trump victory. Others said, oh no, not again.
We laughed. It was the laugh that comes with a loss of hope.
Mehrab Kabali is CEO of a Tehran-based engineering firm. Kabali says he was pulling for Harris and what he viewed as the Democrats' softer stance on Iran.
Right now, we expect things to get worse because it was during Trump's last term when Iran couldn't sell oil. During Biden's presidency, the restrictions were somewhat eased. That made circumstances more tolerable.
Last month, a U.S. government report showed Iran's oil sales, its leading export, tops $50 billion in 2023, an almost threefold increase from Trump's last year in office.
In his first term, Mr. Trump made it clear he was cracking down on Iran's oil exports, and he did. It was a key objective in his so-called maximum pressure campaign, a strategy designed to use aggressive sanctions to rein in Iran's nuclear program and support for regional proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah.
Critics say the strategy failed. Iran continued to fund its proxies.
It didn't help.
And expanded its nuclear program after Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018. Many Iranians say it's the people who felt the pain through record high inflation and cost of living.
Yes.
There's no certainty when you make economic decisions, and more importantly, sanctions have directly impacted our work.
Is it Trump, the candidate, that makes Iranian worse off?
Doesn't make a difference.
Tehran-based political analyst Mohammad Marandi says Iran has softened the impact of sanctions by
Gee, I wonder who
strengthening
this guy
economic ties
supports.
with major powers like Russia and China.
Did you see?
What the
Go
United
back.
States is doing right now,
There
not
he
just
is.
Iran,
There he
but
is
to
again.
Russia
They'll
and
show
to
it.
many countries across the world.
It's out
is
of
that they're
frame now.
creating an incentive for countries to move away from the United States. So we're in the process of doing that. So U.S. sanctions don't
You
have
see
the
it?
impact that they had before.
What am I looking for?
Go back and actually use your eyeballs.
Yeah, what am I looking for?
Is that they're creating an incentive for countries to move away from the United States.
You're not. You have to get it to where it cuts to the reporter.
Russia and China.
What the United States is doing right now, not just to Iran, but to Russia and to...
Directly
impacted our work.
Soften the impact.
Oh my god.
I was gonna make the joke, and then it cuts, and there's a picture of the Ayatollah right behind the guy.
Impact of sanctions by strengthening economic ties with minimum pressure
Fucking
campaign,
hell.
drop the value of Iran's currency to an all-time low.
Hey,
At the
you
Persia
can
Gym in
hear us
Tehran,
talk about
top
this
trader
in our
Sarouche
episode
and his
about
clients are
Yeah.
bracing for Trump and more sanctions.
Based on what we experienced during his first 4 years, he's going to increase pressure.
Nothing good will happen when it comes to our livelihood. Things will get worse.
Behnaz Shafiei is Iran's first ever female professional road racer. When she's not weaving the hillsides of northern Tehran on her sport bike, she's training other women to follow in her footsteps. Shafiei says Trump's win means more stress.
We're stressed out about war, worried about new sanctions that we have no doubt will come, worried about the cost of living. For 8 years, it's been like this. Confusion, not knowing what to do, and now there's the added worry of war.
That fear of war has intensified with Iran's support for Hamas in the aftermath of its October 7th attack against Israel and direct missile exchanges with Tel Aviv. But Reyhaneh Tabatabai has a glimmer of hope. Tabatabai is a journalist who spent 2 years in jail for what Iranian authorities called propaganda against the regime. She says Trump's promise to end the wars in Gaza and Ukraine and his long-standing call for talks with Tehran could be a path to better relations. For that to happen, Tabatabai says the Iranian government must show political will.
I have to be hopeful that my government wants to do something. This decision has to be made within the Islamic Republic. The people of Iran want the right to have a life, whether it's Trump, Harris, or anyone else. Any negotiations have to be with the objective of improving the lives of the people of Iran.
For now, the people of Iran can only hope. Last week, the Justice Department reported on an alleged Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. In response, the Iranian Foreign Ministry said the allegations were lies and demanded President-elect Trump to stop what Tehran calls the genocide in Gaza.
Yes, because Iran never attempts
What the
political
international community
assassination.
expects with new and previous governments is an end to the genocide, war crimes, and the sowing of instability in Gaza, Lebanon, and other parts of the region and Western Asia.
Stark reminders that in Trump's second term in office, the 45-year conflict between Washington and Tehran is likely to continue. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Reza Sayah in Tehran.
6 hours. We're done. That's it. I got shit to do. I got time limits. If you do, you want to keep going? You can keep going if you want.
Oh no, I have to let my chinchillas out, but I'll probably come back.
Okay. All right. No worries. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. No show tomorrow. This was tomorrow's show. We'll see you on Monday. Yes. Which we may have to shuffle around, but because it's a fun day, maybe you can take that anyway. And I forgot to call. Fuck. Hold on.
I might also stream tomorrow. Because like I'm also because like the consistency for our regular shows, but then I'm trying to just throw in these inconsistent streams.
Yeah.
And hitting people in time slots that aren't around.
Yes. I need to make a phone call before they close. So I am ending the stream. It was a good show, actually, and we kind of threw it together, and it kind of just worked out. The New Zealand segment, I think, was pretty fucking good.
Check. True.
There's a few.
Do you need to seriously shut the fuck up? Great comment.
Dude, he really does. He really fucking does. Like, just stop. All right. See you later, guys. Goodbye.